the beat. The beat.
hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last times.
moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Immortals looking to come back strong after a disappointing finish to their split.
We were too much overconfidence. Like we disrespect like every other players. We're not gonna like make same mistake as spring split.
Energy was in the playoffs and then switched 80% of the lineup.
Basically completely rebuilt the team around GBM.
새로운 팀인데도 시간이 없는 만큼 많이 부족한 것 같고 임무 타스를 잡고 좀 분위기를 반전해야 되지 않나.
He's gonna flash in, get him, stuns him down. First blood going over to Reyno.
Very, very clean execution there from Immortals.
Low on mana has flash, but no other summoners. This could just be him dying. Knocks back Shrimp, who repels away from the turret. And no, still takes him down. What? Oh, you gotta be kidding me!
개개인이 한 명 한 명이 다 잘해야 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각해요.
We definitely have our advantage. We didn't change any roster. We're just way better than them as a team.
Good evening and welcome to week 2 of the North American LCS Summer Split. We've got a couple of exciting series for you tonight, and fans have packed the Battle Theater to watch their favorite teams compete. Now, earlier, Immortals was getting set up on stage, and of course, you got your fan favorite Huni getting ready to face off against Quas in that top lane. Of course, then we've got his teammate Wild Turtle getting his peripherals set up as well. We'll see if he earns himself any more player of the game honors tonight, as he's doing well in that regard. They're facing off against Energy tonight. GBM here ready to dominate that mid lane, getting his peripherals all sorted out. And of course, support Kiwi Kid, all-time games played leader, continuing that streak tonight, always bringing a smile to fans. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this evening. I'm James Dash Patterson. With me tonight is my esteemed colleague, Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler, and Canadian cohort, Isaac Azale Cummings-Bentley.
Yo, what's up with that? Why am I not esteemed?
Well,
I think you know the answer.
What is the answer? No.
What's the answer?
You got to be one or the other. You can't be both esteemed and Canadian, so you have to make a choice.
I guess I'm going with Canadian.
All right, see, there it is. I knew I had it right to begin with. Are you happy?
I'm happy.
Happy as ale is a happy desk. Well, we're locked in and ready to kick off another LCS weekend, but first, I am happy to announce that the North American Summer Championship has found a home. The North American LCS is coming to the land of Tooks and Timmy's Canada, where the best teams will battle it out for the ultimate prize in North America. On August 28th and 29th, the Air Canada Centre in Toronto, Ontario, will play host to the North American LCS Final.
I am ridiculously excited for this. It's actually insane. I lived in Toronto. I grew up going to Raptors games, Leafs games at the ACC, and I can't even explain how excited I am for this. It's going to be the highlight of my esports career. I've been doing this a long time. I am pumped.
Yeah,
all right.
Just so everyone knows, he has been this giddy for a while now. This
I
is
know,
not
I've
just
been holding
this
it in.
moment.
I've been holding it in.
This is Azale is very happy, so we're happy to be going to Canada as well. Returning, though, to this week in the LCS, we will be playing today's matches on patch 6.11, which has some meta shifts in store, which may rival even the adjustments that teams needed to make for that mid-season update.
Yeah, there's a lot of exciting things here. I mean, in addition to the item changes like Trinity Force and some boots getting adjusted, there are so many S-tier champions in competitive play that got hit. I mean, we had Maokai, Echo, Swain, Ryze, Lucian, Azir, Kindred, Nidalee, the list goes on, but basically all those picks were very, very high rated, almost 100% pick ban.
And although, as far as the overall game goes, these changes aren't as big for the regular player as the midseason changes, I actually think this is bigger for competitive than the midseason update was with the Dragons, with the Mages, with everything, because the amount of diversity we've seen in a short time in 6-11 has been insane.
Yeah, I mean, they were heavily affected, but, not all of these champions were killed either. So we're still seeing most of those champions get playtime.
And of course, a lot of those changes have affected the top lane. And with those changes in the top lane meta, it is appropriate then that there's been a lot of action in NA surrounding that lane.
Yeah, and I mean, the top laners in North America have been absolutely crushing it. We've seen 2 of the top 4 kill leaders were top laners, and traditionally that is, your ADCs, your mid laners, but they've been pulling a pretty big share for themselves.
Yeah, if we compare just this very early, small sample size that we do now have for summer, in spring it was 4.1 kills per game, 16% kill share for the top laners. It's jumped up 5.38 kills average per game for them, and a larger kill share, and 21%. Yeah. So basically all around, more impact for these top laners, and we've got the talent to do it here.
It should only be increasing as well, with those buffs being even more significant in 6-11. But NA top lane has been insane this season. It's the best I think it's ever been. We got guys like Huni, Hanser, Impact, Seraph, Ray, KFO. We have Darshan, and it's been pretty crazy to think that we're going into a season where Darshan, who has been the NA elite for so long, may not be the cream of the crop top laner any longer.
Well, he definitely had a rough start in week 1 here. There's plenty of time for teams to recover, but yeah, he looked a little rusty. COG, they had to go to MSI, maybe get in some break time before starting up again. Another guy that we have to mention, though, if we're talking about high expectations and looking a little bit rusty, is going to be Quas. He had a really rough time so far in both of their series. Large death share as opposed to kill share for that guy. But man, that's a guy, he's been away from the scene for so long. He definitely going to have a lot more rust than most of these other top laners.
Yeah, the statistics for Quas so far not painting a pretty picture. Of course, things aren't going to get any easier for him tonight as he goes toe-to-toe with Huni, who we already mentioned up there in that conversation of top laners in NA.
Yeah, and I mean, Quas so far has 3 kills this split. Huni has 24. So that paints a
gotta catch up quick.
It's a rough picture. And I mean, even when Swain was finally available for Quas, he didn't pick it. That's getting nerfed. His Maokai games looked really rough. He didn't seem to be on the same page with the rest of the team, wasn't moving around the map well. And this is a guy who was top lane elite in North America for a long time.
Yeah, but that does just so, we know what Quas can get to. We know the level he can play at. So this is still, I still have confidence in him that he will shake off the rust. And also, Energy, the team as a whole has been having issues, so it's not all on Quas. We don't want to do that.
Yeah, the question is, when will he return to form, more so than if, right? We have confidence that he should improve. We'll see how long it takes for him to get to that point. Of course, 2 more top laners who lit up the scoreboard last weekend are coming up against one another tonight. That's APX's Ray versus Envy's Seraph. So one of them, he's got to come out on top here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, both of these guys, big smiles on their faces after all the games last week, and they both played really well. Seraph, I have to point out, though, flexibility of this guy. He played a different champion in every single game in week 1. Vladimir, Maokai, Echo, Lissandra, Trundle. He can do it all for the team. Whatever you need from that top lane, he's your man.
It's really impressive, too, because they're not even the same kind of types of champions. We got mages, we got tanks, we got, even kind of like assassins and stuff. So he can play it all. But another guy, Raze, cannot be overlooked. His fizz was absolutely insane. Put this guy behind, it doesn't matter. He was starting off the lane swaps a couple levels down, a lot of CS down, and he was crushing it. A couple minutes later, you come back, Darshan's dead to him, and he's carrying the game. It's what's happening? You can't stop this guy.
Raze's individual play was really impressive, but I also like how the team also gave a bunch of extra effort into getting him ahead. They went after this Rift Herald buff, which we've seen a lot of teams ignore, but they prioritized it very heavily for Ray, and they utilized it, getting him in those solo situations where he can take advantage of that buff and, get to the back line as well in team fights.
Right, Ray picking up the player of the game in both of his Fizz games. Of course, I find it very interesting the focus that's been put into Ray from both teams. Both his own team getting him back in the game after, in both of his series, the enemy team focusing him pretty hard, looking to attack that new addition to the the roster and, you know, the Chinese player that moves over here, and yet he bounced back every single time, so he's showing a lot of fortitude.
He's also getting to pick up some blue buffs. Top laners never get that. That's insane. As soon as I saw that, I was like, holy crap, they put a lot into this guy. That just never happens.
Yeah, it really does re-emphasize that now we can carry from any lane, like in League of Legends. You don't have to be just mid-focused or, you know, bottom lane focused, top lane as well.
We've talked about a lot of the top laners themselves, but we didn't talk necessarily about the champions that might make an appearance. Of course, we have seen Jax and Aurelia pop up in other regions. You know, here, do we see the more carry meta as the tank top laners get slightly touched, benefiting any one specific player over another? I mean, you would, given history, point to Darshan and say, this is creeping back towards a meta that he should love and thrive in.
Right.
Is that the case?
But then when we think about that, we're like, oh, you know, wait a second. We have all these other new top lane carries in North America now. KFO, he loves playing top lane carries. We've got all kinds of top lane carry players. Trinity Force is going to be really strong right now, so there's a lot of options, not just the individual champions that got buffed, but you know, Aurelia making a big comeback as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Jax in the EU LCS. Darshan definitely loved that champion a lot, but Aurelia's back. Huni was already playing a lot of these top lane carries. We saw lots of Fiora, so there's definitely a lot of chances for that.
Yeah, while you guys were talking, I kind of saw out of the corner of my eye, the screens back here illuminate with all of our top laners. Yeah, Kobe is right there. You sit, yes, you're right there between Huni and us. No, but it's just kind of like, oh my goodness, we really do have that much top lane talent. I'm excited to see them compete throughout the split. Of course, after 1 week of LCS competition, we've got to take a look at the standings before we get into any games. In a 4-way tie for first, we have TSM and 3 teams that we will see in action tonight: Immortals, APX, and Team Envy. That big tie at the top means that the next 2 teams with 1-1 records come in at 5th place. That's Echo Fox and Cloud9. And the bottom of the standings are occupied by the 4 teams that lost both of their Week 1 matches: Phoenix 1, Liquid, Energy, and a surprising Counterlogic Gaming. We're bringing you more matches throughout the weekend, though, and tonight we have 2 matches to quench your LCS thirst. First up, we've got Energy going up against Immortals, and in the late game, Envy and Apex come into their matches with 2-0 records, but of course, only one of them is going to be able to remain on the top of the table.
I know, it's anybody's guess who it's going to be as well, because both of these teams, you know, there's actually multiple teams that came out with really strong showings. I'm very excited to see how TSM evolve, especially with Bio in the bottom lane coming in. As far as, you know, new players entering the competitive scene, that was one of the most convincing performances I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, we didn't talk about it, but that's tomorrow. TSM versus Immortals is going to be a huge matchup. I think, though, what I love to see is the fact that Apex and Envy, 2 of our newer teams, jumping right up there to the top of the standings, having a strong start. Now the question is, can they sustain it? You know, are these the kind of teams that can ebb and flow with the changes of the meta and as people get more practice in the best of 3s?
Excited especially to see how Envy does against a tougher opponent. Both their wins were against O2 teams. Meanwhile, Apex took down the defending champs. They took down CLG, so they've already proven themselves a little bit more. Really excited for that match.
Yeah, and we'll get to see them go up against each other tonight. Now, we're about ready to head to the casters, but prepare yourself, because the last time Jat and Pastry Time cast together was the now famous Jat's Spider Fingers. So let's pull that up. Here it is. There it is. The double spider fingers, as you will. Pastry a little bit less dexterous with his hands. It's amazing that Jack can do that.
He was trying to explain stuff, and he would use a lot of hand motions, and everybody got a little bit jazzed.
I can't even.
I'm excited for this game. I don't know about you guys.
There you go. I'm so excited for this game. Double bear, no, wolf. Wolf Fang double bear attack or whatever it was. Anyway,
spiders.
So we'll let those guys do it for you. It's time to send it now to them to get the games underway.
Well, thanks, Dash. Thank you very much for that. And hello, friends. I am Julian Pastry Time Car. Yes, joining me for the first time in a while is Joshua Jat Leesman.
Yeah, right before the show, I told the producer the last time we cast together was 2.5 years ago, and we got a hands meme out of the cast, and then they decided to just preempt us with this. Takes away my opening line. What the heck?
Well, a little fun there, but thank you for joining us for this Friday night match between NRG Esports and Immortals. IMT did something in Week 1 that took them all spring to do. They lost the game.
I know, shocking, right? But the thing is, it doesn't matter because they're still 2-0 in match wins. And obviously they didn't look as dominant in their first few games as they did in their first few games of spring, where they had an 18-minute perfect game. But they dropped that one game against Cloud9 before eventually taking them down 2-1. But I still think that was a good week for Immortals because they proved they can exist in a best-of format. It's not the 0-2 tilt after losing one game thing, and they're still undefeated in matches, so things are totally fine for Immortals.
Well, NRG looked a little weaker in week 1, though, than they probably would have liked. This matchup feels like an appropriate test and should really tell us a lot about both these teams. Because, again, 1 week of play, not too much to draw on. We're kind of really moving into things now after we've seen them all play a few games.
Exactly. Never have we overreacted after 1 week of play. Obviously, it's actually still just 0-2, and there's 16 more best-ofs for them to play. But like you say, their poor performance raises a lot of questions about energy. GBM did a lot of work, but like last season, we're kind of left wondering where the rest of the team is, even though the rest of the team is clearly gone. He has a new rest of team that he has to worry about, and he's been a one-man army. He dealt 33% of his team's damage in week 1, which is the highest percentage of any player in the league. And that wasn't because GBM was just by far the best player in the league. It's because the rest of his team really wasn't pulling their own weight.
Yeah, with that, though, it feels like mid lane could be NRG's way into this match. GBM is certainly his best performing player, did have that great game on Vlad, but if they are looking for an Achilles heel in this Immortal team, maybe there's access through the mid lane.
Aha, I see what you did there, but I absolutely agree. It's not like Pobelter is a weak player, but when Immortals lost against Cloud9, Jensen was doing a huge amount of work. And Pobelter will definitely just have to keep going because that is really Energy's way of winning the game is through GBM.
Well, I feel like losing a lane to Jensen is not too bad, given how strong that player is.
It happens to a lot of people,
yeah.
Surprisingly, right? When he came into the LCS, he was not very strong laner, but he has just gotten so nasty at League of Legends throughout his time here.
Certainly has, but Pobelter and GBM certainly know slouches, and Immortals surely know that GBM is the strength of his team. And earlier Rainover shared his thoughts on GBM as a person and competitor.
He's a really positive guy, and then like even though he have a lot of pressure, maybe he's not gonna like expose it, he's just gonna like hide in himself and then just like work hard. So I heard that he's like really try hard mode right now. So when I talk to him, I feel that he really want to win, he really want to improve. So I can see that NRG will work really hard and then like be strong soon. I think there should be like pretty much pressure on him though, because he's the only one from NRG since last season.
Well, some kind words there from Rainover for GBM, who again, you have to know these two players respect each other. But let's get a look at these two teams' rosters, though, as we are going to get ready to head into our first game. Coming in first is NRG. Looking to bounce back after week number 1. In the top lane, it's Quas. In the jungle, Santorin. Their mid laner, GBM. AD carry, OQ. Support, KiwiKit. And Coach Herman in the back line.
Yeah, and a lot of players that really need to prove themselves, right? Because they've been out of the league a little while, or they've had some bad times in Challenger, but now they need to succeed together. But on the other side is their opponents, Immortals, who had a spectacular debut split, going 17-1. Huni in the top lane, Rainover in the jungle, Pobelter in mid lane, Wild Turtle AD carry, and Adrian on support.
And like we mentioned already, not the worst start ever to Summer. Seems like the team's just kind of picking up where they left off.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Huni and Rainover have just had such an incredible run throughout their regular season time in the LCS. 18-0 on Fnatic, 17-1 on Immortals. And you can say they're 4-1, but they're still 2-0 to start this in match wins because of the change of format. So these guys always formidable in every single game.
Yeah, and again, playing Immortals is never an easy task, especially in the regular season. NRG going to look to see if they can get something going here. Like we heard on the desk, though, we have had a few changes both in the mid-season Magic patch from last week and then moving into 6-11 this week as well. Could see some shakeups here in Champ Select.
Yeah, absolutely, because we've seen the top champions in a majority of roles actually get nerfed. Echo, even though he's banned, as well as Maokai have received nerfs. We've had Kindred and Nidalee nerfs in the jungle. We've had Azir nerfs and Ryze nerfs in the mid lane, and Lucian nerfs on the AD carry. Like literally, if you look at the champions that were used in MSI, the top 6 in pick ban percentage were nerfed on the 6-11 patch. And surprisingly, it's like these guys are still playing on the old patch because they banned 3 of those champions.
And that's the thing, right? There's certainly a level of adjustment as we are going to move into Champion Select for game number 1. Echo Lissandra maybe being the unique ban there.
Yeah, and with that being said about the champions still being nerfed, it's like, or still being banned, they've obviously been nerfed in a non-trivial way, but they absolutely haven't been totally killed.
Yep.
We have the EU LCS to draw from a little bit, even though EU and NA as a meta hasn't exactly mirrored itself. But Kindred was only picked or banned in just under 50% of games, to give you an idea of the perception over there. But clearly, since Rainover has not really played Kindred, they don't want to let Santorin get going on it, and they decide to use a ban.
Yep, so they'll ban those 2 junglers, and Swain actually is the final ban there for Immortals. Ashe, the last ban there for NRG. Certainly a pick that Total has shown up on multiple times just in week 1. That leaves NRG with the first pick. Quas, we've seen the Maokai already. Does he just go back to it? But like you've said, was tapped just a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it was in this studio exactly 1 week ago Obviously, they were the second best of 3 of the day, but he played 3 Maokai games in that series against Envy, and none of them looked good. And a lot of people were actually wondering whether Quas should be playing that, because from all we've heard, Quas had been performing very well in scrims on carry champions. And then they put him on Maokai 3 games in a row, especially against someone like Hunu, who's probably not going to take the Maokai. I don't see them first picking that champion. Vladimir is a much better choice.
This, I think, is certainly the pick we're going to see a lot more of, given the current power of Vlad. An awesome first pick there. We saw GBM pretty much solo carry a game on the pick, it felt like, when NRG did pick up that game win, but we know Quas can play it as well.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little bit surprised that they use all of those jungle bans in order to kind of let them have Vladimir, but I feel like Immortals will still be very comfortable with what choices they have left. When we talked about all the nerfed champions, I didn't actually see it hurting Immortals in any sense of the word, because from the 7 nerfed champions, like, none of those were actually Immortals' favorite champions.
Nope.
So their favorite champions are unchanged, and it's just the rest of the pool that got a little bit weaker.
And Immortals kind of always have their finger on the pulse, definitely sticking to the 6-11 that we thought we might see. Siva and Aurelia are the first 2 picks. Huni is not shy about taking this pick.
Not at all, and he shouldn't be, because Aurelia can be absolutely massive here. It was tied for the most picked top laner in Europe in their 20 games that they played last week, and obviously with the Trinity Force changes, it's actually nerfs for some champions like Corki, who were actually reliant on the critical strike chance, but for the majority of bruisers that would be using it, it's a massive buff because you get more cooldown reduction and more attack speed, and both those things are spectacular on Aurelia.
Well, that's what Immortal has, but NRG do have to make a few picks for themselves here. Zara's been a huge pick, particularly for Kiwi Kid, and they're actually going to pair it with the Rek'Sai, so still that one away from Rainover as well.
Yeah, and Santorin has always been quite comfortable on Rek'Sai. He has a relatively farm-focused style and likes to play a reactive style of counter-ganking, and like Rek'Sai is great in all of those regards because of the Tremor Sense, as well as his ability to sustain up in the jungle. So I'm actually really happy with Energy's draft so far.
Yep, I feel like Hermit's definitely got it all together here for at least the first 3 picks. We'll see what Immortals answer with though, because 3 and 4 are now coming through. Then an awful lot of range supports. Both Adrian and Afromu have been showing us pretty much all spring how good a lot of these picks are. And finally, the meta shifted back as there is Nami and Olaf picked up for Immortals.
Yeah, so definitely a team composition that's got to go fast. And it makes sense for Rainover. He's been always comfortable picking Olaf into the Rek'Sai, and whenever you can enable Olaf, you just make him that much stronger since he does become immune to crowd control. Comboing him with Nami to speed him up, as well as the Sivir, is also looking quite formidable from the IMT side.
Yeah, that will leave them with mid lane as a likely last pick there, unless Pobelta's really been practicing some Aurelia. NRG, though, will complete their draft. We'll see what Immortals decide to pick for themselves. They'll now have to show us as well where the Vladimir is going. I would guess it's going top lane for Quas, but they do have options here. They can mix it up if they feel like it.
It's very true, and there's also a chance they could go with something. They would have wanted to go with something like Lissandra to swap them back and forth. Like, think of the champions that could go in mid lane or top lane, because they would still like to maintain a certain semblance of flexibility. There's always the chance that GBM could just pull out Gangplank again since they have damage spread throughout. But wow, they go for the Maokai, and it's going to be the Vladimir mid.
So I got tricked. It is Vlad mid for GBM once again. OQ actually with Twitch now as well. So huge damage in the late game. Him playing Rat-a-tat-tat could be some pretty wild things. But Energy going to have to get to that point.
He would have to step up as well. OQ did not have a good week 1 in the LCS, even though he had substantial farm advantages on Caitlyn in some games. But from a compositional standpoint, having the Zyra and the Twitch in the teamfight phase sounds incredibly powerful, because you need to be able to dive on top of the Twitch. Zyra specializes at punishing people who try and dive onto them, so it will be what they want to be able to fight through all the initiation that Immortals are bringing.
Well, how are Immortals going to complete this draft? Immortals, I believe, are one of the teams kind of getting away from Vladimir when they were picking up, but Ryze apparently, despite some of the nerfs, is actually the final pick for Pobelta.
Yeah, I mean, I'm frankly a little surprised for that. Ryze lost 20 damage on his Q, and also the ultimate cooldown, especially at the final rank, is up 20 seconds.
Yep.
Because it used to be $50 ranks, or 50,
40,
30, and now it is $50 ranks. But really, these guys have not actually pivoted too hugely based on the patch as far as this pick and ban would go, outside of the Aurelia, I would say. So we'll see if Immortals can deal with that. The Ryze into Vladimir will be an interesting matchup to watch. I feel like that favors Vladimir.
Yeah, I think so as well, and GBM has already shown us that he can play it well, but I think the comp that Immortals have built certainly fits together as well. You mentioned speed being important, but the likes of Aurelia and Olaf, Ryze not too shabby either, and Turtle's just going to kind of sit there and throw boomerangs.
It's true. If this is a team composition that gets ahead for Immortals, there's not going to be too much that Energy could do to stop him, and based on the power level we saw in week 1, you're expecting a fairly one-sided game here. But I do want to point out, when these teams faced each other last split, they were always fairly competitive games.
Yeah, well, we kind of have to expect that will continue to be the case. And we're going to get maybe 2 games, maybe even 3 to try and get it all out. But we want to hear your opinion. Check in with us on Twitter to share your thoughts there. And if you think NRG can topple Immortals, shout it out now with the hashtag NRGWin. Or if you think Immortals will stay just that for at least this game here in week number 2, use the hashtag IMTWin.
Yeah, this is exciting. I've been wanting to see the patch here in North America, especially with the top lane talent we can bring here. Seeing Huni's take on Aurelia will be very interesting, and whether or not Quas can neutralize him on a tank, this looks like a matchup that Immortals is really going to look to run away with.
Well, Lauren, onto the Rift here for game number 1 between NRG and Immortals. We'll have to see what these 2 teams have in store. They've had a week to sort of think about it. 0-2 for NRG, not the best start to their split. 2-0 for Immortals, of course, just where they left off in spring. But could all change here, at least in this first game. Oki going to move out on that Twitch. And like you mentioned, he certainly did not have the best start to his summer. So we'll see if things improve here. Just looks like everyone's fanning out though. Nothing too crazy so far, as everyone's just going to make sure they check all the choke points. All total actually, 1 hit onto a ward. Oh, almost a second one, but not quite enough for the reset there. And Oki's going to actually hang back behind the trees. Just make sure he's not spotted yet.
Yeah, so nothing crazy going on at level 1. You always wonder if you're going to be seeing the lane swap. I feel like an isolated lane for Immortals here will be all right for them. They have the sustain advantage in the duo lane and should hopefully be able to shove out the Twitch Zyra, although they'd obviously have to be very careful about getting caught in grasping roots, because that's a very swingy lane. Any lane with Twitch is going to be extremely swingy, but I still do think Immortals would want to get that 2v2.
Well, it looks like we are going to get standard lanes for now. Immortals certainly not a team that shies away from them whenever they can get them, but Kiwi Kid and OQ actually hanging out with some plants starting to spawn in that Krug area. Looks like they'll start there, and likely a Grump start there for Immortals as well, although not quite on the buff just yet, so maybe thinking about moving late, but NRG are definitely committed to this bottom side.
Yeah, this is pretty clever. The Zyra being able to take Krugs is really strong because you can tank all the damage with the plants. You get 3 plants up at level 1 to blast them, and you can see OQ only taking 1 hit by the time they're nearly killing it. As long as it doesn't reset, they got to be careful.
Ooh.
Wow, even with the Zyra, they're unable to take both Krugs. That's actually really damaging because Immortals on the other side with a less optimal team to do it don't reset the aggro. You can see how much damage they would actually take. That could have been a huge advantage for Energy coming into the lane, and it's now not.
Yeah, just a slight mistake there on the execution, but we are going to get the 2v2s we wanted. See if OQ and Kiwi Kid can maybe continue to be aggressive, because Turtle did take a little too much damage on that take, and I think as far as they're concerned, they're going to hit level 2 at the same time, and that's not what they want given how much damage he had to take.
Yeah, they were like, all right, they probably did Krugs. They're going to hit, one of them's going to hit level 2 on a couple creeps, and it's like, wait a minute, that took longer than expected, but we were giving them the respect nonetheless, so they still get the early shot advantage.
Psychological advantage, I suppose, as GBM and Pobelter square off early here in this 1v1. Just a bit of poke there from Pobelter, but GBM, we've seen his Vlad already, not a stranger, and neither is Huni to this aggression. Nice blade surf onto a creep. Does get some damage done to Quas, but Maokai usually safe in most 1v1s.
Yeah, and he's gone with a Doran shield first as well, so he's really expecting to take a lot of auto attacks from Huni and maybe even teleport back to the lane a little bit earlier. It's not what you'd normally bring on Maokai. You normally just get the Doran's Ring start or Corruption Potion start, because you do have non-trivial mana costs early, unless Quas is just planning to kind of sit back and auto-attack the wave and just hope to regen up.
Well, definitely have to respect Huni's power and aggression, so I think Quas taking the very defensive route. Centaur in mid lane, they're looking for Pobelter. He's going to try and run his way away back to Rainover, who's on that same side of the map. Ghost pop though by GBM. Now they're going to flash forward for it. They want Centaur, and the snare's there, but it's not enough damage for a kill.
Yeah, and GBM very aggressive with the early Ghost, although I don't think that really would have done much. The overall summoner cost is 2 for 2, except GBM will maintain his flash, which still makes him fairly safe. And Rainover will actually have his Ghost before Santorin has his flash, which will allow him to get an earlier gank off if you're considering the fact that you need summoners supposed to gank.
Well, great pressure nonetheless from Immortals, but Rainover now going to continue jungling as he actually takes the Gromp away from NRG's side of the map. Pobelter with the teleport also going to get his way back to lane safely. So GBM is able to stay healthy and sustain as Turtle's taking fire on the bottom side. Again, just pretty much an even summoner trade after that little 2v2 in mid.
Yeah, and I mean, just based on how much damage Wild Turtle took on that Gromp, they've never been able to get position in the lane in order to shove it out. So even though I feel like Nami can sustain up a little bit of harass, if they never get the shove, it's going to be a little bit hard for them to stay even on CS here. And he's caught in the roots.
Very nice there, but Oku a little too aggressive after Turtle traded in. Ignite down from Kiwi Kid, but not enough for a kill. Oku is playing dangerously here in this bottom side.
Yeah, one benefit these guys have is they know the junglers did skirmish in the mid lane and blow their movement speed summoner spells, so Energy is relatively free to play quite aggressively, but a great start to the lane for OQ and Kiwi Kid, recovering from that missed pull they would have had on the Krugs, which maybe could have led to an even larger advantage.
Yeah, you can see they've gone back. Double long soul and a few potions and a 10 CS lead for OQ to start things off, as Turtle's going to catch up as he pushes out this wave and then likely goes for a recall himself. Santorin looking around mid once again. Pobelta does not have flash.
Yeah, and he's used his teleport, but the pink ward will spot him out, and he can immediately respect that. The timing, actually, of the gank was fairly favorable for Pobelter because he'd already farmed enough to complete his tier, and he could just go straight back to base and get that ticking very early, so his power will transition a little bit earlier, but Vladimir early is just going to shove him in.
Yeah, this is exactly. JVM's pretty happy with the way this lane's going. As Huni and Kloss once again will start some trades. Big minion wave there. Huni's going to have to be a bit careful. So he tends to keep him safe enough. And Huni again, always happy to fight. Kloss, especially after that Duran shield start and double Duran springs. Jeez. He is not interested in fighting Huni at all.
Yeah, can you say early game power here? It's going to be a much slower transition for Kloss into his major items. It's going to be a long time until he gets cooldown reduction. It's going to be a long time until he gets certifiable teamfight tankiness. But with the triple Doran's build, he's definitely got himself a little bit of lane power, and he's staying completely even with Huni, at least through the first 5 levels.
Ran over there, looking back towards that top side, is going to be spotted out by a ward, but might just commit for the gank anyway. Huni kind of wants it, but Kloss is going to get tagged up by that
Huni's
slope
6.
from the axe. This could be bad news, but there's the blade surfing. Great flash from Kloss, but they will commit for it. Slowing from Equilibrium Strike, the damage is there, and first blood does go to Rainover.
Beautiful timing on the gank from Rainover right there, because that's what you can call a brute force gank. He walked straight through a ward. He knew Huni had the level advantage, and even though Kloss had gone triple Dorans, it wasn't enough to escape. Also keep in mind the lower cooldown for Ghost when compared to Flash. Rainover had already used Ghost in his early gank, gets to use it again, gets the early kill, and that is exactly what Immortals wanted to do for the Olaf and the Aurelia.
Yep, early CDR boots paying off, as we'll check in with this one again. Rainover just starts it off so wonderfully.
Yeah, accuracy on the axe is incredibly important. Huni also is able to catch Kloss post-flash and land another slow, which then prompts Rainover to pop Ghost to get the close distance on the extra axe, and he eventually walks in for the final shot.
Well, all comes together, but Santorin's trying to sneak this blue buff away. Has been spotted though as Adrian's here, but GBM's in to defend. The blue will get smited and stolen.
Huni can TP in.
Bubble's not there, but Huni's going to join them. Pobelta ready to go, perhaps on a snare. He's going to move in for GBM, but now flashes forward and tries to get another. Hemo plague down though, and people are low on the backside as Huni is actually in the front line, taking up way too much. OQ just takes him out.
Yeah, Huni can teleport in, but so can Kloss. And also GBM is really tanky on Vladimir right now. The entire team was there for Energy when Huni did flash in, so he really just went in a little too deep, and that's a great bounce back for Energy.
Good proactive play, and they're going to get the Cloud Drake for their troubles here as well. So NRG off to a great start here in this particular one. So they're just going to take that away and maybe look towards bottom lane to shove that out. OQ's early lane's gone really well. Definitely showing up in that team fight. Does not have a kill for himself. Going invisible, getting a little creative, but doesn't commit for that one.
Yeah, and do not underestimate the Cloud Drake as far as stopping Immortals from being able to initiate fights properly.
Interesting. Pobel's actually in a bit of trouble, but GBM is low. GBM, they're going to charge up the tides of blood and just get some damage in. Rainover now going to try and turn things around. He's popped the ult. He's going to try and shred him down. Damage is there. Rainover just takes him off the rift. And GBM just can't commit for the kill.
What a move by Rainover right there. Just straight into what's basically a full health Maokai, but as we mentioned, he still was just sitting on those 3 Dorans items, so he's not tanky yet, and Rainover now has the level advantage on Kloss, plus Pobelter had just got his ultimate off, so he could chain a combo of spells as well as his passive being up at the right time, and really just an unexpected amount of damage lands to Kloss and GBM there, who thought they were completely in the clear, and Rainover's just coming in to save Pobelter. No, he was coming in for the kill.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, Rainover off to another good start here as Pobelta kind of goes deep to start this one off.
Yeah, Kloss had just roamed up from the Dragon, and then Rainover comes in through full vision. Kloss is trying to back away, but Rainover pops his ultimate to get a little bit of extra damage, cannot be disabled, is 1 shot away from death, and he's able to just back away from GBM, so another strong gank from Rainover.
Yeah, distance cannot be closed as Kloss returns himself to the top half of the map. Huni, though, off to a great start here with that kill, and still a very significant CS lead. Sheen is done, Fade is on the way, but OQ's ganking now. Gonna show himself though. Looks like he's gonna try and push the turret.
Yeah, they've swapped up, and Immortals is actually swapping back. It's interesting that they would swap in a lane where they already had an advantage, but they've decided to go up top, maybe to rescue Quas and shut down Huni more so than to shut down Wild Turtle here. And it's now 4 people against just Huni at the turret, and they're getting a substantial amount of damage.
Yep, good damage onto the turret, but doesn't actually finish it off. Huni actually CSing as well, as Zara will get the poke damage done. The rest of Immortals here in time, and 3v4 with the turret to help them. Immortals able to hold that structure for now.
Yeah, and even though Reignover has been able to pick up a few kills, I still like the early signs that we're seeing from Energy, because the moves that they've made have been taken in full knowledge of what they're trying to do. Like, they're not just standing around and waiting for things to happen to them. They're going for plays.
Well, here comes more plays, because Reignover's going to charge in with the help of Sivit. Damage is there, and KiwiKid's going to be that first target. Wow. Reignover just takes him out, and Pobelter's not done. Tado open up to the snare, gets him the knock-up. His Turtle's now a little low. Santorin, huge flash forward as Oku goes in for it, but now Quas is low. Reignover gets himself another kill, but will finally be shut down by the Twitch. Now GBM's made his way in there. Adrian and Pobelter melting as the Nami looks to be the next one to fall. Santorin, though, going to get fought by Pobelter. Oku gets the triple on the back end. And Hooney's the only one left.
I guess I thought Hooney was in the fight at the start. He was actually gone, but they kill everyone who was there. That's the important part for Energy.
Effective ace.
And 3 kills in that fight going over to OQ, which is massive for Energy and their chance of this game. And that fight was actually a display of something we talked about in Champions Select Pastry Time, of being able to counter Immortals running at them. Notice the work that KiwiKid and Oku do in this fight on Zyra and Twitch. So even though Reignover's a monster and he crushes KiwiKid, he gets the ultimate down and actually knocks up Wild Turtle and significantly delays Immortal running in. So then they burn everything by the time Santorin arrives, and that's when OQ pops his ultimate, shoots 2 people at once, crushes them through. GBM had now ghosted up from the mid lane, easily gets in the backside on Adrian, who had used all of his spells to get in, doesn't have them left to get out. And 3 kills going over OQ, as well as 1 for Vladimir to get 4 on the fight, is just a brewing upset for Energy with fights like those.
And 4-0-0 there for the Twitch. Now has the Ghost Blade finished with a Spirit Visage in there for GBM as well. So those first items making a difference. Oku did not have that when he started that exchange. Now hugely ahead in gold and a bit ahead in CS there as well. And even a turret to add a little bit of sugar to the sweet, sweet team fight that was for NRG. Managed to get the top lane during that replay.
Yeah, and again, they swap back the lanes. They've obviously killed the top lane, so they don't need to be there anymore, and they're just going to be moving this Ghost Blade 4-0 Twitch around the map to take objectives. And the most dangerous thing about this is no one is safe at this point in the game. Twitch can go in ambush. Everyone has to respect it. Pobelter's not going to be able to get safe farm. Huni, Wild Turtle, no one can get safe farm unless essentially Reignover's next to them, since he has all of the kill distribution and therefore gold distribution on Immortals. And Energy, really the map is their oyster right now. They can dictate to Immortals, and Immortals will have to respond.
Well, there was a trade in top side. Immortals managed to get that outer turret for themselves. Santorin also going to steal a blue buff, as Energy are not done pushing here. Quas is going to slap that down with the tree, and Oku's got more than enough damage. Immortals not here in time to respond, and it's effectively another turret trade, so NRG still up now 3-2, as there's the trade on the other side.
Yeah, and I do agree with the trade for Immortals. Based on the power of OQ's Twitch, you do not want to fight them head on, so if they can get an even turret trade, that makes the percentage gold difference more beneficial for Immortals, because they obviously trade an equal amount of gold from a deficit.
Oku's going in for it. The ulti's not quite enough range, but I will force the flash from Pobelter. GBM in, flashes forward and gets himself a kill. And the teleport's far too late for Huni as GBM with a bit of a style pull.
Energy is a whole new team right now. The hesitation that we saw in week 1 is gone, and maybe a little bit of over-eagerness right there. That was 3 ultimates and both summoner spells from GBM used to secure a kill on Pobelter and not even get the turret. You can tell they're committed to the play, which is the right sign. Now it's just about finding the right plays to commit to.
Well, we mentioned it already, 12 minutes in, the team was looking very strong for the early game. Can they convert now into more of a mid-game with plays like this? You have to think the answer is yes.
Yep, Ghost Blade Twitch gets the slow onto Pobelter, nearly kills him by himself. KiwiKid whiffs the E, and then GBM just flashes in to kill him.
Well, Reignover still quite strong. He's going to try and chase down
hero mission.
Pop the ulti already. KiwiKid again just can't do anything. That's the first kill. Now GBM's the next target as Reignover going to keep applying those slows. He'll actually dive the turret, and GBM's been exhausted down. With a knock-up there from Santorin is not enough. And they will take out Reignover. Quas now in the middle of the team. The rest of Immortals trying to push it in.
Reignover really trying to be a hero right here. He's really going to be a pain for KiwiKid the entire game, because there is actually nothing he can do once Olaf gets close to him, unless his team has overwhelming damage to kill him before that happens. But at the same time, Reignover goes a little bit too deep, and Energy's able to get a kill back. Another thing we do have to point out, though, is Quas's ineffectual teleports, right? He had the very poor week 1, and he's actually having a pretty poor performance this game, despite his team doing much better.
Well, feels like NRG certainly fixed a few things from week 1, looking good here in the early stages, but only up 1,000 gold for Immortals as OQ's really trying to put the team on his back, something he could not do in their last week of play. Twitch is looking very threatening.
Yep.
Looks like NRG going to try and push this down. Turret on the side, maybe posturing for a dive.
Yeah, they see Huni in the top lane, so they feel very safe about threatening a dive right here, even if they see a lot of people on Immortals there. Probelter goes in a bit.
Locks in for GBM, but damage is back there on the other side. Adrian with a double bubble's not too bad. But NRG don't want to overcommit for it. OQ got a little too low.
Yeah, OQ, I believe, got turret aggro right there, so even though his ultimate was shredding a lot of Immortals, he nearly died. So also credit to Adrian for locking him in the turret, and that should stop the energy push.
Well, Wild Turtle here to clear things out, so I have to think so. Dragon also back alive. Have another Cloud Drake up for grabs. We'll see if NRG want to take their second, or if maybe Immortals fancy a go at it.
Yeah, already 15 bonus movement speed. A lot of people love to mock the Cloud Drake and say it's not very important, and very late in the game in full-on team fights, I would say, yeah, if you're locked in a team fight, out-of-combat movement speed is not going to matter. But even those split seconds in League of Legends matter so much when you're trying to arrive in fights, and especially against a team like Immortals who needs to run directly at you. I do think this Cloud Drake is quite beneficial for energy, picking up 2 of them. Not to mention if we get to 35 minutes, it's still the same type of extra true damage they can get off the other Drake modifier. So very good for energy to pick up 2 of those now, and now they're real fast.
Well, maybe going to trade it for the Rift Herald here, which will be not too bad here for Immortals.
Yeah, that's non-ideal. Huni already nearly doubled his CS of Quas, and if he gets damage reduction as well as extra damage and split pushing, that could be Immortals' way to get back in this game. Despite the kill deficit, they've kept the gold even, and now Huni's got that empowerment.
And you can sort of tell for Huni as Kiwi Kid looks for a snare, but does not get it onto Turtle. Feels like Huni is actually sticking in the sidelines quite often, just saying, hey team, I'm pretty big, I've got the Trinity Force, I'm ready to split push. Don't let anything silly happen, and I'll just try and win the game.
Yeah, and maybe they'll be able to do it. The gold is completely even, and you really have to question, like, where has Quas been? Because the mid lane and the AD carry have, like, equal CS, so it's not like Immortals is just giving every single bit of free farm to Huni. It's just that I'd have to go back and check to see exactly what happened, but the wave manipulation and some of the bad teleports from Quas have just cost him numerous waves, whereas Huni hasn't made those same decisions, and that's a really big power imbalance as far as those 2 roles go.
And it seems like energy, again, we talked about them not wanting to slow down in this mid-game after that lead. Feels like they've slowed down just a tad here, and that mid lane outer turret still being up with Turtle, pretty much sitting there being its gatekeeper, proving to be a bit of a thorn in their side so far. And Immortals, they're happy to play it a bit slower. They've certainly caught up in gold, which was not a huge lead already for NRG. And if Huni's allowed to run wild, OQ, I don't care how big you are on Twitch, you are not winning that 1v1.
Yeah, Aurelia and Olaf running towards you with Sivir-empowered speed, like, that is going to get you on Twitch, unless you have full 6 items and they, for some reason, forgot to itemize armor. Other than that, it's going to be a spectacular dive for Immortals, so I think that's what they're really making sure they have. Since they know Twitch is fed, they're really trying to make sure their Twitch killers are also fed.
Well, GBM is also relatively big himself, working on his Zhonya's for that next item as he gets himself the blue buff, so had a bit of a stalemate here in mid lane as NRG not wanting to get too far behind on those side lanes, but certainly wanting to try and open up the mid lane if they can. That GBM's going to go back and spend some money though, as Pobelter bails from that bottom side lane that he just pushed out. OQ and Kiwi Kid more than happy to join in and take that farm. So kind of things have slowed down a bit, and again, I think that favors Immortals for those trades they made in the mid game after falling behind early.
And one of Immortals' biggest strengths throughout their regular season run last year was the fact that even when you felt like they should be losing, the gold was even. And it's because they played the minion wave so well. We're seeing it this game, even when they lose a fight 4-0, the gold still plays pretty close. And I also think this game is quite interesting just from a gold distribution standpoint, because you look at the top laners and the junglers in this matchup, and Huni has a 1,200 gold lead on Quas, whereas Ragnar has a 1,300 gold lead on Santorin. So if you're thinking about that 2v2, it's a 2,500 gold lead for Immortals. But that also means mid lane, AD carry, and support are substantially ahead of Immortals in that sense. So different types of champions are fed for the different teams. It's the damage dealers for energy that are fed, whereas the tanks are behind. And for Immortals, the initiate frontline is ahead, whereas their DPS is actually behind.
And you feel like that favors Immortals if the divers are maybe strong enough. Hard to say.
Yeah, exactly. It's a power imbalance, right? Like, whether or not the divers are strong enough to get the DPS is still the arms race. So at least Immortals is able to compete in that arms race right now.
Well, not looking for a fight anytime soon, it feels like. Just again, making sure that wave pressure happens. GBM, though, hanging out in mid lane, is more than capable of sweeping out the minion waves rather quickly. And with Baron up in 30 seconds, probably not something we'll see looked at for too much longer, but something that will enter these teams' minds as Huni onto Quas aggressively. 80 CS ahead and happy to fight.
And when we speak about the imbalance of farm, it's about who can abuse those imbalances the most. So when Immortals can manipulate the matchup where they have a 1,500 gold advantage, they'll win that. They have to make sure they don't lose on the other side.
Yep, and this is the defense they really need to hold up here, holding on to this turret for as long as they can, and Energy have not been able to crack it just yet. Again, Pobelter even topside with that teleport ready to go. It's 3-lane pressure now for Immortals. They are more than happy to just run Energy in circles.
You have 3-lane pressure with double TP on both of their side lanes. So if Energy tries to commit, Immortals will try and double TP in. So they're just trying to keep them at bay and stop them from aggressing because of the threat of double teleport.
And as long as Turtle stays safe, this mid lane turret's going to prove more and more tricky to crack unless Energy fancy a dive in. I will say, despite all their early game aggression, they've sort of slowed things down. I'm going to say a little too much here. GBM now with the Zhonya's. Runa's done for OQ. Yes, their next moment might be coming up now, but they didn't have to pull back if they didn't want to. Playing maybe a little safer than we'd like.
I agree. Their dive that was at about 12 minutes where they just went all out and killed Pobelter in the mid lane and GBM flashed into the turret looked like that was a great strategy, right? They just keep hammering that back. And when they've had the 4-kill Twitch and they've been moving them around the map for the last 8 minutes, it hasn't actually led to any advantages. That's Energy misplaying. They looked like they had a whole bunch of synergy and confidence at the start. That's kind of wilted away in these last 8 minutes, and Immortals is starting to get control back.
And again, that wave on top lane has been built massively by Pobelter, so someone's going to have to go and deal with that in maybe 30 to 60 seconds. It's actually GBM that's wandering over now, but he can only go back to battle as Immortals are trying to break this mid-outer, see if they can't open up the center of the map for themselves. Meanwhile, Quas still occupied by the Aurelia.
This is the wave paying forward for Immortals. They prepped the wave, that means GBM is gone, and they actually get the Zyra ultimate out, which will now make the next initiation by Immortals a little bit easier.
Damage on the Santorin is very nice after that bubble plus snare combo there from Adrian and Pobelter. Don't overcommit, no need to try and rush down that turret. They get the ulti, they have their pressure, and we'll see if they reset the map again. I can't imagine Pobelter's not going back to top lane, and Quas, it's a bad time. Even for a tank that Aurelia true damage is causing him issues.
Yeah, and another Cloud Drake coming up right now. Got to go really fast. I actually think, even though I believe the first Cloud Drake is very strong, getting 3 of them while the move speed differential is still awesome and you're still increasing your delta from the other team, I don't think it multiplies as aggressively, because if you do build move speed on a champion, you start hitting diminishing returns the more move speed you get. Move speed is less effective after 415, and then only half as effective after 490 move speed. So for someone like GBM who's going to be trying to ghost in, the triple Cloud Drake isn't going to help him as much. OQ, though, trying to get a kill.
Mortal maybe trying to fight for this, but now OQ's going to get damaged down. Huni going to try and take him out, but it's not enough. Huni will go down to Quas as Immortals, maybe try and answer back. OQ is far too low, and Reynov is just going to run in for it. Santorin, though, knock up on the backside as GBM's popped the ulti there onto the left. Turtle actually going to go down. The GBM's able to take him out. OQ finally dies to Pobelter, but I think it's a little too late. Adrian's going to go down to Santorin, and now they have to turn tail and run. Pobelter and Reynova are going to get away, but Energy won that fight.
They absolutely did. 3 kills to 1, and OQ really commits hard on Huni because they know how many minions he's taking, and you know, why fear getting dove on if you can just open up directly next to him, and it works. So now they get the kills. Instead of going for Drake, they're trying to get this pesky mid lane turret. Oh my goodness, and they still don't.
Wave clear still there. Pobelter and Reynova apparently have enough AoE to take that down, and the health bar's maybe not there for NRG to contest for this Cloud Drake, so Immortals actually might come off the respawn and just take this one out for themselves. GBM, I think, trying to defend it, but the rest of the team's not so keen. Quas did have to go deal with a wave in topside, and Immortals will actually start this Drake.
How much do we mention this? Even when Immortals looks like they should be losing, they can still be winning. It's only a 700 gold difference, and they're getting the Dragon right now. As Quas would have to teleport into the fight, they also have Scuttle Crab control. And now they can neutralize the speed a little bit. That's very impressive by Immortal.
Yep, they'll take that Cloud Drake happily. Pobelter even going to get himself the blue buff. So watch this one again. Huni tried for this one.
Yeah, and Oku gets a lot of damage down early. Pobelter, Huni tries to heal up a little bit with his ultimate, but then Reignover and Pobelter try and get through Quas. I like the peeling Quas did here, even from a disadvantaged position. It allows Oku to stay alive for a fair bit of time, and also kind of makes it so Wild Turtle has no friends to go to because he got caught while he was trying to run over the wall. But ultimately, Reignover and Pobelter didn't take that much damage, so they could still defend the turret and eventually take the Drake.
Well, That's what ended up happening, as Centurion now are going to take this Baron side Scuttle Crab with Drake down for a little while longer. This might just miss there for Rainover, as Centurion happily claims that one. Even going to chase in and see if he can't get a bit deeper vision into this jungle, but teleport's up for Huni still. So still side lanes they can play with. Is this turret? They're going to dive in for it, but
Hit the turret!
a little too far forward. They'll take the turret instead. I think they will. And NRG finally get the turret after what, 10 minutes of sieging?
Yeah, and it should have been far less than that because you saw Santorin gets flank positioning, which they've had the capability of doing because they've been stronger in the right areas. As far as DPS go, they just need to threaten the DPS to allow him to go around the side, scare the wave clear out of the mid lane. All they have to do is stop Wild Turtle from getting a ricochet off on the wave, and they can get that outer turret. They finally pull it off. They get the turret. Now what?
Yep, well, I'm not sure because we're almost 25 minutes into the game. Inferno will actually be our next Drake coming up. So quite a number of Drakes in this particular one. And there's a speed up. Rainover going to run in and Kiwi Kid again. This feels bad, man, but he's going to pop the ulti out and see if he can't get some work done. GBM in the backside takes out Adrian, a huge wombo as Rainover still got the ulti ticking away. Quas trying to hunt down Huni because he's surrounded by 4. He wants OQ, but I don't think he's going to get it. Surfs off to a minion, see if he can't get away instead. Pobelter just can't join in time. They're going to turn it back around in onto Santorin, but Quas also chasing in. Eventually, Cloud Drakes are going to start kicking in, but I think Immortals are finally out.
Yeah, not if they keep taking damage. It takes 5 seconds to gain the out-of-combat status. And that was a great example of while Rainover is immune to crowd control, the rest of his team isn't.
Nope.
So Adrian and Wild Turtle were a little bit too close. Kiwi Kid does catch them, even though Rainover could have killed them by himself, and it's a great turn of events for NRG as they're able to get another turret down. 5
turrets to 2 now in the lead. Starting to develop a little bit more for the side. 2,000 gold up, plus 2 Dragons to 1 isn't too shabby. But it does feel like NRG sort of hit a dip in the middle of this game and maybe picking the pace back up now they're realizing, hang on, we've hit our item spikes, we're quite strong, we're more than happy to force a fight, and Immortals are going to have to be much more careful than they have been engaging head-on like that.
Yeah, and that's the fear you have playing against Desira, especially when Wild Turtle isn't at the point where he's good at killing frontline yet. I feel like when Wild Turtle gets his Infinity Edge, they won't necessarily be trying to do these, and they just hop onto Kiwi Kid. They stop his out-of-combat move speed with the Nami Bubble, but Kiwi Kid just lands a spectacular combo, and yeah, there's no way he's going to live against Rainover, but he doesn't worry about that. He just looks for the play, regardless of his own life. And then Huni is slippery enough to be able to escape that and gets a whole bunch of move speed from a Trinity Force kill on a creep to escape.
Definitely feels like Immortals, though, have been, again, using all this side lane pressure and these teleports and not really been ready for a lot of these fights. It's Rainover that's pulled the trigger multiple times on trying to get a pick, but NRG is starting to stick together quite a bit more and play around the objectives as a team. Pobelter, though, is going to get some work done. His teleport's ready to go, so he can join if needed, but gets his team a turret.
Yeah, and quite honestly, while a full tank Olaf can be devastating in the mid game, when it gets super late game, it's strictly not that scary. He's not going to have enough damage to take down OQ. They're going to really need to tandem with the Aurelia and the Olaf, and if NRG has the right combo set up with OQ being far enough back that it takes a little bit of time to dive onto him, and then you're walking through Maokai, Zyra, Vladimir damage, it becomes very favorable for NRG, who's actually going for an early Baron. GBM's on a ward trying to zone him out. This will be tight.
It's almost like bait here, but GBM's absolutely been caught. Ulti down onto Turtle, but he's going to do some good damage. Pobelter caught in the backsides and just going to get taken up by the Twitch. Now Immortals 5v4 are going to have to run away. NRG do not get the Baron, but they'll get the pick and go straight back to it.
Power Vladimir right now, no healing reduction yet built on anyone for Immortal, so he ults. Zonias makes sure he gets a heal from the ult, gets about 1,000 health while he's in stasis, and they turn right for the Baron yet again with Pobelter down. Immortals is not willing to give this up, though. We're going to see another fight.
Gonna have to fight for it, certainly, but I'm not sure they can get in. NRG, massive tank lane there, is just shredding down the Baron at the same time. Centurion a little low. Now going to go in for it. Huni actually caught, but he's trying to dive into the backside. Gets knocked up on the way in, though. And now the rest of NRG will chase. Turtle got poked out as he charged into the front. And once again, Immortals just can't find their way in.
Yeah, I mean, if Immortals isn't going to flank and they're just going to try and walk straight through Azara and Vladimir, it's not going to work.
Yeah, Rainover caught with that. His ulti's going to die as well. OQ gets another kill. His 8th of the game. And this is just going to keep happening. Immortals cannot assault the Baron this way.
Yeah, at some point, NRG is going to run out of resources, and the endless stream of Immortals' corpses will eventually take NRG down. But I guess we're not there yet. Santorin comes back, and here comes Immortals again.
Yep, GBM, though, staying pretty healthy. Santorin does use the ulti to come back into the pit. Wild Turtle trying to get some crits up, and NRG again, they're going to go back in for it. Pobelter also caught in the same position, and they're going to try and chase him down. He's awfully low. GBM's going to chase him for it. Needs that last Q, but he's not quite in range. Tides of Blood, not enough, and Crimson Rush doesn't get him there. And Immortals, for the first time, lose no one going into the pit.
That must have actually been like the slimmest of range. I thought GBM was going to be able to finish off Pillbelter. So the third time isn't the charm for Immortals in trying to... Sorry, the third time isn't the charm for Energy in getting kills off of Baron bait, and it is the charm for Immortals as they finally stop it without suffering a casualty, and that's actually just in time for the Infernal Drake to be spawning, which is really beneficial as Energy doesn't get the Baron, and they don't get that final kill. Instead, it costs them the Dragon.
Nice timing there for Immortals. Played very well, honestly, to somehow deny the Baron out from NRG, especially to pick up the Drake on the other end. Centurion still clearing out vision that Immortals had so carefully placed. And again, the game's kind of at the same point we saw before. I don't think Immortals will attack the Baron pit in quite the same way, but NRG, with the Dragon down, they're pretty much just going to have to play back to this left side.
Exactly, and I still do want to call back to the itemization. Last week, we were so critical of teams who didn't spend the 800 gold to get Executioner's Calling to stop the Vladimir. That was when GBM was taking over the game. This time, it kind of feels like OQ is taking over the game, so Immortals isn't prioritizing it, but it's still a 407 Vladimir.
Caught, yep, absolutely.
Oh
Adrian
God,
dead as
OQ.
well.
That's that Infinity Edge Hurricane Ghostblade Twitch. That was pretty much a straight 1v2 as he just instantly deleted Wild Turtle. Healing reduction wouldn't have mattered in that case, but OQ, I guess that's why I forget about healing reduction. Remember, Vladimir still needs to be healing reduced to beat him.
Yep.
This just shows how far Energy is ahead.
Certainly does, and they're back on the Baron once more, but it's 3v5 this time. And I don't think Immortals can get in. Energy are just shredding down this Baron.
They might try.
Belter gets caught by a Grasping Roots, but NRG still healing up here. Everyone's healthy. Huni wants a flank, and OQ's just staying safe. This is taking a while, but GBM's actually going to ulti down and try and zone them out. But Raynor, he's just got it right in. He's got it with the ulti, but Huni just can't make his way into the back lines. Huni stopped up by Quas, and the Baron does go over to NRG. But they're going to try and clean up. GBM low, finally getting there. But Huni actually kills OQ in the backside. It's going to go down, and now Raynor and Pobot are going to try and take out GBM. Not dead yet. Going to kind of kite it out, and doesn't do it. The shutdown comes out for Rise. Raynor looking to die here as well, as Adrian's going to heal what he can, but it's not enough from the Nami. And NRG, a 2 for 3 plus the Baron.
Boy, this game has accelerated officially in speed. 31 minutes in, Energy's able to take the Baron, and I mean, what a noble effort by Immortals, but this is kind of how it all started. OQ just goes on a solo mission through an exhaust, flashes to the side of the tidal wave, picks up a double kill, and that started the whole excursion at the Baron pit. So now Energy will have Baron on 3 people and can look to siege.
Well, let's see what they can do with this Baron, because they have sort of struggled to break a lot of these structures. 5 to 4 though, not too bad. To have a tier 2 and then maybe some inhibitor turrets to assault here as well. DBM also looking stronger. Rylai's now finished, so that's going to contribute a lot to that combat effectiveness. And OQ is only getting stronger and stronger with a Jorum's Fist and a Hex Drinker, kind of sitting aside those 3 major items you pointed out already.
Yeah, well, so if he's going for the Sterix Gauge, the shields from Maw and Sterix no longer stack as amazingly as they used to, so he's still going for some anti-burst and maybe just a little bit of extra health. I'm surprised that's the direction he's gone. At the moment, though, he's still absurdly powerful, so they should be looking to take advantage of this spike right now for Twitch.
Turtle maybe also in a similar spot, as he does have that Infinity Edge completed. Not going to help too much with the pretty armor-heavy tanks, but certainly those crits in the backlines, if he can get there, will do some work. Feels like Turtle going to get to that point eventually. Mortal Reminder should be his next item on the list. But
Executioner's Calling should literally be his next item, and he's at 70% crit on Sivir, which is the point he wants to be to start kind of dealing with tanks in or even just have like very strong team fights. So it's by no means an easy task to push into Immortals and dive them, since the gold is still just 3,000. And as far as an actual in-fight combat, Immortal's the one that has 8% more attack damage and ability power from the Infernal Drake, so no easy task for Energy to push in.
Well, the damage control has been pretty good for Immortals all game long, because Energy have been ahead even by a little bit for most of this game. GBM, though, a little too far forward.
Good start.
Gonna get the tidal wave out of it, but has to pop the Sanguine pull, and he's pretty chunked.
Yeah, this is a dead push, I feel like, for Energy, and they're gonna have to get a little bit more creative about the ways they get picks. I think a lot of it would actually have to be the way they eventually got the Baron, where OQ flies around in stealth and creates an initiation. Kiwi Kid, though, is caught. Rainover's got Ghost.
Maybe going in for it, but no flash for Huni, so he can't quite go in for it. Very creative there to the Scuttle Crab, but slow throw it out there by OQ, and that'll give that one up.
Mortal's careful not to overcommit.
This time.
Yeah, this time. Remember, Rainover started this game with 5 or 6 kills. Now, deaths are starting to catch up to him, and full tank Olaf just not as threatening as it was early.
Certainly not with the power that OQ has. And the rest of the team's kind of catching up as well. Even Kiwi Kid actually does also have a Zhonya's. This sort of happens a lot with Zara support. They tend to just build damage because that's sort of your function. But Kiwi Kid's actually crept up pretty quietly to be a real AP threat on this team.
Yeah, he did this in their win against Envy last week as well. He actually, I think, had Zhonya's even later. He was doing like Void Staff and Leandries and like all this stuff before he even worried about staying alive. But a little bit more defensive this game, which I think is wise. Leandry should be his next item completion.
And speaking of items, Turtle has done it. He's got the executions calling down, and now GBM's like, uh-oh, I don't really like this very much.
That's super effective. So thank goodness, Turtle, you finally did it. Also kind of want to point out that Quas has caught up a fair bit to Huni, but this is still kind of anyone's game. The kill distribution has been super good for Energy to get the Twitch so fed, but if OQ has a bad fight, and if Rainover and Huni and Pobelter can like actually flank OQ instead of just getting shot and running head first into them, they'd have a chance in a fight.
Well, Dragon's coming up soon as well, so that may be the next objective to look at. Baron not backed up just yet, although OQ's just unleashing. Turtle getting too low. Pobelter has to flash forward to try and save him, but the damage is too much. Pobelter's going to live for a little while longer, but finally go down. OQ, though, will get dove, but Rainover now. Huni has found the flank on the other side. Kiwi Kid low. Pops as on his Rainover, also a little too low. Going to get chased down by GBM. Huni, though, takes out Kiwi Kid, surfs away to safety. Huge play to save that fight for Immortals.
For a 2-4 and 2 Aurelia, he's making some big plays. I think the 300 CS helped him a fair bit right there, but that fight exactly was Energy just trying to take Twitch, go super aggressive. He had the Sterix to try and prevent him from getting counterburst, and he did a significant amount of work very early on in the fight, but he couldn't finish off Wild Turtle, so now Energy trying to push forward without their AD carry or support.
Turtle playing aggressively far forward. He knows he can cut these
really
tanks. Huni back in. GBM's the target, but the tower is low. It will fall down, and now GBM's going to dive in for it. Turtle does go down to the Tides of Blood, and NRG have broken the mid. Adrian going to go down as well for the double there on GBM, and Huni, he's trying to fight it out, but he just can't kill these tanks. GBM going to line up another kill for himself as Huni flashes out of the way. Rylai's there, Bracek and not enough, and Huni actually regenerating quite a lot. Santorin going to keep going for it. Stuns on the other side as Huni's going to get chased down, but GBM does get the unofficial triple.
I mean, Energy chased that kill so long, though, they didn't even finish off the inhibitor. They still did kill the 3 people defending the inhibitor, though, and that means they can turn for the Elder Dragon. Quas has teleport, Santorin has Rek'Sai ultimate, so they can make it back right away, and we can have 5 people on Energy to secure this dragon.
And GBM's already started. It gets 885 health back off of the Q. And there's Santorin back in. This Elder Dragon looks to be going to NRG.
The burst healing as well as the sustained healing. Zhonya's, Rylai's, Spirit Visage, and a Blasting Wand. Additionally, because they have the 2 Drakes already, that means 135 damage will be a true damage burn over 3 seconds, but only for the next 2 minutes. So we're going to take a look at this fight one more time. OQ well ahead of the rest of his team. The bubble did a lot of work there to delay the rest of the initiation and gives Rainover that split second to go in and finish off OQ. I have to say, Huni was also quite late to this fight. If he could have been in a lot earlier, there would have been far fewer shots that OQ gets off. But when that happened, you can see the fight is set here as just being a few kills on either side, but they were able to kill OQ, not GBM. There are 2 massive threats right now, and as you said, almost acting as a triple front line. Vladimir, Rek'Sai, and Maokai. And since Wild Turtle does not have the gold to deal with it, he's not able to AoE them down, and OQ absolutely is able to do that on the other side of the team.
Yeah, it certainly seems that Energy is taking over towards the later stages of this game, with the Elder Dragon buff lasting a few minutes. Not too many. We'll see what damage they can get done. They've got a really obvious point of attack there in that mid inhibitor, but Baron is back up in 2 seconds. NRG going to start with this, it looks like.
Yeah, they're going to do this, Baron. They're already 1 minute in to the Elder Drake, so from here, they need to immediately push. They can't base, they have to go straight for it, because they basically have the wave of minions that's top lane right now would need to be the wave of minions they fight with, and even then I don't think they can dive the base with that 2-minute buff. 2 minutes is such a short amount of time late in the game when you consider how long it takes to actually walk across the map. Even with the Cloud Drakes, they actually don't speed you up all that much. It's about 1 second to make half the map per Cloud Drake, so they can get across half the map 2 seconds faster. Well, not going to help that much.
NRG did immediately on the way ping that top side, so like you recognize that this is a good wave to push on, but the buff will be dropping. The Baron buff, I guess, to sort of combat some of the siege elements of this particular push. And this tier 2, I think Immortals are just sacking it at this point. No need to defend it.
Yep, smart, because they can also see the duration, and it's gone. The dragon is now gone, so not able to get the dive going with it. This would actually mean that Energy should probably go mid, because they have already killed the turret down there. And Huni's actually able to clear the way right now, but they go surprise.
Goes straight in for it. Damage is massive on the backlines. Total have to flash out of it, but Centurion's taking aggro forever. Kiwi Kid once again get dived by Rainover. GBM's going to get exhausted and perhaps bursted down on the other end. A very messy dive for NRG, but they will get the turret for their trouble. Once again, breaking a point in the top side. Rainover and GBM back to fight, but GBM's going to pop that pull. NRG is kiting it around and trying to buy time for the rest of the carries. GBM going absolutely huge on the other side as the Zara ulti's not enough. But Pobelter barely lives on the heel, and Turtle does get the kill on Vladimir.
Yeah, he's getting a couple of ricochet crits, and he's taking energy really low. Hooney's still healthy as well. They're actually going to chase this down.
Inhibitor does go down, but Energy now have to back out of the way. Hooney can see the triple kill in front of his eyes, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to get it. Blade Surge resets could be here. For Energy, I think they've gotten away. Cloud Drake's starting to kick in.
They get the out of combat movement speed. There it is. You don't notice it face your time. Sometimes it's got the power. They get the inhibitor, mainly because GBM was so threatening, flash ghosting on top of the turret, making Wild Turtle back away since he's been so concerned with itemizing damage on Sivir. He hasn't been able to itemize any defensive stats and has to respect the one-shot. Right away, Turtle is just out of the fight, but it's still a full health turret. And the tidal wave does stop Energy from helping with the initiation. Quas didn't have his flash either, so he couldn't help lock down anyone. And he ends up just being a sponge for turret damage as Energy takes us down. And it does really feel like Energy just wants to take this inhibitor and is less concerned with the actual fight, which is very dangerous. Because of that, GBM ends up going down, but Energy does end up getting like the minions to basically finish off that turret because they have 2 cannons just blasting it. And they're barely able to get away because, you know, out of combat long enough, you get that extra move speed, and that does matter.
No health Kiwi Kid, the Siege Master, pretty much just babysitting the little cannon minions, urging them forward as they do take out the top lane inhibitor.
Stay extra range. I'm Baron empowering
you. Know, controls plants kind of makes sense. I like it. Fits with the theme of the champion as NRG going to finish the work they started earlier.
Yeah, couple differences for this fight. Quas has flash, GBM doesn't, but his Ghost will be back up fairly shortly, whereas Wild Turtle burned both summoners. So if Quas gets a flash onto Wild Turtle, it could be game.
Is the Vamp Scepter enough? GBM actually the target, and that damage is huge. GBM needs to start healing through this. He's going to get some healing, but that's not nearly enough. And I don't know if NRG want to commit for this.
Yeah, they're seeing how quickly GBM can sustain back up and keep the threat going because they have those 2 Baron-empowered cannon minions that you just want to kind of buy time for. Immortals isn't going to let him. Let's go.
They're going to brute force for it. Hooney going in the back of the OQ, but the Zara ult is beautiful from Kiwi Kid. Rainover, though, shredding through the backline, but they are peeling barely for him, and Rainover just can't get through it. Hooney can't get through it either. Wild Turtle cleans up the other front line with the help of Pobelter, and we just pretty much traded backlines.
It is one of the least creative initiations I've seen from Immortals. They're not getting flank wards up. They're not trying to,
Pobelter, that's
walk straight into them.
Kiwi Kid just take him out as Quas is able to lock him down. Double knock up there for Centurion. Bubble, maybe not enough for Adrian as Turtle. Dishing out damage.
Big.
Might even get Quas here. Sap Magic for a little bit of extra health. And Turtle just can't chase for the last few bits of health.
Yeah, I really do feel like if Immortals was a little bit more creative with the way they initiated these fights, they could be winning this game because they're walking straight into just a world of counter engage. And OQ's back to base. They might actually be looking to end off this.
This is aggressive. They're going to try it. Turtle locked up there and hits nothing. He just can't get away from OQ. They'll take him out. They already got 1 turret. This Nexus now under threat. Adrian, best of luck.
Yeah, good luck, buddy. They're a little fed at this point with 12 kills onto the Twitch and 20,000 gold earned. That's game 1 to Energy.
Energy, the surprise game 1. They're getting an effective upset. GBM's blood looking good as we've ever seen it after week 1. But OQ, the real hero of that game, that Twitch looked nutty.
Yeah, the biggest performance jump from week 1 to week 2 on the team was OQ right there. Twitch, incredibly effective. He got fed early. It took him a little while to transition, but by the end of it, he was still hard carrying in fights. So GBN and OQ combine to be the effective damage dealers for Energy, and that's what they need to get the game 1 win.
And you know what? Energy was kind of a slow one as it all worked out. Immortals fought very hard to try and make sure that game moved out, but that was not nearly as long as their last win, which I think went something crazy amount of minutes, over an hour. 42.5 minutes in, feels like maybe a longer game, but I think Energy just felt in control the whole time.
Yeah, they definitely had what was an effective lead because OQ and GBM always had the gold distribution on them. And like, I was thinking in my mind, you know, Hooney and Rainover, you can't stop Rainover. Hooney's a rally, and he can be really sneaky with the way he gets in. But it really felt like they just had tunnel vision, Immortals, of how they're going to fight. They're just like, okay, we're going to run through the Zyra and the Vladimir and the Maokai and the Rek'Sai to get Twitch, because that's and it just didn't work.
And the GBM killed everyone.
Yeah,
Just
it was not good team fighting for Immortals, and they have to play better in game 2.
I think certainly agree. Rainover again off to an early start, but couldn't quite control the rest of the map. And NRG not just snowballing some of those lanes, but very strong objective control. We almost criticize them a little bit for going too much on the Baron, but I think that actually ended up being the right play. And as silly as it might have looked, NRG just knew we just have to keep hammering this objective.
Yeah, I love that Baron play actually, because if you think about how much difficulty they had in taking the mid lane turret, they couldn't siege on that team. So the way they get fights is say, we're going to take this objective or you're going to take it from us. So run at us.
Which is what happened.
Which is what happened, and they just kept running at them, and eventually they were able to turn the kills around because they had enough sustain from the Vladimir, enough damage from the Twitch, and throughout team fighting, Quas took that huge disadvantage he had in the early game and became a very serviceable tank. So everything came together at the end of the game for Energy.
Well, certainly did there. As I don't think we're quite ready to go to the analyst test just yet, so we'll break it down a little bit further, Jet. You already said it. It just felt like a complete turnaround for Energy that game. In Immortals, it felt like everything was sort of going the way we expected from the side, but something was missing there. The Immortals magic was not there this game.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, based off week 1 results, you wouldn't think this would be a match of the week, so to speak. But Energy actually is turning this into potentially a great series. This game was very good. Super death heavy. Energy turning around, the acquisitions they made in the offseason outside of Quas now stepping up were paying dividends, right? OQ really, really stepped up. And Santorin, very unheralded in this game, that had 42 kills, never died and was involved in 25 of them, 25 of his team's 29 kills. So a very effective Rek'Sai game as well. And that's going to be very, imagine if they can actually win this best of 2 against Immortals, how shocking that would be. They have 2 games to get one more win.
They certainly do, and I think this is the right thing for NRG, and it's not just the draft looking good, the players playing much better individually. It just feels like in general the team's way more on the same page, but that's certainly enough from us, and with game 1 in the books, let's kick it over to the analyst desk for a deeper dive.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Energy coming out with a surprising victory over Immortals, given what we have seen so far this split. So good on them for at least pushing us, or pushing the series and testing the strength of Immortals. Diving right into it, though, I think we have to look at some of that champion select, as we mentioned, because we hammered it so much at the beginning of the day. We expect to see some changes immediately. The Aurelia comes out in the top lane, but we still see the likes of the Maokai across the board. And then when we were looking at those bans, you've got the Echo, the Kindred, the Nidalee still getting banned out, even with the nerfs that they received.
Yeah, I mean, it was very clear. Jack kept saying it, the run-at-you team and the counter-engage team, very clear how Immortals wanted to play this and how it probably looked like it went for them in scrims where they just camped for Huni, he got ahead, just turned on that Sivir, and everybody just kept diving, and it worked out for them.
Right.
But this time around, Energy, they had the Zyra. Kiwi Kid actually came up with some really good counter-engages, and they were able to outplay in a couple scenarios. Plus, Immortals, they made some mid-game mistakes there where they gave away a lot of gold that they had earned.
Yeah, there was a top lane dive that went really bad, but that one counter engage that Kiwi Kid had in the mid lane where he landed a 3-man brute was absolutely massive.
Yeah, you talk about that top lane dive. Let's just jump right into it. We've got to replay that 10 minutes into the game. Immortals look to have full control of this game until they do. They kind of overcommit here to this dive.
And I mean, we see the Sivir ult getting popped. Rainover goes deep. They're able to pick off Kiwi Kid, and this is where they probably need to back out.
Yeah.
But they commit to it. They're going on Quas, who has his ultimate active. We have GBM rotating up. Santorin joins in the fight as well. And now they're like, ooh, we messed up.
Yeah.
The GBM gets in the back line. He's able to pick up Adrian while Pobelter gets finished off by the rest. And OQ got huge off this. This is really what sparked his explosion in this game. He gets a triple kill here. This put him massively ahead of Wild Turtle, and Wild Turtle never caught up.
Yeah, 3 kills on top of the 1 that he had going into that fight put him immediately 2K up against Wild Turtle that early into the game. 5K to 3K in terms of gold. That's astounding.
It was so clear that Immortals are getting really hyped up off of these kills that they're getting with their chase down comp. And they're like, whoa, we got one. Oh, wait a second. If you look at it clearly, if they were able to take a step back, they were like, you know what? We just sent Huni down to the bottom lane. He doesn't have teleport, so we want to surgically take our kill and, take the small win and walk away with the small win. But they kept on overstaying. It was multiple times where, and it wasn't just one person either. Pretty much all of the members of Immortals took turns kind of overstaying on plays.
And this is the thing. So with this game, right, there's definitely a step up in the play of Energy, and I want to get into that as well, right? If we the comparison between last week to this week, definitely an improvement in their play. But also with Immortals, this trend now of overconfidence, maybe, whatever it is, the carryover from scrims. We're super confident because things are working super well for us in scrims, and we try and apply that same thing on the stage, and it's not working out now. They've already dropped 2 games this split, which is twice as many as they
Twice as
dropped the
many.
entire split.
Fortunately
previous.
for them, best of 3 format. So
Yeah,
I
very
think
true.
the most important thing for Immortals right now is to regroup after that game. Their coach needs to calm everybody down. They need to recenter and refocus. But for Energy, I think they need to actually push the tempo now.
Okay.
They had a lot of success with counter engage. I like that, and I think that they should actually, turn the foot now and go be themselves the ones that are engaging.
Yeah.
And try and turn it up.
One thing I did kind of want to harp on a little bit this game, though. And
Oh, yeah. Bring it, Azale. Come on.
The itemization. I mean, come on, what was happening?
We were back here very confused.
We saw OQ building Sterix and Ma. They share the same cooldown. They cannot proc. They don't. You're getting nothing.
You
from
get
this.
one lifeline. This is not Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
You get one. It's one or the other. Come on, man.
I mean, that's like 8 patches old now, right? When
I mean,
you used to be able to build both, and that was
Yeah.
a pretty standard Callista build.
It's a couple, so that is a big deal. You know, he pretty much wasted an entire item. I also was pretty confused by Huni going the Frozen Mallet. I didn't really quite understand what the thought process was there. And no Executioner's calling coming out from Wild Turtle for so long against Rek'Sai, Maokai, and Vladimir. It costs 800 gold. It's the same amount as it is to upgrade your boots.
Right.
And you can get this that reduces all their healing by like 40%. That's massive.
Pretty significant. Pretty significant.
I mean, the Frozen Mallet, I can kind of see where it's going because you're like, okay, this is my Aurelia. I'm fed. I want a side lane. I only want a side lane. This is like the 1v1 item, right? This is not what you use for team fighting. But they were forced into team fights. He didn't really get to abuse Aurelia
And why not Ma,
1 versus
though?
1.
If you want the side lane, there's 3 sources of heavy magic damage on this team. You got Zyra, Maokai, and
Because the
Vladimir.
Maokai is going to walk away from you. If you have Ma and you don't have another slow, like, you can get in there and stun a squishy guy, but a Maokai is eventually going to lumber away.
That's very true. I mean, you're not gonna have this staying power necessarily. But even in my for me, I was looking for that Bork, especially with how far ahead he was so early, doubling the CS in those early stages, plus some assists picked up off of the camp that ran over through into the top lane. You definitely set up to run the Aurelia all the way through a side lane, but they never, as you mentioned, Azale, really set themselves up for that. They were looking for fights too often, too quick. But let's dive into some of the Energy players outside of their itemization. Big improvements kind of across the board for all of them as individuals, but I want to start with our player of the game and talk about him a little bit. OQ on that Twitch, 12, 3, and 9. I mean, coming out big on the Twitch in terms of play style, not building correctly. We'll see if he makes those adjustments.
My favorite part was where he kept on opening up right next to the solo lanes of Immortals, and it looked like it came out like the perfect play. He opened up right after Huni used the Equilibrium Strike to stun Rek'Sai,
Right.
but he actually opened up before the animation was even going, so he got kind of lucky there that Equilibrium Strike went on the Rek'Sai instead. But anyways, he kept on starting out the fights, and he outplayed a couple of times.
And once he got ahead, he knew how strong he was. You know, we saw the 1v2 in the mid lane on Turtle and Adrian through exhaust, you know, flashing out of the way of the tidal wave to finish off Turtle and then pick up that extra kill on Adrian. He knew his limits, and once he was that ahead, he played extremely aggressively. He was able to get away with it, and he was, you know, the catalyst to them kind of getting ahead and just crushing these fights because the Twitch AoE at that point in the game is massive.
Yeah, obviously the other part that we have to mention is GBM because he was the other part of the huge threats for this Energy team, and he was pretty high up there in the votes as well.
Yeah, still see a little bit of struggle from Quas, at least in that laning phase, getting set so far behind. But once we got to those team fight phases, doing what Maokai does best, absorbing damage.
That brings up my one little point that I wanted to tack on. The only way this counter-engaged team could have been better is if it was Alawi top instead of Maokai. Alawi got some big buffs. I want to see her.
Drop the ult.
I have a lot of stuff to say about Alawi. There's so many things.
All right, well, we at least have a few more games to play tonight, Kobe. So
I want to see it.
Fingers crossed on that one. You know, without a doubt, this is a big win for Energy. The final thing I want to hit. But we are in that best of 3 scenario. You don't get that one and done that you would have had last split.
Yeah.
So it is about, you know, recreating this victory here in game 2. You already talked about wanting them to push the tempo. Azale,
I want to see Santorin just stay involved.
Okay.
Santorin has been, to me, you know, kind of absent in all these games. He's been farming very hard. He's been doing that well, but he has not been putting on as much pressure as he could. This game, I don't think he even died once. He had like 25 or some ridiculous amount of assists. He basically did exactly what you would want from him, and I want to see him continue to show up to these lanes, to show up to fights, and get stuff started because you need that from your jungler.
Yeah. Huge kill participation, and also being able to get back out on the map. We saw around those global objectives, getting back to the Baron, back to the Elder Dragon with that Rek'Sai teleport, very helpful. When we come back, Energy still have a lot to prove. We'll see if they can rise to the occasion, or if Immortals will strike back and take us to a game 3. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Oh shit, Adrian, you put on too much cologne, dude. I can smell it from here.
I don't think it's me. You would have smelled it before, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Is it me? What does it smell
I
like?
don't think it is.
Yes. That's my natural odor. When I game, I become odorous.
Great flash from Quas, but they will commit for it. Slowing from Equilibrium Strike, the damage is there, and first blood does go to Rainover.
I'm your push, I'm your push, I'm your push.
Okay, I got him.
Nice.
Okay, nice,
Good job, this is so good.
He'll hit again. This feels bad, man, but he's going to pop the ulti out and see if he can't get some work done. GBM in the backside takes out Adrian, a huge wombo, who needs stopped up by Quas, and the Baron does go over to NRG, but they're going to try and clean up. GBM low, finally getting over. Hooney actually kills OQ in the backside.
Yeah, it's okay, I'm okay.
Block it.
I'm okay.
Nice, Rise.
Keep going.
Nice.
Yeah, nice.
NRG, the surprise game one, they're getting an effective upset. And welcome back, everyone, to this game 2 between Immortals and NRG, where NRG finally get themselves a strong win on the board and upsetting Immortals in their first game.
Yeah, and I think the big performers in this game were obviously GBM and OQ. It was the solo lane performances of these guys, especially when you contrast it to the solo lane performances from Pobelter and Wild Turtle. 12, 3, and 9 on Twitch versus the 1, 6, 7 performance on Sivir. Obviously, there's a lot that goes into the kills and deaths, and there's a lot of farm that happens in between, but damage-wise, play-wise, it was those two big players for Energy.
Yeah, and it was definitely tricky to pick which of them outperformed. I think OQ had maybe a consistently stronger game, did pick up player of the game in that first one as well. But GBM, the story's the same for this Vladimir. You know, lane's just fine, plays aggressively, had that dive in the mid lane to sort of get things going, and then late game, it's just impossible to get him out of your back line.
Exactly, and I wonder how we're going to transition the picks and bans here as we go into the next game, because Immortals has said in the past they've had trouble reading the meta. One of the reasons that happens is they crush everyone in scrims. So they're like, yep, this works too. We'll just keep going into LCS and we'll be fine. First place team problems. And I think giving away Vladimir and some of the bans they threw in that game to a nerfed Swain, nerfed Nidalee, and nerfed Kindred were suboptimal. We'll see what they adjust coming to the next game.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because Immortals, I think, you mentioned it in their team fighting, looking a little bit predictable there. Draft, probably what we expect, and certainly not bad, but the way they were approaching those threats just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I don't think they were creative in the way they team fought at all, and maybe that just, again, signals to in practice it just works so easily that they don't have to be creative. And once again, good team problems. I still think Immortals has a great chance of winning the next 2 games and taking the series.
Well, we'll see if they can get it done here in game 2. But don't forget, the rebuild energy is still coming together, and we're getting to know his teammates during the split is not unfamiliar territory for GBM. He told us that this time the situation is slightly different.
저번 시즌에도 이제 새로운 팀원들이랑 같이 게임을 했는데 그래도 그때는 맞출 시간이 많았어요. 좀 공백 기간이 있었기 때문에. 근데 이번 시즌은 더더욱 없고 시간이 새로운 팀인데도 시간이 없는 만큼 많이 부족한 것 같고 그만큼 제가 좀 많이 부담감도 있고.
Well, I have to say, you know, needing more time to gel. Apparently only a week is what it took for that first game, because NRG, they look so different just playing in that first game.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because it looked so hopeless after the first week of LCS play, but I still remember after their first game they played when they got 2-1 by Envy, GBM tweeted after the game that he was really proud of his team and he thinks that they're going to succeed well. So, like, there's got to be something that is working at least a little bit right for Energy, whether it's the individual players having good games, and it's all about kind of just putting it together, and that's another reason why you can never overreact after 1 week of LCS and say, yep, this team's garbage. Oh, yeah, this team's the best. Because on any given day, it seems like in North American LCS, any team can beat any team.
Yeah, and it'll be the longest regular season they've ever had, as we are going to move into Champion Select for game number 2. We'll see if there are any adjustments here for Immortals. There's one. Twitch, get him out.
Hey, and the Vladimir ban. They did it. They're banning the things that beat them. Nice adjustment. A big smile comes out from Santorin as he realizes exactly what has just happened. First ban for Energy stays the same, though, with Echo.
And as always, adjusting in a series, usually the onus is on the losing team to adjust here, but we've swapped sides, so we'll see if that maybe makes a difference here as well. Energy landing up ban number 2. What's it going to be? It will be Ashe again, away from Wild Turtle. And there's Kindred ban. Immortals, no messing around this time.
Yep, like you said, the onus is on Immortals to adjust, so the bans that they keep is just the Kindred, and the other 2 are new. It was the Swain and the Nidalee they banned last time. So it would be interesting to see if Quas could get his hands on a slightly nerfed Swain. His Q was nerfed by 30 damage at max rank, if you consider the total duration of the laser it shoots out. But still a rather powerful champion, as well as some ultimators.
And there's Victor, actually. So I'm not going to say a throwaway ban. Still certainly a strong champion and one Pobelter knows, but not a standard ban. Certainly not a top pick that maybe everyone immediately thinks of. And this was banned last game. Immortals are at least going to go to hover that Lissandra, but they will actually take Nidalee, despite the changes.
Yeah, so some nerfs to Nidalee, I think, still maintains the core of being an incredibly fast jungler. Just can't move around the map as quickly because the hunt range used to be actually half the map. It is now, you know, kind of the range of a Nidalee spear, so to speak, is being able to jump in afterwards. Still no Rek'Sai ban or anything, so I'm curious to see if Santorin just locks that down early to keep the options open for Energy, or if they realize the jungler has already been taken for Immortals, if they just pick 2 power picks right here.
Well, certainly had a number of things left open as Immortals have shifted up their bans pretty significantly here in that first one. NRG with 20 seconds now to decide what happens, and we certainly like their draft in the last game. Was put together very nicely there by Coach Hermit, you can see on your screen. And Lissandra, Zyra, 2 mages will be the choice.
Yeah, and I think these are somewhat power picks. We've seen a rise in popularity from support Zyra, and it was also banned against CubeKit a couple of times in week 1. And then you look at the Lissandra, it is Immortal's best tool of initiation. It was actually one of the bans of Energy in game 1, so clearly a lot of mutual respect for that champion across both teams. And now it's also something that either Quas can play or GBM can play. So not only do they have initiation, they have flexibility in their draft. I like the first 2 picks from Energy once again.
Yep, really solid stuff. Quas definitely tricked me last time. Did not get the Vladimir, got the Maokai instead. So we'll see what Energy do with those 2. Immortals, though, now going to have to lock in picks 2 and 3. And Nidalee is already a pretty big change as far as junglers go. We'll see how they want to round out these next few. Nothing really jumping out just yet as far as you must take this. Immortals with a lot of options open here, but probably going to want to hide as much as they can. Apparently like what they had last time, but maybe not the execution, because there's Urella, and the Civ is going to follow shortly after.
Yeah, so obviously Huni was able to pick up a massive CS advantage over Quas, and I feel like with some of the tenacity as well as just bruiserness that Aurelia can have, if Aurelia gets ahead of Lissandra in a top lane, it makes it a terrible, terrible matchup, which might push Lissandra to the mid lane. And then Sivir is just a generic champion for Immortals to play with good late game team fighting, although it did get beasted in lane a little bit by Oku.
Certainly had a good start there, and maybe Oku thinks the same thing. Flashy Azul, but maybe thinks he wants to take more of a lane bully into a potential 2v2. We'll hover Caitlyn for the time being. Interesting to note, Lucian, after the changes, nobody cares anymore, apparently, at least in these first few games.
Yeah, I mean, he can still dash around and call people for a whole bunch of damage, but having less pass-through on the Q really weakens the laning as well as less range on the W. And OQ has already liked Caitlyn in the last week. The range advantage on Caitlyn versus Sivir does make for a favorable matchup. And Energy just needs to make sure they don't fall behind Immortals, because we've seen Immortals is very willing to just go at you in fights. And you can imagine if Immortals had big advantages while they were forcing those fights, it would have been an easy walk away for Immortals, but because Energy had the laning advantage, they were able to counter in team fights.
Well, Centauran will swap things up after Rex Psycho, a bit more aggressive, and take Graves there into that Nidalee matchup. Soraka, though, already locked in, I believe, for Adrian, so we'll take a signature pick back with him, and we'll see how they round things out. Looks like maybe they'll pick here for Poke Belter, given that they do need a mid laner.
Yeah, no messing around with that Soraka pick. One nice thing about the Soraka against the Lissandra in particular is you can just put the Silence Field on the Lissandra Claw and completely stuff the initiation if they decide to go that way. And it will also be decent for sustaining against the Caitlyn lane. So, who better to play it than Adrian? I think it's a good pick in this situation.
Well, certainly, again, kind of going with the trend of range supports being a thing, as Poke Belter does get Twisted Fate that they hovered earlier. So I like this pick. Definitely, I think Immortals looking to have a bit more of a cleaner and maybe more aggressive early to mid game.
Yeah, they want wave clear because they already had good wave manipulation against Energy, and now they have the champions to kind of match that with Sivir and Twisted Fate to just really shove out the lanes. And at least they have, if they get ahead, a great way of taking over the map with all the move speed as well as the Twisted Fate ultimate. And now we get to see the lane matchup that Energy picks into.
Cuba Kid's definitely having some fun here. But we'll see if maybe Kloss actually goes back to boring old Maokai. It's so many exciting champions to look at.
Why not?
Nunu? No, no Nunu. It is Maokai once again.
Slow that Aurelia attack speed. Come on now. Maokai makes sense. It solidifies the initiation for Energy. It will also put the onus onto OQ to continue to deal a large amount of damage. Twitch is easier to deal huge amounts of teamfight damage on than the Caitlyn. Caitlyn will need a lot more items to do so. They have a little bit more damage in the jungle position to make up for it. So a very cohesive front line with the Maokai. I guess I meant to say cohesive front line, just a cohesive team fighting team with the initiation combo of the Maokai and Lissandra versus Immortals, who I think are looking to shove out waves and gain control of the map, but not a great team fight setup.
No, we talk about the high pressure style for Immortals. They've got the ability to snowball maybe every section of the map actually with his team con. Twisted Fate's great for that. We've got support from Adrian with the ulti if they need it, and Rainova, much more aggressive jungler that he can play with. I mean, his Olaf was pretty aggressive in that first game. Nidalee flies through the jungle, so Santorin will see if he can keep up and play that farm heavy style he likes.
Yeah, I think so as well. Santorin had a spectacular first game, 2-0-23 in a 29 kill game. Obviously, player of the game honors did not go to him, but it's because so many people pitched in on that team. So really looking forward to this game too and see if Energy could actually sweep Immortals.
Well, that'll be quite a feat here, but we're almost ready for the second game. We'll see if they can, in fact, complete that sweep. Update your predictions using the hashtag IMTWin or NRGWin. And after that first game win, I think it's anyone's best of 3, which is the best thing about getting to play 2 to 3 games.
Yeah, the more depth you're going to see in a team strategy. Immortals, if they're worried about getting tested in the regular season, well, they're definitely getting tested now. Their second game loss in only their third match, but still doesn't count in the full loss column if they're able to close out the next 2, so they got to turn it on right now.
Well, we're going to get onto the Rift and we'll see if Immortals can maybe bounce back and force a third game here versus NRG. A very different look. Huni will take Aurelia back into the game once more. but certainly different champions here for Pobelter and Rainover. Have to see if Immortals top half of the map can continue their strong performances from Spring and, of course, Week 1. NRG, though, feeling great, turning things around with a Game 1 victory. Can they stay consistent and win a second game against Immortals?
And can they continue playing with confidence? OQ stepping up in team fights instead of stepping backwards and not dealing damage, giving support to GBN, having Quas and Santorin commit in team fights are all incredibly important things that Energy has to stay consistent on if they want to win this game.
Well, once again, we are going to see the teams fan out at the early stages. We did see standard lanes to begin Game 1. We know Immortals always fancy them, but Energy certainly got the better of the early 2v2. Turtle currently is on this side of the map. Going to path his way down towards that blue side tri-bush and hang out for a little while, doing some circles. Looks like we are just going to get standard lanes, though, and don't think Energy are going to mess up this early camp.
Yeah, let's hope they do the Gromp this time. I want to see how cleanly and how quickly the Caitlyn and the Zyra can actually take the Gromp, because that's going to dictate a decent amount of the lane. Or if Immortals tries to disrupt it a little bit, since they wouldn't be able to kill it nearly as quickly.
Ooh, I like this, actually.
You know, they walk through a ward, but they might scare him away. Oh, Q. That was actually pretty clever. He gets the shot off to make him say, like, yo, we saw you. That's going to make them fearful that maybe they're walking into a trap and allow for a really clean thing. I also loved how OQ stood in the tri-brush there to get faster headshots on the Gromp. So, like, all the optimization coming out from Energy, and they take that very quickly. And then he fires off his Q and wastes on it. Come on, man.
Almost all the red side optimizations down. As a big experience lead, actually, for OQ. You can see already right-clicking away, but good boomerang blade there from Turtle. Will start the lane off relatively nicely. Pobelter and GBM busy fighting. GBM going to win that early trade with some Qs, but Pobelter should be just fine there with a few potions.
Yep, GBM trying to just cycle a relatively low Q cooldown and shove the wave out early on Twisted Fate. Both those champions with pretty substantial wave clear. A bit of a dangerous lane too, since they both do bring hard CC, so the ganks have a very large impact on that. Like the Sandra Graves, especially as you can attest over in the LPL, used to be like the dynamic duo because it's so easy to convert kills with. Could Santorin go for a level 2 gank?
This is so cheeky. Huni going to be forced to flash. Quas flash Q. He's going to get a bit of knockback. Damage is down, and first blood goes to Quas.
I love the adjustment as well as the support that Santorin is willing to give, and also just playing on the tendencies of both his own top laner and the opponent top laner. Everyone always loves to talk about how Santorin is a moving ward and he never ganks. Well, that's what Huni was thinking in both games in exactly the same matchup against a Maokai who started Doran Shield. So in Huni's mind, like, there's never going to be a cheesy level 2 gank by the Jungle Graves, but they both flash for it. After they get the early Twisted Advance from Quas, he leveled that up. A lot of times Maokais don't take Twisted Advance until later because they go Q and E to clear the wave. Just well played all around by Energy, punishing Huni for his early aggressive lane patterns on Aurelia.
Yep, Krug's red to straight ganking in the top lane. I love it from Santorin as Energy get the first blood in this particular game. Rainover claimed it last time around. This time it's Santorin with the early status, but not enough to win the game, of course, from this point. A nice early lead. We'll see what Energy do to convert that advantage. And if Quas can keep up in this lane the time around, he did get the kill. He is going for at least 2 Doran's items this time with the shield and the ring. A little bit behind Ohuni on CS, who did TP back to the lane fairly aggressively after dying.
And it doesn't look like the wave ended into the best spot for Quas. So it's currently going to be a 200 gold advantage, but as far as items, it's just the 1 Doran's item that he has ahead. So I think Huni's going to continue to play aggressive and try and get that CS lead back to just kind of make up for the kill.
We'll see if Rainover maybe pops a visit in there as well, but Turtle still struggling a bit here versus OQ. I mentioned it in champs, like the range advantage certainly favors Caitlyn, especially into someone like Siva. But Quas now with the wave back in a nice shiny spot. Just going to make sure this stays in a pretty good position. Huni play aggressive where he can, but Maokai's Maokai.
Yeah. Trying to get that Sap Magic off with the Doran's Ring to cast a few more spells. To speak to the bottom lane matchup a little bit as well, like we're saying it's the 80 carry matchup of Caitlyn versus Sivir, but like Sivir just to lane against Zyra is really difficult. Like that spell spam comes out so often and the plants just constantly spawn, and Zyra actually has a longer range auto attack than Sivir, as well as a really smooth auto attack animation. So just from a straight hit-to-hit trading, like Zyra beats Sivir as much as Caitlyn beats.
And you can see why Zyra's been such a prize pick for Kiwi Kid here. Very strong range support. Certainly is doing good here against Turtle, as they almost actually got a kill, burning the Ignite and forcing, I believe, the heal out of Turtle. Keep himself safe. Turtle's got to be on point with these spell shields, because pretty much any time you miss one, bad things tend to happen to you in this lane.
Pretty much just a survival lane for these two. Adrian and Wild Turtle have to avoid as much poke as possible. and just try and keep the farm close without losing their turret.
Yep. Well, we'll look to mid lane now instead, because Pobelt are actually doing something we saw Twisted Fates do a short while ago. Haven't seen too much of the Card Master, but Catalyst first looks like a Rod of Ages. Could be the first item here for Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I think it's smart in this situation. I mean, he's already brought the Cleanse to try and stop the Lysandre burst, but just Lysandre Graves is a very devastating gank combo, and just having a little bit of extra health can help that.
And Torrens in again. Wild Turtle under threat. Good grasping roots there. He's going to get the stun down, and Kiwi Kid able to take that kill. Santorin again with the gank.
Boom! Outpacing Rainover's Nidalee. Graves versus Nid. Gets the first gank up. Hasn't even fallen that far behind in CS, and the big thing about his ganks, he hasn't been countered, but here's a mid laner gank, and maybe the counter gank. Rainover wants it.
They're going to try and tank the turret up, but actually Huni goes down and gets executed. Now Rainover going to die, I think. Pobelter does get the kill, but GBM's going to teleport in. Claw towards Pobelter, lock him down, but Pobelter there with the gold card. And Immortals get away with just a trade.
Yeah, if that teleport was a lot earlier, maybe they would have even saved Quas's life, but just not a well-executed gank by Immortals. Like, maybe you see a little bit of why Rainover and Immortals were banning away Kindred and Nidalee, because he's played it a few times, he's had a few good games, but I would never say that Nidalee is one of Rainover's favorite champions. This gank itself is really just between Huni and Pobelter, but he's just a level 5 Aurelia, can only take so many turret shots, gets executed, but then Quas locks down Rainover with a twisted advance, and like despite his flash, the turret's gonna kill him. He's a level 5 Nidalee with no defensive itemization. The teleport in from GBM at the end was actually quite poor because he was out of mana, but it's still going to be, I'd say, a failed gank.
Yeah, and I mean, again, Quas, go first blood, gets ganked, takes a trade. Looking just fine now at 2-1 and 0. Has gone again for the triple Dorans, but I think going to be a little bit happy with the early influx of gold that he's gotten. We'll see if Huni's Sheen can really combat that. But Immortals feeling a little sloppy in the opening of week 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I was not concerned at all for Immortals after week 1, because even though they did drop a game to Cloud9, they still kept their match score well, and they were adapting with different champion picks. And like even still, they have been playing different champions here, but rather alarming just how sloppy they've looked in game. Last game and then for the first 6 minutes of this one. It's not the Immortals from Spring Split regular season early on that we're seeing here.
It's also not the NRG we saw in week 1, who've definitely been playing nice and clean once again in the early game. Motivator's almost on the way for Pobelter though, as he's got himself a blasting one. And so Adrian and Wild Turtle have all roamed up to babysit Huni because they're going to try and take this turret.
Let's swap it around. Let's see if Huni can get better wave management than Quas, which is one of the ways he got 100 CS advantage on him last game. But even with that, when Huni got the 100 CS advantage in the Aurelia versus Maokai matchup last game, he never once solo killed Quas, and Quas was still effective in team fights, whereas Huni was not. So Energy's got to be feeling very comfortable about their positioning right now. Santorin has outpaced Rainover at least early, and they're able to trade turrets just fine with a big CS advantage from their duo lane.
Yeah, only needed the 2 champions as well. Kiwi Kid and OQ able to work on this turret, and it will fall on this wave. Looks like they're not going to bother trying to deny off these creeps. They'll just push it through. Maybe deny a couple here, but collect the gold for themselves and keep pushing through. Response coming out from Immortal, so they should be able to stop any pressure onto this tier 2, but you said it already, this is just a trade. And even if Huni gets ahead, I feel like his Aurelia last game looked great when he was in a side lane farming or maybe playing in the lane early on, but just didn't have the same split push pressure or team fight presence we've seen from maybe his Ribbon even just from last week.
Exactly. I mean, Aurelia's power curve is unique. It can be strong early, its Trinity Force power spike is amazing, but then when you're thinking about 42-minute Aurelia, that's not scary. Maokai's going to be way better even with less gold at that stage in the game. So Immortals will really be trying to play towards that mid-game spike. When Rainover can get Rylai's as well as his Runic Echoes, Twisted Fate potentially have Lichbane and Zonia's. Like those 2 or 3 item spikes are going to be where they're trying to push, but they might not get
Huni on top of a ward, and that's an easy kill. Santorin just blows him away with his ulti.
What's Huni doing there? I feel like he was trying to decide the lane to go to try and keep his farm as high as possible since his teleport was available, but like just pokes his head out way too far. The ward coverage is deep back of the jungle, but not in the river, and they just easily blow him up.
Yeah, and OQ has had almost a complete switch around after week 1. 20 CS ahead currently on the Caitlyn, helping Quas out on this top side of the map. Huni going down means that Immortals are not safe on this top half of the map, and this should be another turret, and I don't think Turtle has time to make a trade.
Yeah, and also, look at this. Making sure they don't have time to make the trade. What could be considered a very risky teleport isn't as risky just because of the way they've been able to kill.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Over and over. Whoops-a-daisy. Well, the guy he left when he went to teleport down. And that's like the opposite of what you expect when you have a top laner teleport your lane. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, the old lane, gets instantly killed. Pobelter going to have to be the shining star here for Immortals early on with 2 kills.
Yep, 2 kills up for the Twisted Fate, and a very nice ulti actually to get pretty much a reactive kill onto OQ. Zeal now up for the Caitlyn though, so it looks like Runa's Hurricane will be that first item. As Pobelter is clearing these waves out, seems like he's got a whole lot of work to do in this particular game. He can't keep energy under control. Could have a very similar look that we had in game number 1, but looking good so far at least. As Huni is actually struggling to find farm at this point. Now up in the top lane, doing what he can.
He is. This lane he should be able to freeze, but that could very well be at the cost of a Drake. GBM is walking up to the top lane to maybe get some work done, but this would seem like a natural transition for Energy to just go and take Mountain Drake. It seems like Immortals is trying to pull off a double freeze, which is really greedy as far as wave manipulation because you lose all your pressure on the map. Let's see if Energy either takes mid turret or goes for Drake.
And again, we kind of saw this last game. 11-12 minutes in, Energy back to mid lane pressure. Yes, Twisted Fate is good wave clear, but he's been caught there as well. Headshots in. Net barely misses on for OQ. And GBM and Centauran also maybe posturing for a dive. Huni, he sees him there on top of a ward, but this is a dangerous spot to be for Immortals. Yeah,
and I like how Wild Turtle started pushing the bottom wave as well because they know they need to be able to spread out their power a little bit and at least pull someone from Energy down so it's not just a 5v3 in the mid lane. We're seeing the pressure Zyra can put out though, but also the wave clear the Twisted Fate can have. Immortals is holding this mid lane fairly well thus far.
Double AD carry going to start doing some good damage, and Immortals maybe not lose it on this way, but going to lose a lot of damage to it. GBM threatens with the zone, but doesn't commit with the claw. Bit of push and pull here in that mid lane. Pobelter eats a cupcake and gets headshot for it.
Yeah, similar to the type of siege that Energy would have wanted to pull off in the prior game when they need to threaten the wave clear off the turret. Instead of a Rek'Sai, it's GBM sitting over there on the Sandra. And the Caitlyn also a much better turret taker than the Twitch in siege situations. Teleport coming in though.
Aggressive play, ran over core though. He's going to go down, I think. No, he actually flashes out to safety, and the TP's not completed. Kiwi Kid's got a bail as GBM flashes over the wall and rejoins his team. Pobelter still looking for it. Centauran flashes into the Rift Herald pit. Smoke screen's good. He's trying to wait it out and get himself over the wall. Uses the ulti. Pobelter gets snared up. And Energy escape.
Yeah, the whole time Quas didn't have his teleport, so there's actually no way Energy could match that 5v5. Centauran with the creative ultimate usage. It felt like he was so worried about missing that. He just like stood in the corner, thought about it for a few seconds. Can I ult over this wall? I think I can ult over this wall. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna try it. And then he eventually does. Immortals burn a lot to try and make that initiation happen, don't get a single kill. So that's a win for Energy.
And the push is not done. OQ with 1 cannon creep. Make that no cannon creeps. As Pobelter does clean them out of the wild cards. Huni now on top side, starting to push that way forward and apply some good pressure. So he's reversed this back. Plus will likely rotate up, or someone's going to go there and try and get it.
Yeah, Energy's trying to avoid what just happened, where they get teleported on and can't match the 5v5, so they're going to move the guy with teleport to the lane that needs to be cleared, and right now that's GBM.
Well, double TP again for Energy. Sorry, didn't have it last game, that was actually Immortals, so we'll see if maybe Energy can make a bit better use of it. Immortals, though, did have that good 3-lane pressure, but right now really stuck trying to make sure this turret doesn't go down, and Turtle's back in his favorite spot, clearing out mid lane, which was his duty for 10 minutes in the last game.
And he's pretty good at it, I might add. Has been getting caught less and less than his dark days on TSM later in his career. Had a great split last time on Immortals and has been pretty solid for them here, but more on utility AD carries, interestingly enough, early on in the split, trying to rely on Huni, Rainover, and Pobelter to carry.
I mean, we've seen the Ashe ban. We did see Lucian last week, but it seems like teams don't want to touch him right now. Turtle was a big fan of the Ashe, kind of considered it under Lucian, so feels like if Lucian's kind of dropping off the meta, seems like maybe the teams think that way here. It makes sense that he just said, you know what, it's a utility meta, I'm just going to go straight for the utility AD carry.
May as well just do Sivir, and it's wave clear for Mortals, which is their favorite fallback pattern, because if they go over aggressive, if Huni has a bad start, which, for as great as he is, has bad starts fairly frequently to games, as long as Immortals can keep the map pressure on via wave clear, they can usually stay in the game. And I feel like Rainover actually accidentally damaged the Rift Herald there, which is going to stop him from invading to get a pink ward.
Unfortunate. There's Energy, I think, still looking for this siege. Definitely played it a little bit safer than before, but kind of had better tools perhaps. Whereas GBM is the real question, because I think he wants to threaten a flank one more time, but not quite there just yet. He's quite busy top lane, seeing what he can get done.
And I really want to see Energy go for Drakes faster. This is a 15-minute Drake. I think they could have done it a few minutes ago. Gank is going top lane. And we're actually going to see a fight. This teleport from GBM is going to try and turn it.
TP'd answered. Huni going to get crushed down by the burst damage, but here's Rainover to try and equalize. GBM getting low, will go down to the Nidalee, and now Quas outnumbered 1v3. Going to get himself stunned. He'll try and get a trade kill. Not just yet. Huni flashes out of it, and they'll clean the other one up as well. Quas flash Q for the kill, and Rainover finally collects him.
Yeah, and that's not over yet because they might try and push down this mid lane turret. They get Turtle.
They do get Turtle. The damage is there. Knocker from the Zyro plans, but OQ can't quite get the Q. He'll take the turret instead. Santorin also got the Dragon in that exchange, so NRG across the map in every lane, they get something done.
Man, so much just happened as they go for that Drake. But that's the type of play that you want Quas to make. That's the old Quas right there. In a 2v3, at the end of it, able to trade 1 kill back, but the overall play is still suboptimal for NRG because GBM teleported into a fight with almost no knowledge, and the best case scenario was it's a 2v2.
Well,
it turns out to be a 3.5v2 because of the Soraka ult and the Nidalee, but Quas comes in and is looking to extend.
Yep, teleport flank is not quite enough for Quas as he can't extend and get a Twisted Advance down. So NRG will just have to be happy with a few minions here. Quas now down the teleport. That's NRG with a lot of pressure now off the map for a few minutes as those cooldowns will come back up.
Yeah, and they are just going to be able to take the Rift Herald in this lull because they know that everyone on Immortals is going to be going back. Giving this to Quas will, if they give it to Quas, will just make sure that the Aurelia can't be split pushing in situations like this. So they get the Twisted Fate ultimate off and like immediately GBM goes, even though they have no vision on that side of the map. So Rainover walks up as well as a Soraka ult coming through, and it just keeps Immortals alive for a while. And this is actually just straight greed from Huni. Because he comes back in a little bit, which allows Quas to flash Q him, whereas if he would have just kept running away, it's a kill secure, he's still going to get his assist credit. But I think Huni was actually really hoping he could get that kill to get back in as a split pusher, but he's unable to, and he ends up giving one back.
Well, does have that Trinity Force, so doing decently currently in the side lane as he'll team up with Rainover, take out that bottom outer turret. Currently 3 turrets to 2 there for NRG, so they do hold that lead for both the caught in mid lane. Once again, Kiwi Kid, very accurate with these snares. But it looks like NRG is going to keep the tower up for now. And just to let you guys know, Santorin did get that Rift Tower buff, so they managed to give that over to their jungler. Decide not to give it to Quas.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of giving this buff to the jungler currently. It can empower his ganks a little bit, but outside of that, I don't think he benefits nearly as much as the long-term isolated 1v1s you can get with your top laner. But that's the choice they make because Santorin's having a pretty good game. All right, yeah, and you can see when he's near his teammates, it also doesn't stack up the corruption stack, so... especially since they've been using him in siege situations, I think even less of an incentive to give it to him. But they did it.
Yeah, I understand the philosophy. It's like, it's a Mount guy. It's not really a split push champion, but looks like the team's going to join up with Quas anyway.
Yeah, I mean, we've even seen Impact from Cloud9 get the buff against Huni and make Huni like really struggle to split push because of the damage reduction.
Oh, that's true. The element's quite good on tanks as Immortals will use Huni's ultimate. And a bit of a Runic Echo sprock there to clear that out. NRG, though, in honestly full control at this point of the game. Gold lead again, very slim between the two sides. Only 600 gold up currently for them, but they're playing the rotations well. They're keeping better track, I'll say, of the side lane pressure. And Immortals with only 1 TP and a Twisted Fate ulti just can't keep nearly the same pace they did in game 1.
Exactly, and the team fight from the composition is much more cohesive for NRG, so you add that to the fact, and if we didn't think that Immortals was, like, coming into the split, I still thought they were the best regular season team in the LCS, and NRG, I was very skeptical about their ability to integrate 4 new players in. If I didn't know that, I'd say NRG is well ahead in this game.
Oh, Santorin again gets out with the ultimate, and the TP's in from GBM, I believe. Now maybe can turn this around. Good snare there on Adrian. A wild turtle. Adrian gonna get blown up, I think, but he's living for a little too long. OQ, though, he's gonna take that one out, but GBM dies on the other side to Rainover. A 4v4 now as Huni's looking to try and take somebody out. Rainover dives in for it. Gonna take damage though as he moves for it. Huni goes crazy, takes out Kiwi Kid, but he's gonna get locked back up. OQ, though, does not live the night. A double kill in there for the Aurelia. 4 members dead for NRG already. And Santorin gonna get stunned up and killed, I think, as they'll be able to chase him down. Leap in there, and that's the ace.
Absolutely crucial fight for Immortals right there, and it was the teamwork that really did it in at the end. And Huni just never giving up on the game. Already dead 4 times, 0 kills, but he was one of the biggest difference makers in that fight. Massive for Immortals to get a lead back in this game.
Well, certainly looking good there as they'll get an ace, get themselves the kill lead and the gold lead now, and maybe even more, so we'll watch this one again.
Yeah, and NRG doesn't have everyone here at the very start of the fight, so they have to teleport in with Lissandra. They take a lot of poke before anything even begins, and then they go in for a pretty good initiation. But watch how GBM nearly bursts out Adrian, but then he sticks around for a little bit longer, which again gives Immortals time to damage them down. And at this point, Hooney's ultimate is perfect. He gets 3 people with 3 of the blade shots. Then he just goes in, gets the kill on Kiwi Kid. That also reset him, so he was able to hop on OQ for the extra bit of damage. So a really well-played team fight, I'd say, specifically from Pobelter and Hooney that allowed them to win this game, and a less effective fight from GBM because he used all of his burst just for the support Soraka, who still got the ultimate off and wasn't even bursted from 100 to 0.
Yeah, really nice play there from Immortals, managing to turn it all around. Adrian, always a target, I feel like, in team fights, but definitely lived through almost all of it to get Immortals into a strong position back into the game. We'll see if they can continue side lane pressure, though, because that is sort of the name of their game once again. Twisted Fate Aurelia, plenty of good champions to split push out, and even Turtle hanging out on that top side is going to mow down these waves at this stage.
Yep, can shove it so quickly so that they can then go back and set up fights. But Mountain Drake already down for Energy, Cloud Drake spawning, while Turtle was just in the top lane. If Energy is willing to commit here, they have the teleport on the Maokai. They could just go right away as it spawns. But they do not go deep for vision control, and it looks like Immortals is actually going to be able to move in position to contest.
Yeah, both top laners do have their teleport, so can join this fight for the Drake if either team wants to. Rainover barely mistiming that spear, but Immortals are on top of the Cloud Drake, and NRG just going to give this one over.
Yeah, so they have conceded pressure of this game over to Immortals. And I do still believe that Energy has the more cohesive team fight team late in the game, and they're waiting for OQ to hit his itemization breakpoints as well. I've never liked Infinity Edge first on Caitlyn since the changes. I love the Hurricane first with something like a BF sword. So they are straight up relatively weak in the team fights right now because GBM doesn't have the ability to burst anyone out, and the Caitlyn's not super strong. But instead, they fight on top of turret, and Quas might get bursted.
Yeah, that's big damage, actually. Quas forced to flash out of it. Rest of NRG here, but Immortals might have a siege of their own. This bottom tier 2 looking awfully low, and they'll just move in for it. Hooney gonna start them out. Oki almost going down for it. Pobelter moves in, gets the stun card back, but Hooney somehow living as GBM dives in there after the Zyra ulti. GBM has taken out Adrian, but they'll swap it over for their mid laner, and Immortals are not done just yet. Quas tagged by a spear, but now the siege ends.
Yeah, and the coordination decisiveness we saw from Energy earlier in the game seems to have just transitioned back to Immortals, and now Immortals is making the team fights that they would want to have. Quas had to flash out defensively. I don't think GBM played that last fight particularly well when he could have just self-ulted, but instead decides to ult an enemy and then immediately Zhonya's. And just a little bit of miscommunication here. I think Chaos, once Hooney goes in, then watch this claw, the instant self-ult would have done the same thing. And then he would have had the ability to buy extra time with another Zhonya's, but instead, Pobelter zones out the rest of the team with the gold card, and everyone has to retreat regardless.
Get the tower out of as well, so Immortals effective pressure there, joining Hooney this time in the side lane instead of forcing the split push on his own. Looks like Hooney's going for pretty much the same build, so his strength will still be there in fights if he can get onto the key targets. But Immortals do have to play carefully, and I think that time, much more effectively navigated around Kiwi Kid's ultimate in particular, because Zyra was giving them so much trouble in game 1.
Yeah, I think part of it is also that it's not combined with Twitch and Vladimir, who were a little bit better following up on the Zyra CC, although GBM could technically bring the burst, just not the sustain.
I think GBM's still stuck in Vladimir mode, actually.
A little bit, yeah. He's just trying to dive into the back line and just oh, wait a minute, I don't heal for 800 all the time. Only once, and that's when I self-ult, but for some reason he's not doing it.
Well, let's see if Energy can clean this up, because Ruinous Hurricane actually is done now for Caitlyn, so team fight's sort of there. GBM also maybe with a flank. Gets silenced, very nice from Adrian. GBM even locked up. Might be forced to just bail out. The spear's going to miss. Hooney almost gets away with that one, and now Rainover just going to flash forward and try and take out GBM. Doesn't predict the juke though. Twisted Fate still going to chase, and GBM's absolutely dead. Stunned up and killed. Pobelter claims him.
Yeah, and so much damage was just placed on GBM at the very beginning of this fight. The difference between GBM last game on Vladimir and this game on Lissandra is just night and day. And Immortals might actually try and turn to Baron here only 24 minutes in because of how much they were able to burn, killing GBM, knowing he's down for 24 seconds. This could be a situation where they're just looking to bait a fight at Baron.
Well, Baron has been started by Immortals, getting awfully low. NRG 4v5. See if they press themselves in here. Immortals aren't going to commit. They'll turn around for the team fight. Quas stunned up there in the front lines, but the silence isn't bad either. Zyra ulti, though, does zone them out of the way, and Quas is taking a beating here in the front side of the map. He will fall, though, as Hooney claims him. Now, Rainover on the chase, going to get his face headshot off. No, not yet. OQ tagged there by Rainover. He's going to chase in. Damage is there. Pops the Zhonya's. Going to buy time for the rest of the side as Hooney's found Kiwi Kid for the kill. Santorin stunned up, but they're through the base gate and save.
And Reignover has really been turning it on Nidalee here. Notice how he's gone relatively tanky with his build as well. Roa Zonias and now a Spectre's Cow with Merc Tread. So he's fearless with his ability to just jump straight into the team. And since energy is falling farther and farther behind, his Bruiser Nidalee is actually working very well. So Sivert was great. The way they're playing around Zyra is much better this game. And Immortals is looking back on form.
Yeah, we talked about it in the early stages where it felt like Energy were getting, once again, an advantage in those first 15 minutes. Pobelter needed to step up and start controlling the game. And now the zone is completed after that Lich Bane 3-0-6. The boys look great. Yeah,
they don't take too much damage from Baron, and they also have Soraka in the back. Plus, Adrian can be fearless since they know the Sandra is dead right here. The fight pauses when the Zyra ult goes out, and Immortals doesn't walk into it. As soon as it's gone, they shoot forward again. Reignover accurate with the spear, right onto OQ, able to just jump straight, and then his Zonias to prevent the burst, which is, again, quality. Huni kills someone off on the side of the fight, and Reignover gets to live.
Pobelter just sung his praises. Checking with that replay. I think could have killed OQ, but didn't quite get the auto down. Still pressures there for Immortals, 5 turrets to 3, and a big gold lead starting to mount. And we talk about this a lot with the top teams in the NALCS. They tend to win fast and lose slow. And that's sort of the story of this game as well. Immortals kind of slowly got bled out in a very close game by Energy, but even to their credit, they did play it very well. Immortals, game looks close, all of a sudden one fight happens and boom, 8k up.
Yeah, and even though we were able to praise Energy for their decisiveness, it was mainly the difference in the decisiveness they were showing in game 1 versus the complete lack of decisiveness they showed earlier on in the split. Whereas Immortals here, like you said, as soon as they have that edge, they immediately turn to Baron at 23 minutes. As soon as Energy is in initiation range, they immediately turn off, and everyone does seem to be on the same page.
And now back around the Baron pit. Tags GBM there with the spear as Reignover doing good damage actually on the poke side of things. Mountain Drake also up in 30 seconds or so. So we'll see if they split them out for these objectives. Kiwi Kid cannot afford to face check those spears. Seems like Immortals are more than happy to be patient here.
Yeah, one interesting thing that I do see is we have Huni and Reignover going Banshee's Veil as well as a Spectre's Cowl and a Negatron Cloak on Huni for very good burst protection. But Pobelter and Wild Turtle are still technically vulnerable to a catch. So at least those guys are safe from going in. And will he go all the way into the base to finish off OQ?
No, Pobelter does not commit.
All lasts a long time. Yeah, he's not doing it. Right. Oh man, Quas actually canceled his teleport there as well. So this is a large opportunity for Immortals to bait or just do the Baron. There's no wards. There is one trinket up. Will GBM use it in the right spot?
Base check. Ooh, Centurion does get tagged. Clear from GBM does deter them. But again, had no real gap closes, I suppose. As Immortals, same trick? They got the blue ward.
Well, blue ward is down. But they also have... They don't have Sivir ultimate yet, but they do have a Huni.
They're just fighting. Huni goes straight in for GBM, who does ult him and get the kill. OQ takes him out, but the damage on the back end is great as Reignover takes out GBM. Now Quas tanking what he can. Immortal's going to try and kite back, but Centurion leads forward, tries to take out Reignover, who's still living there through all the healing. Quas is going to go down in a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Immortals.
Huni gets a little ahead of himself, thinking he is unstoppable right here, and is reminded why he has died 5 times prior to that fight, because he is not unstoppable yet in this game, but they're still able to win the fight because they have sustained a Soraka, and because GBM just gets completely obliterated after he actually decides to ult Huni. And now it would be Santorin's job to try and steal this. Quite a hero mission.
Reignover not going to let him have it either. Pobelter's even there with the gold card, does get some vision down, going to try and poke him away. Immortal's being very careful with this Baron.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Centurion wants it. Not enough. Wildcards, not enough to kill him, get the flash. And there's the Baron out for Immortals.
Nicely secured by Immortals there, putting just enough harass on Santorin to prevent the steal. But we'll get to see this fight from the start. And he gets locked up in Zyra, and then GBM again just uses ultimate very early in a fight and leaves himself completely open to a counterattack. Also, OQ gets poked out so heavily by the combination of boomerang blades as well as wild cards, so he just can't sit in the back of the fight on Caitlyn. Looking more reminiscent of his Caitlyn games in week 1, where he's just really low on damage despite being a very good champion for late game teamfights. He's reaching that point where he's supposed to be late game Caitlyn. He needs to be able to dodge those wild cards and avoid those ricochets down the stretch, otherwise he can't be a contributing factor and Immortals will run away with the game.
Yeah, and we talked about it before with Quas on tanks. NRJ really need GBM and OQ to do a lot of heavy lifting in those team fights, at least as the damage front is concerned. Huni, you know, on that bottom lane is going to start to split push things out, does have the teleport ready to go, and did actually get the Baron buff because of Santorin's little jockey for position there. So the delay did work out for Immortals. Adrian able to heal up enough, and now very good pressure here on both these lanes. Top to bottom, Immortal's going to try and take out some turrets.
Success. They know Huni has teleport, and they know the Quas did cancel. So if they're timing it just right, they'll know Quas will have it back up, but it's still going to be really hard for Energy to deal with this 4-1 split push.
I think it's about how much can Quas get done here, because Huni just pushing creeps in, making sure the range creeps do damage. They are going to pull pressure from Santorin, and Immortal's just pushing back S4 here, straight forward towards a creep wave while Turtle eats that one up, eats a cupcake, gets shot in the face. Ooh. Just another day in the office. Man, the things you can do with Soraka. Like, why have your AD carry popping Caitlyn traps in front of a turret? But hey, he's full health. It's totally fine. Yep. And then Nidalee heals back Soraka. The cycle of life is complete, and you realize how busted that combination is. Pretty good, especially in a siege situation with a Baron buff. As Immortal's happy to play this one patiently. Pobelter eats an ulti up from GBM. It's just cooldown's been given away here. Yeah, now they can go in real aggressive. And there's the turret down. Inhibitor soon to follow by the looks of things. NRG not interested in defending that one. Yeah, really do want to point out how amazing it is when you have Nidalee with a Soraka, because the cost of Soraka healing is her own health, and Nidalee removes that cost. So she becomes an insanely efficient healing machine. More so than she already is. Yep. Zokyo eats a spear to his face. There's a nice blue buff actually just below them. I'm sure Rainover would like it, but instead I think they'll just continue sieging for a little while longer. They do have pressure in every single lane, with Super Creeps starting to stream down the midsection. Dragon also up, so they can go and take that if they please. Yep. Another wave of super minions will be reaching, and even though Rainover had run out of mana, the blue buff had conveniently spawned, so he can go refill that right now. And Immortals can continue this siege. They're going to hope to draw another big cooldown out of Energy, I'd imagine, if they were to go in. And I think they're just going to play it a little bit conservatively because they've gained so many positive things from their push already. Yep. Pretty much got what they wanted on the initial wave push there from Baron, so they'll back off and reset their map. Probably spend some gold and finish off this dragon before they get that done. Mountain Drake going to go over to Immortals, matching the one that NRG have currently, but Immortals will lead in dragons 2-1 as they take that one down. Significantly less dragons than last game though. Elder will be our next one, as you can see there from the icon. Yep, but it'll still come up 6 minutes after Mountain Drake right now, so we're going to be getting Elder around 38 minutes and 20 seconds. Baron's still a decent chunk of time away, but it's not like Energy has had time to go out on the map and even clear the pink wards that Immortals has put around that, so we'll add that Immortals just has really good control right here, and because they've been able to set up such good siege situations, and because GBM and Quas are again very far behind, the teamfight initiation just doesn't necessarily matter right now. Soraka can stop anyone from being bursted from 100 to 0. Sivir has Spell Shield, Pobelter has Cleanse and Zonias, and Adrian himself, if Lissandra's coming for him, can actually even save his silence, just put it right on Lissandra to prevent that initiation. So Immortals has done a really good job adapting throughout this game to the ways Energy would attack them, using their gold lead to get the right types of items, and now they're just in total control. Huni wants to put Pobelter in as well. Stun lands in. GBM going to get Chain CC to death there. That is rough for poor GBM. Pobelter's TF has been very good. That one gank in the top lane early that didn't quite work out. Pobelter, he's not having any of that. He only takes credit for the good ones. 5-0-7. Turn gets aggressed on there by Huni, and this tower, every little blue card TF throws in is a huge amount of damage as the Immortals break bottom side in the meantime. More than enough pressure as Quas has been tagged. Rainover's in. Just a bit of poke. Yeah, everything's falling apart here for Energy. GBM is the leader of that team. When he's having such a bad game, you can see the rest of it is just kind of falling apart. OQ, that feels bad. Huni goes in for him. They will flash out of the way. But Immortals now with super minions in every single lane. Quas stunned up. They're not done. Santorin, the next target, as he ultis himself back to safety. But Quas going to get jumped on. Huni's going to take him out. The turrets are going to fall. I think Immortals can push through for the win. Huni wants to pad those stats and try and take them out. OQ tagged on the other side as Rainover's going to try and solo him down. GBM dives in and ults himself. But Immortals going to work on that Nexus, and we are going to get Game 3, I think. Are they going to let Rainover die first? No. They're going to save him. Immortals coming back strong there. Pobelter doing a lot of heavy lifting in that mid and late game. We talked about it. The lanes have fallen behind. It looked a little shaky. We needed Pobelter to have an effect on Twisted Fate, and an effect he had, and the rest of Immortals followed very eagerly behind him. Yeah, and Rainover's pickup of Nidalee had a very strong scoreline by the end of the game. I still think it's
definitely not his most polished champion. You could see a lot of bad leaps, a lot of poor spears early on in the game, but he still understands exactly what he's supposed to do on that champion and had a very effective game.
Yeah.
So reign over, Huni still not having a great series, and as you mentioned, Pobelter, who we said was going to have to, was actually like the fear of, oh, if GBM gets going, that's how Energy's going to win. Pobelter is actually like, no, I am just going to do really well, and I will be the reason we win, and he does that this game.
And let's talk about GBM, because things did not go well at all for the Lissandra. He was trying to be aggressive, trying to make the big plays, but like we said, it's not Vladimir. You don't get to sustain a team fight forever. I feel like the spirit of his play was the same, but unfortunately the pick didn't work out the same way.
Yeah, and a lot of inconsistency still coming through from GBM. This means that actually the only games he's won in the LCS so far are the 2 he's played Vladimir. So he's got to show some consistency on other champions that aren't super overpowered at the moment. So jury's still out actually on GBM's performance so far this split.
We'll have to see if they can do it, as Immortals do pull the match back to even. So we are going to be going to Game 3 for the decider. For more on the Game 2 equalizer, let's check it back in with the analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. As he just mentioned, Immortals equalizing with that victory. Much more decisive victory there over Energy. But Energy is actually where I want to start, because as Jat just mentioned, the 2 games that they have won are with GBM on that Vladimir, and there was a very stark contrast between his Vladimir play and his Lissandra, which did less than impress.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I've found to be a trend with GBM. We were talking about it a little bit before the games, just in pick and ban. I found that he is like so good on the champions that are kind of just like high DPS champions, poke champions, champions that can basically contribute continuously throughout the fight. You know, when he's playing his Gangplank, he looks great. He has high damage numbers. When he played, you know, even Varus last split, he looked good on that. Same thing here with with Vladimir. But when it's the champions that he has to make these kind of like explosive splits decisions.
All in, initiation.
It just doesn't seem like it works. Like his target selection wasn't very good. He's suiciding to kill the Soraka, and it's like, great, you kill their support, but your mid laner's dead.
That being said, they did have a good opening to the game.
Yeah. Very much so.
Like I was looking for, they upped the tempo. Santorin had good ganks top. He had a good gank down bottom. They had a pretty good early lead in both of the side lanes, but then Immortals react just better. Immortals like, you know what? We don't need to stay here. We don't need to stay here and lose CS to this Caitlyn Zyra lane. I'm done with this. So they're like, let's start trading turrets.
Right.
So then they start trading turrets, which is what you do when you're behind and you don't want to stay in the laning phase. You end the laning phase. Once they ended the laning phase and they started trading the turrets, they got that global gold back in, they were able to recover pretty well. And I think a huge part of that is Pobelter, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for holding onto that mid turret while the side lanes were equalizing and recovering, as long as he did.
Yeah, I mean, you have the likes of the TF and the Sivir, so wave clear with the red card plus the wild cards, and then Sivir boomerangs and stuff. I mean, they were able to extend the game just long enough to kind of, to get to that point where 18 minutes into the game, Energy pick a fight that maybe they don't have any business picking. We do have the replay, and we can kind of jump into it, but Energy picking this fight at Immortals red buff ends up being an ace for Immortals.
I mean, it's a tough one. They were looking for a fight, but Pobelter's able to ult in here, and now they're pretty much committed because GBM's coming in. This is talking about target selection. He actually flashes in. He's going to ult off Adrian. Adrian's able to live long enough to get his ult off, though, and GBM goes down. And now this is on the back end of the fight that Huni's able to get so much work, and this was such a key moment in the game because Huni had been down. He lands a big ult. He's able to go in and not only kill off Kiwi Kid, but he gets a reset, takes out OQ, and from here, he really started to snowball a lot because we have to remember, he was like 0-3-2 or something like that at the start of this game. This was a bad start for Huni, but he came up big in this team fight, and I think some pretty big mistakes from GBM.
Yeah, the difference between the full tank top laners and the Aurelia-like champions there. Aurelia goes to the back line, 2 people die. Maokai goes to the back line, he delays the other team's back line and then eventually dies.
Yeah, and so that's where I next want to talk about Quas on this Maokai, because as you mentioned, I mean, Santorin.
If that was Alawi, there would have been like 500 tentacles in the jungle there.
Near the red buff, that's, you want to fight in those choke points. But I still want to return to the Quas point, because as you mentioned, yes, they turned up the pressure, they sent Santorin top, they got him that early kill, but we still saw him in a CS deficit coming out of that advantage, right? So Huni gets back there, gets that CS advantage. We're not seeing the lead that we would have maybe expected out of that Maokai. And then I want to couple that with the interesting build paths. And Azale, I know you have some thoughts on the way that he's been, going the triple door ends. He's done that now in both games into a giant spell as opposed to a few other options out there.
Yeah, I mean, he seems very attached to that build, and it is really strong in the early game, but I do think that it delays your item completions quite a while. So it is a pretty big committal, and when you're already kind of ahead, sometimes it can be really nice to jump out to an early Bomby Cinder, something like that. It can have a lot of laning power, help to extend your lead. But I think a lot of what the CS leads come down to is just the fact that Immortals controls lanes better, they allocate farm better, and that's why they're so good.
Yeah, and to tack onto your itemization for Maokai there, you give up a lot if you're building kind of selfish tanky items and not going with the auras that you usually see. Frozen Heart does so much.
Yeah.
If Maokai's building sort of selfish tanky stats, Aurelia just zips past him like we saw in that team fight. Okay, he can hold and stay alive a little bit longer with everybody hitting him, but eventually he's still going down, and you're not even slowing Aurelia's
Right,
attack
he's not
speed,
benefiting the rest of the team.
trying to peel or something.
All right, well, some criticism for Quas. We'll see if maybe he changes that up or stretches to a new champion in our next game as Energy.
I think you know
They're
which
the
one
ones-
it should be.
It's going to be Lowy. We've already heard it once. But now, of course, it's time to award our player of the game. That's going to go to Pobelter. You already had some high praise for him in the way that he kept the team in the game when they did have that deficit.
I just thought that was such a crucial point in the game where they mentioned it even in the cast. Just like, this is pretty hard to try and freeze on two sides. We're trying to equalize two lanes at once.
Yeah.
And he spammed out his cards as quickly as he could to try and get the wave down every time. Rainover also had a really good performance. He would come in and try and smite the cannon because that's the one thing you can't get with double wild cards. But man, Pobelter, not only the wave clear and holding that for the team to equalize, but also had good TF ultimates.
Yeah, the side lane pressure as well was huge. He helped Huni get back into the game. He held down the mid lane turret. He had great contributions in the late game. Key in that one fight we just saw in the jungle where they got absolutely smashed. So great job by Immortals as a whole, but Pobelter specifically.
Series stands at 1-1. We're stepping out for a quick break, so stick around because we'll be right back with Game 3 to decide this match between Energy and Immortals. You're watching the North American LCS.
All right, let's go, bros.
As a team, as a team, we are just better.
We must play as a team, you know what I mean?
As a team, we are better, okay? It's gonna be alright.
For level 2
This
gang.
is so cheeky. Huni gonna be forced to flash. Quas flash Q. He's gonna get a bit of knockback. Damage is down, and first blood goes to Quas. The threat, good grasping roots there. He's gonna get the stun down, and Kiwi Kid able to take that kill. Huni flashes out of it, and they'll clean the other one up as well. Quas flash Q for the kill.
Too far for me. Take slowly, guys.
Mount.
Help Huni.
I got it. I got two of them.
It's only Graves, it's one.
Immortals coming back strong there. And welcome back to this series between Energy and Immortals, where we're even at 1 game apiece. Two pretty interesting games back and forth there, but Immortals definitely answering after kind of a shaky game 1.
Absolutely, and Energy stepped up in a lot of big ways from the first week, whereas Immortals doesn't look as dominant as they did in the last split. But one person who did look very dominant in the last game was definitely Pobelter, who, as the analyst has talked about, was player of the game on Twisted Fate. He created so much for that team in the last game. He kept everyone kind of afloat when he was holding mid lane as the other two side lanes were catching up, and was just a top performer from start to finish of that game.
Yep, Pobelter looking absolutely awesome, but again, we kind of looked at the problems from week 1. It does feel like OQ's Caitlyn not so good there. His Twitch, amazing. No questions there at all.
Yeah.
But it gets banned away, and Oki is like, what?
Which is really surprising because you think of Okyu, who was this super hype, really Korean prodigy AD carry, top 3 AD carry. Everyone was waiting for him to become a superstar. Jumps over to NA Challenger. You think he's going to be, with his mechanical skill, this really aggressive, great team fighter. But his team fighting on Caitlyn is below average right now, and he just needs to have like a more aggressive mindset, or even just be better at juking skill shots on such a long-range champion who should technically have a little bit more time to see them coming. But once again, those team fights were not good for him on Caitlyn.
No, and again, it's been OQ that's sort of been, like, not to pick on the guy, he's a great player, certainly, but I think he will develop a lot as the split goes on, because it feels like every time, especially with the drafts, Energy are picking for themselves. They're giving Quas the tank most of the time. It's Maokai Echo pretty much always for this guy so far, even though Maokai's got changed. And that means, again, GBM and OQ need to do work here from the carry position. And when only GBM's trying to do work, things fall flat real quick.
And I think Azale hit the nail on the head as far as GBM's champion pool so far this split. When he's on those high damage champions like Victor, Vladimir, or Gangplank, who just DPS throughout the fight, he's really good at just kind of always getting off his damage combo. But when he has to make those like single point of failure / point of success champions like the Lissandra, he hasn't been nearly as successful. So in order for him to be like a DPS champion, he needs to be on a champion that can do damage over a long period of time rather than just that one burst
and
shot.
I felt like he was still playing a very similar way. He's an aggressive mid laner, certainly, so he's trying to get that going for him. But I agree. I think if GBM's going to be a big carry, he's always talked a big game, certainly. I think maybe just stick to what works here. So we'll see if there are changes here for our final game between these two teams. Energy and Immortals will do battle one more time here for week number 2. And so far, so good on the bans. Both Ashe and Kindred going to be taken away.
Yeah, and we do talk about how the team that loses needs to be the ones that adapt here. We've seen 2 Aurelia games in a row from Huni, but hasn't been successful. Don't necessarily think that should drop off. Maybe we end up seeing a Soraka ban. I am shocked that they banned Lissandra based on how ineffective that was for GBM in the last game. Maybe they're just scared of Immortals' ability to play it.
Yeah, seems like it, because they banned it away from them in game 1, then took it, I guess, in the second one.
Yeah. When I said I was shocked, for some reason I was switched around. I was like, why would Immortals ban Lissandra? With Energy banning Lissandra, I actually am not as shocked about. They still are fearful of Immortals' ability to make that single decision and win a team fight.
This is actually looking almost identical to the bans from game number 1. Sides, of course, are the same, I believe, from that same game. But Twisted Fate will be an adaptation here for Energy, which, yeah.
Yay,
I like that one.
Adjustment. Woohoo, they did it. Also, we have to remember that Energy is blue side again. They won their first game on blue side. I do like the Twitch ban from Immortals, but the interesting thing here is the man we see on our screen, Swain.
Swain's open.
Could we see a Swain?
You can see he's deeply thinking about it.
Yeah. Well, this is Quas's expression, whether he's excited, sad.
Hey. I think he's going to do this anyway.
They're hovering it. I mean, not with Vladimir up.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
I'll
take that instead.
Whoopsie-daisy. Immortals throws in a Nidalee ban with Vladimir up. I feel like they should have been willing to trade one of those champions, but GBM's doing pretty good on Vladimir.
Yep.
GBM gets to play Vladimir if he wants to. This is, things are looking up.
Part of me really wants Immortals to give them Swain as well and just see if Quas takes the bait. Maybe they'll play double AP with Swain, but we'll see what Immortals pick here.
That composition is super beast. We've seen a couple teams gravitate towards trying to get both those champions. The trick, if they end up doing a Swain Vladimir composition, is that they bring enough utility and CC from the other roles. A lot of times you want to see it with something like Ashe, which is unfortunately banned because that can be a hard initiation. We saw the Rocks Tigers do it in Korea with a Sivir and a Karma, which didn't necessarily work because while they had the speed, they didn't have any sticking power. I think it's possible that they go for it because it holds a lot of power.
It's open. Zyra and Rex are actually the picks for Immortals, so pretty much taking away the utility that Energy have shown all throughout their series. Rainover, good to see him back on, certainly a signature pick for him. And Adrian, he's always been one to play, you know, a lot of range supports, be a little bit different in his personal champion pool. Kiwi Kid's shown in 2 games despite the loss. that Zyra's a champion to be feared, Adrian's going to say, you know what, I agree with you, Kiwi. Play something else. I'm taking a champion.
I agree. Also, like, Kiwi Kid still could play Alistar, but it's pretty daunting in lane to play Alistar against something like that. Still plenty of supports available. Karma has been one of the most picked supports in North America as well as Europe. And we were speaking of things that you can use for initiation if you do want to go with something like Vladimir and Swain. Those are two champions that can kind of help.
Yep.
It's going to be really hard, though, to run at them through a Zyra.
Yep, Karma Siva looking good, but there's Aurelia and Caitlyn actually for Wild Turtle. So dropping to a different pick here. Does not take the utility Eddie carry this time. I guess with Siva taken away, that makes sense. But played the reverse matchup that OQ played in game 2.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get more of an advantage here since they have the range in both the Caitlyn and the Zyra. Maybe that's just heralding a lane swap because we know those champions are just really, really good into the Sivir.
Yeah, again, Immortals have been on the receiving end for the series. They'll swap over, so I like this adaptation as well. NRG, though, do you need to pick?
Come on, give us Swain.
Give us the Swain. You mentioned sticking power. I think I agree that they'll want some sort of good CC and initiation in their draft. But maybe Gragas can fix that from the jungle, which would leave Swain open. That's not Swain.
That is not a Swain. That is far too tree-like to be Swain. Swain has been nerfed as well. They want the initiation. The Maokai has been working for them, specifically in the Aurelia matchup. Like, Kwasi's falling behind on CS, but it hasn't, in my opinion, been game deciding anyway. And woo.
All right,
that's cool.
We've seen this kind of pick already, as we do have the teams round out their draft. Pobelter takes Anivia into Vladimir, which I think Froggen did already?
Yeah, Anivia was nerfed. So the mana costs were super low on patch 6.10, have been increased a little bit for patch 6.11. Still a very strong pick. Not bad into Vladimir since like neither of these guys are going to be able to burst each other. And Anivia is another champion who's really hard to run at with Sivir and Karma because the wall and all the slows and the stun that you can throw out from Anivia are really difficult to get through. So I like how Immortals is kind of taking some of the counter engage that Energy used to beat them the first game when they were up against the Sivir and Karma and using it against them. Zyra and Anivia are going to be really hard for Energy to engage on.
Feels like they've, you know what, we've played 2 Sivir comps. We lost one game 1-1. We kind of feel like we understand the strengths and weaknesses of the composition well. Really clever last pick, I think, from Immortals. We'll see if Pobelter can live up to the hype from game 2 on the Twisted Fate. The coaches are going to shake hands. Really interesting drafts all series long, I will say. So I'm curious to see how this one works out.
Yeah, and people love to criticize things about Pobelter. One thing you cannot criticize about him is his champion pool. That dude plays everything. So if you have a counter pick you want to line up for him, whether it's an assassin, a mage, really any play style, he can play it, which is why I really like them having this side on this map. That's just the way it falls, and the Anivia was a good pick.
Well, it's looking good. But one more time, send us your predictions using the hashtags IMTWin or NRG win. It's pronounced energy, apparently, but NRG is the spelling of the team. Don't worry too much, though. We're going to get in the game. That's what
I feel
really
like
counts.
the pronunciations are very close. Energy, NRG.
I get it.
Can you tell what I was
the
trying
idea.
to say when I said it twice in a row? Did I just say the same thing twice? No one knows. It's a pronunciation.
Well, what I do know, Jat, is that we're under the roof for game number 3 between these two sides. It's been a great BO3 so far. We'll see which of these teams are going to either pick up their 3rd straight match win of the LCS, or if Energy can finally get a win on the board and get things going, because they've looked a whole lot better already. Bringing Immortals to 3 games is an achievement in and of itself, but it's even nicer to beat them.
Yeah, and as teams adjust to this best-of-3 format, it's good practice for high-pressure games, because at the end of the season, the only thing your game score is going to matter for is a tiebreaker, and that's if you already don't have head-to-head breaking that tiebreaker. So it's like way down the list of importance. What really matters is if you win 2 games in the series. Doesn't matter how many you lose. And it's going to be a really big confidence builder if Energy can end up winning this one. And for Immortals, I think that'll be a decent blow. Like, this is a game they walked in and were just expected to win easily. It already hasn't been easy, but they can at least salvage a victory out of it if they take this game.
Certainly been pushed a little bit more than maybe they expected. Best of 3 formats, though, have shown that has not really shaken Immortals as far as their overall level of play goes. And you can see it looks like both teams lining up for the double blind swap, which pretty much means we'll invert those standard lanes. As we have a check-in with the Keystone Masteries. Nothing super surprising, but always nice to see what the teams are looking at.
Yep, not the Storm Raiders Vladimir, but instead the Strength of Ages Vladimir. Kiwi Kid getting pretty bold here.
Uh-oh. Ignite down. Good damage on Kiwi Kid, yep. Peace. You're out of the lane.
That was actually a really cute play by Immortals right there. because you were expecting them to take advantage of Zyra's plants and crush the Krugs. So Kiwi Kid was actually trying to sneak in through the back of the jungle and probably throw an empowered Q over the wall to steal a last hit and take the level 2 away. But instead, Immortals just waited for him, knowing that could potentially be a counterplay, and nearly got a kill. So I really do have to credit the Immortals for the smarts to kind of be one step ahead of the level 1 mind.
And it has felt like in the 2v2s, which we are going to get another one here just in the top lane, that instead of your usual bottom lane, feels like, well, Turtle and Adrian have been a bit behind in that standard matchup. So now on the offensive side of the matchup, I suppose, we'll see if they can really make some headway. Because Turtle, if he can get aggressive, he will. As Pobota gets great poke down onto GBM.
Yeah, the matchup will be very swingy based on whether or not OQ gets time to ricochet the wave and shove it in. Because if a Silver Lane ever gets supremacy, you can just keep it shoved into the turret over and over again. Based on seeing this matchup a few times already, I don't think that should happen. But, you know, different players play different champions differently. Who would have thunk? And Energy actually shoving them in early.
Yeah, strong poke there. It's actually kind of winning them the early stages of the lane. But Rainover, this is normally reserved for Huni.
Was it all a ruse? Did they want to get shoved in? Here's the gank.
Yeah, Kiwi Kid in trouble. Heal flash is good, but now OQ forced to flash out as well.
Whoa!
Flash, knock up there onto Kiwi Kid. Tries to secure that kill. And Rainover goes absolutely crazy. Kiwi Kid lives.
I don't think Immortals expected that route to land. And then it was a late decision by Rainover to flash in on it, which just couldn't be immediately followed by Wild Turtle. So they miss out on what could have been a kill and end up actually using 2 summoner spells on that early gank. Speaking of which, Santorin again an early gank on a Huni.
Yep, Quas gonna lock him up with Twisted Advance. Pop back there with the body slams. Enough for first blood. Santorin again, making it look good.
Yeah.
Ganking for Quas.
Frowny face by Huni in this. Oh man, I love it when player cams line up with how his emotion should actually be in the moment. Huni very sad after that last gank, but he'll bounce back. He's still up in CS and can teleport back into the lane. It's gotta hurt to get first blooded twice in a row by Santorin in this series, but it has happened and he's playing too aggressive and not respecting the early ganks enough.
Yep, Santorin playing for those tendencies has had 2 great first blood ganks in a row. In games 2 and 3, Rainover though, going to take his jungle, so at least a win there for the Immortals jungler. It'll still get a little bit ahead here, but Greg is still keeping up as we return back to this top side. Energy's bottom lane now nice and healthy after their recall.
Yeah, so just a whole bunch of summoners used in that duo lane. And I'm also really curious about whether Huni's going to get ganked again. If he tries to get aggressive whatsoever, that gank by Santorin did not have to burn flash. And we've talked about this a bunch with the Gragas having his flash up. When he burns the flash on a lane that he can gank, like the ganks just become so easy. But that will also require Huni to push up a little bit.
GBM right now definitely pushing his lane, so mid lane probably not the target they want. Quas also sort of pushing this one up. Huni actually managing to keep this wave back a little further forward, but it'll move towards that turret unless he wants to take a pretty significant amount of damage. Looks like he does, at least for now. Pulls it back a bit. Very nicely done.
Yeah, I don't necessarily want to call it luck that the wave is always in his favor, but it is
there it is!
After dying. But it's on a lane that has flash!
Flash body slam. Pobelta going to get taken out. He's egged. But he's safe. Rainover's here as well. Oh no! That's not what you want at all. GBM going back in for it. GBM's in the tower. He actually gets Pobelta, and Snakeway pulls out of the way.
You devil, GBM. Right. Okay, so he burns.
He's a genius!
It was a beautiful flash. By Santorin to get in there. GBM, he's good at Vladimir. Let's say that. He really understands his damage on that champion. They're able to burn through the egg from Pobelta despite Rainover going in for the save. And Quas is pushed up a little bit too far here.
I know your jungler's not here this time, says Huni, and Quas gonna get chased down. Maybe one more auto after this one. And Q's not up. Quas maybe could have actually got a kill there, but didn't want to risk it.
Yeah, that would have been really bold. If we tried to twist it advance Huni in the turret right there and maybe get an auto attack off to heal himself up. Yeah, so as the gank happened in the mid lane, we were talking about the wave manipulation that Huni had accomplished. When that gank happened, his wave was pushed into the turret, and then actually Quas wasn't able to get back to it in time, so it ended up kind of bouncing all the way to Huni's turret, which has allowed him to pick up a CS advantage at level 6 first. But here is the return gank.
Yep, no flash this time, but maybe not needed. Huni and Quas going to fight it out. Huni actually maybe turns it around. He will, and now Rainover's here. This could be maybe another onto Santorin. Knock-up's good. Rainover's going to move in for it, but the TP will be used.
GBM has
flash. Surprise! It's GBM. He's onto Rainover. Q's gonna land in, Crimson Rush gonna proc soon. He's got the Hemo Plague, Sanguine pulls in a rain over. Humbaros and tries to fight him, but GBM collects it.
Yeah, note that he's gone Flash Teleport here instead of Ghost Flash, so a little bit different on the way he's playing this one. And maybe it was because of the focus he was expecting down into this lane. This teleport from Quas comes back in lane. He doesn't actually wait to heal up to full from base because he didn't want to lose too many last hits. And that extra 100 health he could have gained if he stuck around base a little longer could have actually been the difference in this fight. Because he comes back, takes a ton of minion fire, and then instead of running back towards his creeps, actually runs towards Immortal's side, which makes Reign over support come even easier. So I think a number of misplays by Quas in the approach to that gank, outside of the fact that he was down a level as well as Santorin being down a level. But GBM is able to salvage it when he comes in with teleport and gets the kill on the Reign over.
We talked about the Vlad. It's looked really good for GBM pretty much every time he gets it. He's 2-0 now, potentially looking to put energy right on his shoulders and carry them through this final game versus Immortal. Spirit Visage first will be the build once again. Pobelter rocking that tier and a blue buff. So things going well for the Anivia. But we've seen it already. 3-1 up for energy in kills. Again, the gold lead's not too big for them, but they're applying the early pressure. Again, my question's always going to be, can they convert this into the mid game? Because we've seen they certainly can get ahead early and maybe pull it back mid to late, but I'd like to see them just take the momentum they've already got and just start running.
Yep, and also how are the compositions going to interact when Energy tries to turn the go button, and if Immortals can stop it with the Anivia and the Zyra, which are so hard to initiate on. Not to mention this matchup, which is now the third time we've seen exactly the same champions. Huni seems to always pull ahead in CS, but can't really take over the game. Will that happen eventually? Santorin got a jump on Pobelter, but GBM isn't very close.
Here is not the tankiest of champions. Santorin uses the ulti. But Flash Ross actually misses the result. GBM's over. Pobelter doesn't have hack, and he is going to fall to GBM. His third kill now, as Rainover will get chased down. I don't think they fancy a turret dive, but Huni does.
Boy.
Gets a solo kill.
Take that, Triple Thorns build, says Huni. He'd had the kill before, so he gets his Sheen and his longsword very early. It's the most offensive build Huni could go at this stage in the game. And yeah, maybe Quas just gets a little too aggressive. It was close to being a solo kill early on in the game. He converts this time. Both flashes burn in the bottom lane when that kill happens, and that's trouble for Quas.
Certainly is. As Huni finally, I think, learning the matchup perhaps. Let's see how this actually happened.
Yeah, he'd already been first blood in this game, so he hides in the brush, actually. Quas probably thought Huni was back in base, and he's still just kind of CSing, so not fully threatening. Hits level 7, which will give him yet another point into his Equilibrium Strike, actually. He's maxing that, so that's the large amount of burst he put on him there. And then he just ran into the turret and finished him off.
Yeah, managed to get the kill there, but Adrian exhausted in the top side. Kiwi Kid low, though, as the Immortals might fend this off 2v3, excuse me. Santorin getting in a spot of bother, but no conversion there for Immortals, who definitely fend that off, I'll say. In fact, Huni's here looking for a dive.
When he teleported, he's looking to go off.
Well, Pobelter's here as well. Can they cut them off? Santorin body blocks him in. Now going to dive in for OQ. Huni going for the really juicy target, but Pobelter snipes Kiwi Kid with an icicle.
Yeah, Huni actually jumps on the tank, and he's like, well, I'm here now, let's fight. It is enough to get one kill, but they can't secure another, so I feel like that could have been a lot scarier than it actually was. And Huni ends up burning his teleport for just one kill, and Quas can shove the bottom lane a little bit.
Yep, Energy looking good there on the defense, despite one dropping, but Immortals are going to see if they can't convert for a turret here as well. Might even stay a little longer. One plant tanks it up, two plants tank it up. We'll cast him in the back, being a hero. Another wave's in. Immortals looks like they will be able to take their first turret of this game, taking out that top outer.
Yep, so we already thought that the Caitlyn was going to be a favorable matchup, but I don't want to credit the turret kill to the matchup. They had chipped it away a little bit in the laning phase, but it's mainly the counter engage they actually gave on the gank that Santorin did that set up that entire play. Gragas is going to back off that gank. By the way, we're going to see the replay here. Really, the Zyra ult, you can see how hard that is to move around. Energy actually passed sideways out of that and just into a whole bunch of damage from Turtle as well. That just cues the teleport, the gank, like a total failure. Santorin ganked with very low mana and no ultimate. Thought maybe it would be easy. Nice stun there, and Huni was definitely trying to secure 2 kills.
Yep.
I think they knew they had the kill on the Kiwi Kid, so he tried to burst OQ, and he burned his summoner spells, and then they easily picked up the kill on the backside.
Well, certainly good play from Immortals as Huni, a creative teleport, converts into a kill with a bit of help from Pobelter. Also, who's going Rod of Ages after tier, so definitely stacking that mana up. Santorin, in the meantime, hanging out in the brush, gets spotted. Now has to back out. In fact, Tremor Sensor's got him as well. So Rainover, level 8 there to the level 7 of Gragas, although Gragas is slightly up in CS. Once again, Rainover's control on this champion never ceases to amaze me.
Yeah, that CS difference is gargantuan.
I misread the first number of Santorin CS. Never mind.
Yeah, that's.
I thought that was a 7. That's a 3.
You just made me look down at the CS. It's like, yeah, 72 CS on Rek'Sai. That'll do it. He's also gone very vision-centric, so he's moving around the map very quickly. And then because of his farm, he's going to have the vision as well as the tankiness later. So in that sense, the build will work. What Reignover does a lot of times when enemy junglers try and gank is he will just go and farm their jungle and get vision down, which is a very punishing style as long as your laners don't tilt off of ganks or in very tilty matchups. In this sense, like, Maokai's never really going to take over against an Aurelia, so that is okay. The only worry would be that GBM gets going too much, which has been the main benefits of the early ganks from Santorin. So we're going to have to keep our eyes on how that one plays out, because GBM absolutely has the chance of carrying them.
Yep, and again, 12.5 minutes in, still pretty early. We've actually swapped the duo lanes back down to the bottom half of the map, so we'll have those 2v2s continue as Immortals still have the only turret in this particular game. It does feel, though, as the Reignover's actually going to check in for this blue buff. Maybe just takes it out from under Santorin. That's awfully rude.
Oh!
And Santorin gets it with the barrel. Slightly mistimed there by Reignover.
Smart by Santorin to leave the barrel as well. You never know when a jungler is invading if he has his smite up. Reignover didn't. So Santorin just gets the max damage barrel, waits a few seconds.
Easy.
Easy. All planned.
Well, 2v2 continues, but like we said, it feels like the consistent elements of both these teams are sort of firing this game around. GBM 3-0-0, Spirit Visage done, building in towards that second item, which looks to be the Zhonya's again. But again, the same combo that's always worked for Immortals, or even before that, Huni and Reignover still off to a good start. Huni at 2-1-1. We'll see if which of these sections of these teams can maybe carry it through.
And this is what we expected from the series. It's just the first game where it's actually manifested truly as GBM currently the sole carry versus Huni and Reignover as well. And we've seen some different gold distributions in the past. And like at the moment, based on what I know of Vladimir, like when Vladimir gets ahead, he's the omni carry at the moment. It's just the tankiness as well as the damage to go into the backline. The only fear will be that he can get peeled too heavily by the Anivia and the Zyra, and while he will be able to go in, the rest of his team may not be able to follow, and I think that could be the breaking point in this game.
Looks like Huni and Quas are going to have another battle, but Huni definitely still winning. Trinity Force is there, and Quas is starting to take significant damage despite all of the health and early combat stats he has on this Maokai. Again, I think he's kept up reasonably well in CS this time around, but Huni is making this look so difficult. And to add that solo kill in there as well, Quas just has to hold on again. We've pretty much seen it in the series already.
Yeah, and we got to see how they can keep track of Huni. They know he's in the jungle somewhere. GBM's actually hunting for him.
I think he knows.
He knows that hits.
Yep, Equilibrium Strike there. That's a stun. GBM going to chase in. No Rylai's, unfortunately, so Aurelia just walks away from that one. Cobalts are going to push that wave in. GBM, though, continuing to farm. He just does not care right now.
No, he does not. But with his invade in the jungle, Reignover immediately trying to take a buff away. This time he gets it.
Fires of a Prey Seeker.
Yeah, I like the way Reignover's playing this game. Even though he hasn't had much game presence, his ability to counter jungle is keeping Santorin back. And Gragas already has scaling issues as he gets items, but he's going to run into some even bigger ones here. Teleport in from behind.
Yeah, pretty deep TP. It's GBM. Going to look in for maybe Adrian. Does put the Hemiflake down to do. Flashes in. Exhausted onto Total as well. He's getting blown to pieces almost. GBM actually gets the kill on the back end of the fight. Oku is barely going to live as well. And now Reignover, the next target. Kiwiki going to try and chase him down, but Pobelt has arrived. Santorin in a bit of bother as Huni's also down here. This is a pretty chaotic fight. GBM also going to get chased down there. Gets ignited, and Huni's just trying to play cleanup. Look for the reset. Wants one, but he wants GBM. Gets knocked back by Santorin. Stare in there for Karma's going to lock down Huni out of the turret, and he will die. Santorin also going to go down. And a messy, messy fight.
Yeah, so many things happen right there. It was actually an attempted double teleport for energy, but Huni was able to interrupt Quas's teleport and stop him from arriving. Then Huni could wander off and teleport in later to the fight. But once he does teleport, he actually doesn't execute a very clean combo. I thought he was just going to kill OQ right off the bat and then try and make his escape. That didn't happen. All things considered, though, Immortals walk away with the advantage.
Yep, I'll take the turret as well. So a 2-for-2 trade on kills, I believe, but a turret up for Immortals will give them a decent bit of pressure here. Still only have the 2 turrets in that game, as we'll watch this one again.
Yeah, both teleports being channeled. Flash was used by Huni to stop this as well, so GBM goes in, and I mean, just on his own, because OQ also supported with a lot of damage is awesome, but then look at those Thorn Spitters actually slowing GBM from chasing down Reignover, and then Santorin comes in from the side, through all that stuff and really doesn't do anything. So now the chance for Immortals to turn it around is real because Huni's teleported in. OQ actually has to cancel his recall. And Huni decides to go in, maybe just to finish off GBM and keep the fight a little bit more controlled. But he gets locked down. 2 kills end up going over on the back end of the fight. And because the turret was taken at the very end, it's advantage Immortals. And they're actually opening up a pretty substantial gold lead because of their farm advantage.
Again, Immortals always seem to find a way to, when they're losing, lose less, and when they're winning, win a whole lot more than every other team. 3K up's looking good as GBM and Adrian going to have a battle. GBM certainly fancies his chances, but Adrian's going to back away from that one. Looks like Wild Total has gone that Hurricane BF Soul build that we didn't see from OQ in the last game. Caitlyn does need to kind of get the scaling going, but Total, as always, just creeps out to be a big carry for the team, and he's set up to really have a good late game.
I definitely like that build more, especially when you consider how much Immortals prioritizes wave clear. The Hurricane BF Sword is just going to be better in those situations, and even better in team fights if you're able to hit multiple targets.
Rift Herald for Immortals would give Huni the advantage he loves. Didn't win with it in game 1, but looks like he'll take the buff if it's presented to him, and they will be able to claim it.
Yeah. And keep in mind, he will now have this empowerment until nearly 38 minutes into the game. That's the most underrated part of this buff, is you don't necessarily think it's like that powerful, but you get it for 20 minutes. The deferred power is still pretty massive cumulatively.
Mid-pan push though, as Huni back to split pushing in that top half of the map with the Glimpse of the Void. OQ though, just taking out these minions. Again, everyone seems to be on mid lane wave clear Sivir duty whenever the champion gets picked. But given that GBM's busy down the bottom lane and does have TP, although it's not up yet, he can also apply some side lane pressure, which I think plays into maybe another element that NRG can use in this game.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also am a little curious why there's been such a low priority of Dragon on this game. Nearly 19 minutes in. Cloud Drake is the first one up. Oh boy.
We get juking out. Pobelta still firing away with the auto attacks, but he'll stay safe for now. Does have Egg as well, so probably not too worried at this point.
Yeah, it does have to respect him though, obviously. Kiwi Kid has to give mutual respect. Either one of them could probably have a pretty significant hand in killing the other. But that Nivea wave clear beginning to overpower right now.
Yep, time to start another siege. Immortals really equipped well. Try and get this down. Much like NRG's comp in game 2. But they don't finish the turret that time around. Santorum body slams out of the way from the grasping roots, and Immortals have to back.
Yeah, and they really need to back because the double TP is up once again for Energy, so the fear of a double teleport flank is very real, and that's how you stop the long-term Anivia sieges. You can see the work was being done by Immortals a little bit because they can clear the way faster, move into the turret, use a wall to threaten OQ, and then get turret damage down, but...
Almost take out Kiwi Kid, ace in the hole! Blocked by OQ. Even use the heal as well, just to make sure.
A little bit too much. That burst just seemed to come out of nowhere. Adrian just landed the roots, and they're able to follow up a large amount of damage.
Welcome to Zyra.
Yeah, really...
Caitlyn headshots.
Really seeing the power of those two working together.
It's crazy. It's almost like...
She has like one magic pin.
Oh yeah, no, champion's silly. But it's funny to see that Kiwi Kid's like, hey guys, I think this is pretty good. Ate a few bans like early on in the split, and then all of a sudden Adrian's like, I've played against this for 2 games.
Yeah.
Seems pretty good.
Do it.
I'll take it.
Once again, this is how Immortals learns the meta. They're just like, oh yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, we'll do it too.
Unfortunately, don't get enough information in scrims as Huni investigating. Does get chased up by a sapling, but again, he's got full control of this pretty much top half of the map, actually. 2, 2, 2, going the same build we've seen every single game so far with Frozen Mallet coming up second. See what pressure he can apply in that top lane as NRG try and answer with a counter push in mid.
Oh, rain over in the back. Pobelta caught.
Yep, good ulti there from Santorum's going to get him back into the team. Pobelta getting low, but is Egg now? Huni going to come back in, but gets exhausted as soon as he comes down. But Huni's still fighting. Egg's there, but Pobelta, he's going to live through it for a little while longer and almost snipes Kiwi Kid. Instead, he does get shut down, and now Huni getting chased in. Santorum, big damage on the front side, knocks up 2 with the belly bop. And that's it, just the 1 kill.
Yeah, with such an initiation, kind of surprising that they only get 1. GBM was a little slow getting into the fight, and then the damage on the Anivia egg was really lackluster as they were all confused with the rest of the fight. They're looking to continue this push.
GBM!
Oh, man.
Taken out by Turtle. Now Rainova going to try and move Quas in as well. Damage is there, but Huni's going to take him out. Surfs with complete style under that turret. And a huge misstep by Energy.
Yep, GBM just thought he was going to lifesteal up really quickly, but he burns his health by casting a Z, doesn't pop his zonies because Rainover gets him with a surprise. What a timely unburrow right there. And OQ just sitting on the Essence Reaver, not a substantial contributor to these team fights yet. So many people sitting low on Immortals. You really want to see the Sivir just kind of walk up, get one ricochet off, but it hasn't happened. And yeah, Pobelter goes up for a wall. A reactive teleport from Huni. GBM is already walking in from behind because he teleported in for the play. But like, OQ is just not really doing that much damage. He's very fearful of Huni diving on him for good reason because it's a Trinity Force Jarom's Fist Aurelia. And then the fight continues with energy being really low. GBM just gets a little greedy with his life steal.
Yeah, you talked about it already. It's kind of tricky to walk through Anivia Zyra zones, and I think that's a lot of what OQ's struggling with on the fairly short-range Sivir. Pobelter does get the turret as we pop back in after the replay, so 3 turrets to 0 still. Energy aren't just kind of running out of ways to get in on the team. They're actually running out of space to play on this map, and I think this is really where Huni, especially with that Rift Tower buff, can start to shine, because he's tried to split push every single game on the same champion with Aurelia. But when the map is this constricted for energy and this open for Immortals, Huni has a field day in these situations.
Yeah, and he's the sole teleport on Immortals as well, so it's going to be a little bit trickier for him to get both GBM and Quas down in the 1v1s, but I think he should definitely be going for it because that's where Immortals can hold the edge in this game.
Well, Dragon over to Energy, so they'll pick up the Cloud Drake for themselves. Very late, like you mentioned, 23 minutes in and we finally get it, but look at Wild Turtle on a solo adventure as the rest of the team will join.
Yeah, meanwhile, GBM doesn't have teleport, and he's already going over to another wave to push, so this is an uncontestable turret.
Very nice little rotation there from Immortals. Now 4 turrets to 0. Energy is starting to fall a little too far behind in this game. The gold lead again from Immortals just balloons so quickly as they rotate swiftly around the map. 6k up at 23.5 minutes. And nary a Cloud Drake to speak of.
Yep. A little bit of move speed that Energy is going to be able to have.
Well, GBM show seems to be back. Does take the turret up in bottom lane, but he has a whole lot of work to do if the team's going to catch up.
Yeah, absolutely. At least he'll be faster, especially if he can control the next Cloud Drake. Second one's coming through. It's the waves that Energy have to get under control. And they just do not have the ability to get in on that mid lane. Like, it's either a Hurricane Caitlyn that's there, or it's an Anivia who's built 3 mana items. Like, Pobelter's never going to run out of mana in that mid lane unless he's really wasteful with his Glacial Storm. And it's going to be really difficult for Energy to crack any type of thing, especially when you consider when they try and initiate, they're going up against Anivia and Zyra. So even though Immortals is kind of a team that you'd like to think of being like super decisive and really goes in, they don't have to right now.
No.
They actually just kind of have to continue playing this wave clear game and continue to scale up.
I think the Immortals macro game is underrated perhaps, given how many highlight plays the team likes to make, but they certainly are capable of playing the map, and they're showing it actually a lot in the start of summer.
Yeah,
this game is no exception.
I think Immortals macro game could actually be the strongest part of their game. Like, the wave manipulation is so unnoticed, but they probably do it better than anyone else. Across the board, I think that starts with Rainover. He's always outpacing the enemy jungler, and it allows his lanes to stay aggressive.
See, that's true here as Huni dives in onto Quas. Quas again. This is struggle street for Malco, who just has no items.
Yeah, he does have his teleport up if he really needed it, but Huni really loves that Frozen Mallet build. I wonder if there is something he could have built that let him win these one.
Oh, hello. Rainover gonna get out of that. Buffer tunnel gets him through it. Zyra ulti gonna zone them out. I'm actually very surprised Rainover lived through all that, but somehow runs the gauntlet and escapes.
A really dangerous path for him to walk, but it just, Energy wasn't willing to pull the trigger because they didn't have any of their soul inners there.
GBM is though. Here we go, but Huni's going to try and turn it around. Pobelter flashes out and barely lives, but now Huni might die as Quas is TP'd in. Huge blade surge to the Raptor, and Immortals get away.
But they do have to burn a lot to get in on that. Huni uses his teleport, and GBM shows his strength right there. Like, he's going to be the one who's trying to carry him, nearly soloing out Pobelter. Doesn't even have to use his flash, so I would have loved to see the start of that one. And now Energy's going to try and posture around the Baron a little bit, maybe even go for it.
I've seen this dance already.
I mean, there's 2 people on Immortals that are back in base, so Rainover going to have to be really bold with his disruption here.
No TP from either of them as well. Now that's going to pull the ulti and go for it. Adrian, huge grasping roots to disengage the fight, but GBM's in. They've got Adrian. That's an easy kill for OQ, as now the TP's in for Immortals. Rainover into the backline trying to be disruptive, but Quas That caught out as well, perhaps ran over there too low. He's going to fall in the front lines as Oki gets himself a double. Huni exhausted in the front side as Immortal still pushing forward. Huni just wants to clean up. He'll shut down Oku. Pick up that one. Now GBM going to get ulted out by Kalen. It's not enough to kill him as he heals out from under it, but Santorin's getting chased in the backside. Energy of Summer getting away on the right, but Immortals do stop the Baron, get themselves a double, and GBM, ooh, that wall.
Yeah, really
Not
close
quite
to
there.
being able to catch him off, and maybe he's just going to be able to go hide and recall as Immortals is pinging on the Baron. You can see Energy's thought process, right? They've been able to win one game by forcing Baron. They still have the Sivir and the Vladimir, and they also know the Zyra ultimate is down, so really key for them to go straight to Adrian, but the Grasping Roots delays, and no one else commits super hard while this is happening, and they're waiting for the Anivia and the Aurelia to arrive, and by the time Huni's going in deep, everyone is actually here for Immortals, and you get to see the gold bead of Immortals have take shape a little bit. The wall wasn't perfect from Anivia, but was good enough that they get a lot of damage down, and GBM just jukes out from that one shot at the end, and Huni very strong. Looks like they can get the Baron.
Yep, as we pop back in, it's an easy Baron. NALCS caught on the front line, taking damage a little too low. Does Twisted advance away, but Adrian's going to collect credit for that kill. Now GBM going down as well. Pobelta able to claim the second. Immortals with Baron now 5v3, and Huni straight into the back line. Rainover chasing as well. Immortals, how frisky are we feeling?
Yeah, tale of two teams right there. GBM tries to be a hero, whereas when Immortals disrupted the Baron, they did it as a team. I don't think that Baron was contestable, but it was kind of a desperation move for Energy to try and stop this. Now that they've lost both Soul Laners against a Baron team, Immortals is going to take a whole bunch of hits.
Huge drop from Santorin, but Rainover pretty tanky. Huni not so lucky though, tanking the tower for too long, as the tower will fall there to Wild Turtle. Immortals don't get greedy, they'll back away from the area.
Yeah, just as I say Immortals is playing great as a team, they try to go in without minions and Huni ends up dying, so they respectfully back away. But the important thing is they killed the inhibitor turret as well as secured the Baron to give themselves an even larger advantage in this game.
Well, GBM's back up with the TP as we'll watch this again. Huni able to start this off. Baron's already there and Immortals just go straight in.
Yeah, nice wall there to cut off Quas, but Quas didn't have any business being there when Sivir is so far away from the fight as well as Santorin. And then GBM has done that before. Like, he's been able to 1v4 a team on Vladimir, but just not necessarily this team. Still looking for some healing reduction to come in from Immortals outside of the Ignite. That last fight, it was actually Adrian's Ignite that had gone down on the GBM to stop his healing, so in the short term it was able to stop him, but I want to see Executioner's Calling coming up from Wild Turtles next time.
I think it's the fourth item, because feels like after Rapid Fire, that's exactly where he wants to be. Also, he's going to need to cut down some of Quas's armor at least, and actually the Frozen Heart of Santorin as well, so I like everything that Immortals got going so far. Do need to pressure some of these side lanes though. Seen their wave control really come up trumps in a whole host of games this series. No exception, but they do have this to work on, I guess, first. They'll take the easy pickings.
Yep.
Mid inhibitor looking
He's actually behind GBM. GBM was trying to flank right there and it is not going well.
Nope. Does pop the zone, is invulnerable for now, but I think going to get walled off. He's going to get knocked up, and that's a kill. Immortals again with a power play.
Yeah, really greedy move there by GBM. He tried to sneak out the base gate, but very easily gets spotted out by Immortals. Obviously, they're trying to find creative ways of getting through the Anivia and the Zyra, but that one just really did not work, and it gives up the inhibitor.
Yeah, we talked about GBM, who was the member that was getting going. 4-0-0 at one point in this game. Been the big carry for the team. OQ again, the question has to remain. He's had a few good fights on Sivir this game, but when the team doesn't fight together, it's just so hard for GBM to be that one-man band, and Immortals are playing much cleaner and much more together with a really clever composition.
Exactly. They gave away the first pick Vladimir once again, but with the Zyra and the Anivia, they're making it much more difficult for all of Energy to follow up with the Vladimir. So even though GBM sometimes gets involved, if he has been involved fully in a team fight, Immortals has eliminated the rest of the team from the fight there, and it's been much more effective.
Immortals still on the siege though. 3 members strong with the Baron buff ready to go. This tier 2 is probably not defendable, so Energy will gift them that one away as GBM's ready to meet the creep wave as it pushes forward. People going back though, time to spend some money. Only have one inhibitor down so far in mid lane. Clouddrake's actually up as well, so Turtle gonna go ahead and solo that one up.
Yeah, easy takings. Did you know Clouddrake has a faster attack speed than any other of the dragons?
I did not know that.
Apparently, like, clouds attack fast or something. The mountain is the slowest attacking one and also has more health and armor. Easiest to solo though because it does such little damage. It's interesting.
Oh yeah, I can kind of see that.
Yeah.
Flavor-wise, kind of makes sense.
Yeah. I think there was, like, the beginnings of a really cool idea there, and it's like, oh yeah, he attacks faster. We did it. The rest of the Dragons I really enjoy. Aside from that, do not mean to criticize at all.
Well, so it goes over to Immortals nonetheless. And Dragon's certainly not been the focus of this game.
Definitely
even though
not.
we've had 2 total.
Yeah, in 31 minutes. And then we get the Elder, which may not even be involved depending on how well Immortals can starve them out here. They have the Caitlyn to siege with traps. They have the Anivia behind, and they have the split push going with Huni's Aurelia.
Well, Baron buff has dropped. But TP up for Huni, and this is really the formation that Immortals want to be in this situation. Energy going to have to fend off a lot of sieges here. And I'm not sure GBM's got the big play in him. Good wall, again, just zoning them out. Turtle's got plenty of traps where that came from. The wave's going to push in, and the test begins.
Absolutely. I mean, GBM's trying to cheat over and maybe get a good fight while they stop Huni, but like the brute force initiation would just be so difficult. Through the traps, through the Anivia, through the Zyra, like almost impossible. So Huni just taking free shots at this turret.
Almost gets it on this wave, actually.
He might be
the
able to
ulti. Yeah,
fight
he's going to
GBM
get
after
it.
this.
He wants to fight GBM, going to stun him. And GBM's like, oh, I don't really heal as much as you. And he's like, I know, I'm going to keep fighting. Equilibrium strike in. Up, there it is. 1,000 health back. Easy, please.
Sturge still taken by Huni. He's a little low on mana, but would have his teleport if he wants to come back and join it now. Here we go. That's the 4-1 kicking in. Wild Turtle gets a few shots on the other side. Really well played siege thus far by Immortals.
Yep, rapid fire cannon doing work there for Turtle on the Caitlyn. Huge range as he steps into siege. Huni has stepped away though. I believe he's hanging out in the fountain. Yeah, he is. So maybe looking for a flank, but definitely wanted to get that mana back. And that open inhibitor is right there as Huni's going to teleport back to try and finish it off.
Yep, and unless Energy commit 2 people, they can't stop Huni from taking this. Because if they commit 2 people, they're going to lose on the other side. So they're going all in for an initiation.
Yep, they have to try something. Good off from set. Torrent Turtle back into the team. Exhausted and trying to flash away, but they're going to flash on top of him and take him down. Rain over there tanking damage on the other side as Adrian's going to get taken up by GBM. Huni gets Karma on the other end, though. We'll see what happens here in the rest of the fight. Rainover, very tanky. Now onto Oki, who's actually going to try and 1v1 him, but Rainover stands his ground for now. GBM going to try and save his teammate, but Santorin does to Pobelter on the other end. Rainover takes the tunnel system out to safety, and Huni, just too disruptive with the help of Pobelter, might be able to clean this one out. The damage is there, but Huni goes straight over the wall for another one. Pobelter collects kills everywhere, and GBM, the last one standing, does fall for the ace.
Really impressed with the way Immortals played that fight because it looked like Energy had actually gotten a flank off for them. And then Pobelter trolls Huni at the end of the game there with a wall. It's not going to matter. This is going to be Immortals taking the series 2-1.
Yep, really smart last game here for Immortals. A well-played composition and a victory it will be. Once again, pushed to the limit as Energy show really strong signs of life, but one game is not enough this split to get you a win.
Absolutely, that moves them to 0-3. Immortals stays undefeated in matches, going to 3-0. A little shaky the way they got there, but I will say they got better as the series progressed, which is the type of progress you want to see. Huni, feeding a little bit in the first 2 games on Aurelia, definitely crushed the last bits of this game. That team fight at the end there, really want to see that again. The work that Huni and Pobelter would have done, because Wild Turtle got killed right at the start of that fight. And there was a Vladimir in there, and like once your main DPS guy gets killed against a Vladimir, you think the Vladimir's just going to take over the fight, but that just wasn't the case.
And it's funny, you joked about it where it's like, oh, we have trouble knowing what's strong because we just beat everyone playing like random champions or whatever for Immortals. I feel like best of 3 actually helps them in that regard because they play more on stage, they play more LCS matches, and they're like, oh, okay, this stuff is good.
It does.
We can adapt, and we've seen our adaptation, I'm going to say surprisingly strong.
Yeah.
Given how often they've been pushed to 3 games.
And I really don't think that Immortals, when they reach the playoffs this split, will have the same fallback of like, oh, we didn't figure out the meta in time. Like, they will figure it out. And they have proven time and again that they are still very good players and capable of adapting, but it's still a really long season. That is now 3/18 of the actual matches they will be playing. So plenty of learning and growth to happen for both of these.
Yeah, must be tough for Immortals, losing twice as many games this season already than they did in the last split. On the flip side, though, Energy, marked improvements already from week 1. We talked about it. Yeah, being 0-3 to start your season isn't great, but it's certainly a long season. And even in that series alone, you can just see kind of what's coming together. They're a team that was kind of thrown together, and already it feels like they're starting to learn a bit more how to play together.
Yeah, and they're going to need to continue to do that, right? Because the 10 teams in the North American LCS, like every single one of them has something to fight for, and it's only the top 6 that make the playoffs. And it's also, especially for GBM, while he is hopeful of his teammates, it's got to be in the back of his mind that like last split, they started really well, and still just barely made the playoffs. So when you start poorly, that just means their performance has to be that much better in the upcoming 15 matches they still have to play.
Yeah, and sort of in the larger picture of the league, it's not like this split is any less competitive than spring. In fact, it may be the most competitive NALCS season ever, given what we've seen from the new teams that have come in, the old teams that are still playing.
Yeah.
It's an uphill battle, certainly, and that's probably the tough thing about best of threes is, yes, you learn more, you get more chances to play on the big stage, and maybe adapt and learn faster, but at the end of the day, you still lose when you lose 1-2.
Yeah, exactly. And to get ahead of the trolls that were just like, you always say that the NALCS is better, it's because it usually is.
Yeah.
Like, this is such, like, League of Legends is still only 4 to 5 years old as far as like actual competitive games, and the infrastructure grows and the organizational structure and power grows every single year, and the players just get better with more experience and more coaching. So yeah, this is an incredibly exciting season we're about to have in North America because of best of threes, because of all the experience, because of all the players, and I can't wait.
Well, I can't wait either, but we are going to throw it over to an interview. Dom is standing by stateside with a member of Immortals.
Thanks, guys. Great cast on the night, by the way. I am joined by Pobelter after that 2-1 victory and very, very solid play at the end there. Now, before the match, we heard a little bit about some overconfidence you guys were talking about. Well, seems like you got over it over the course of that game.
Yeah, I think some of the issues we were having last split were related to overconfidence, but our loss in the playoffs really humbled us, and we realized that we need to kind of expand the sort of strategies that we're playing, treat practice, treat stage games more seriously. And so I think this split is going obviously a bit more rough than last split where we were just tearing through everyone, but I'm still a lot more confident in how we're going to play towards the end than I did last split.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Now, to follow up on that a little bit, last split you guys were 17-1, and now you've already dropped 2 games in the first 2 weeks. How does that feel?
Indifferent. I mean, because we drop games all the time in practice, right? So, yeah. But overall, I believe our record on the standings is shown as 3-0 rather than our total game record. So I think we're still undefeated so far in that sense. So yeah. Still holding on to that.
Yeah, technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. And now to talk a little bit more about that, do you think the change to best of threes might have had anything to do with that?
Yeah, I think we're showing a bit more confidence in trying different strategies. Maybe champions were not as comfortable as playing. Last split, we were sort of running the same strategy every game, which was like level 3 or level 4 getting top lane, and Hooney's just going to 1v5 the game sort of deal. And it kept working because we were really good at it, but this time around, we're trying some different strategies. Hooney's finally playing tank sometimes. I'm not playing Lux every game, so it's really good, actually.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. Now, one final question for you. You've got one best of 3 tomorrow against the only team to have defeated Immortals in a best of series, TSM. Got any thoughts?
TSM's looking really crisp after their boot camp in Korea. I think that Biofrost fits in really well with the team. And overall, even though they're looking more coordinated than we are, I guess, I don't believe that they dropped a game the first weekend. I think it's going to be a close set.
Yeah, well, we're looking forward to see that in action. Pobelter, thank you so much. Congratulations on the 2-1. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk to break that down.
Thank you very much, Dom. I, too, am looking forward to that series tomorrow between Immortals and TSM.
Sunday.
Is it Sunday?
I think so.
Okay. But now we've just misled the viewers. We'll figure that out at the end of the day. Yeah. Regardless, before we get to that series, we got to break down this series between Energy and Immortals. Immortals do come out on top, winning their second game 2-1 against Energy. This one, again, relatively consistent in terms of establishing an early lead. Hooney picking up a lead in that top lane, and then for him, this time around, really being able to apply that side lane pressure on the Aurelia.
Yeah, like I have to give a lot of credit to Santorin, honestly. He was doing a lot of work in the early game. He was getting his lanes ahead, but then they were really doing nothing with it. Like, you know, we're saying Hooney got a lead for himself, but this was after he got first blooded by Santorin. Again. He got first blooded again, and then you look at the lane, and Quas is already losing, and it's a situation where I think that Quas wasn't really managing the waves that well. He's putting himself in these positions where he can get run down. He's not allowing the wave to reset and repeat gank this guy, because when you actually, kill off their top laner and you get his flash, this just should be a really easy repeat gank. We had that one failed gank where they came down, he TP'd right back. They tried to kind of like 2v1 him, but it was in all the minions. He took so much minion damage, ended up dying, went into early for Santorin, and the lane kind of went disaster after that.
Right. Absolutely. So good on Huni there to kind of create that lead for himself in the face of the pressure from Santorin. If we move across the map during this game for Immortals, it just seemed like that Anivia as well as the Caitlyn traps and the Zyra gave them a lot more of an ability to kind of create the fights, the landscape of fights that they wanted. Whereas GBM on the other side was kind of that one-man army doing everything he could on the Vladimir that he has carried with prior. Not quite enough this time around.
Yeah, this game started out with, lane advantages for Immortals, which they're used to getting, but this time around, they drafted a really secure mid-game transition here. It's so annoying. If you have a Zyra, Anivia, and Caitlyn traps all to deal with to try and get a lead back, you got to make a play.
Right.
You got to make a play dodging 6 traps, 4 plants, and Anivia Walls is going to pop out of nowhere. It's just, that's so solid of a siege comp, and they were actually able to utilize it this time. Like you said, in the side lane, Huni created the pressure, so then they got to draw across the map as well.
Yeah, that 4-1 split, the inability to kind of break the siege that was put on. We did see, to Energy's credit, we did see them try and find a couple inventive ways of getting through it, right? Either running straight through it, having GBM flank. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. The warding for Immortals was there so that they saw it in time. They could kind of react to it properly. Moving away from, or rather before we move away from the game, let's award the player of the game. That's going to Huni this time around. On this Aurelia, really did establish a lead in that side lane. 6.1k gold over Quas at the end of the game. That is nuts when it comes to differentiation in items.
Yeah, I mean, he played this one really well. I still like that he's got that Huni flavor to it, though, where he makes a couple plays where you're like, oh, he's getting real, his eyes get real big, he's going super deep, a little bit too much, but he keeps it at a very high pace.
Yeah, he's very, very aggressive, creates his own advantages, which is something that cannot be overstated. It's one thing to be able to extend a lead. He creates his own leads in disadvantageous situations, and that's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's take a step back and look at the whole series, because I do want to talk about Energy and the improvements that they've made, but also areas in which they still need to pick up the slack. So major things for me here is that Santorin did apply a lot more pressure in this week, helping out Quas. I mean, Quas isn't necessarily turning it into any other further advantages, but very good to see him put some pressure into lanes as opposed rather to sticking back and farming the jungle the whole game.
Yeah, I think for Santorin, he had some really good improvements, and he almost had too many successes. Like, he had successful ganks top and bottom, and he was just kind of all over the map trying to make things right everywhere because he's trying to fix all of these lane situations.
There's too many leaks, you can't repair them all.
Yeah, but sometimes
He's only got 10 fingers.
What happens when you do that as a jungler is you're gonna lose control of your quadrant of the jungle. Like, you kind of have to elect an area to focus on so that you can return to that area, you can farm also. So what happened was he was ganking a whole bunch, fixing everywhere, and then he would lose out. Rainover would come take that Rainover tax. That's going to cost you 2 camps, you gank down there. It's going to cost you a couple more camps, you gank again. And it's just, it's hard to do that as a jungler.
Right, yeah, 20 minutes in, we did see a 30 CS. In this most recent game, we saw a 30 CS lead from Rainover. And when that is jungle camps, that's a significant amount of gold that was contributing to Immortals' advantages there. Now let's look at the areas in which Energy needs to pick up the slack. I think Quas has been a point of criticism for them. What else, Zale, are you looking at for this Energy roster to continue to work throughout the split?
I think a lot of it just comes down to really working well together as a team. I think one of the biggest differences this game, Energy looked a lot better, first of all, but I think just their wave control, their map movements, they're not as good at that as a team like Immortals. They seem to kind of lose control of winning lanes a fair bit, which I think is a little bit inexperience, a little bit of miscommunication, not knowing where people should be at the right times and stuff. They're missing waves, they're not bouncing them properly, things like that. And these little things add up to big differences.
Yeah, I think that the improvements that we expect from Energy are things that you would expect from a team that just got put together. You know, they just reorganized and they're looking up already. So I think that is a good sign.
Yeah,
to use it also looked really good. I think, today. He looked really good.
All right, there you go. To use a word from Pobelter, not looking quite as crisp as, say, some of the top-tier teams. Looking for them to get there.
Said you were going to use it.
I did. I said I was going to use it, and I did it. I got it in there. Now,
a little crunchy.
all right. So Series 1 out of the way here tonight. Now let's focus in on the next matchup that we're going to see. That's APX versus Team Envy. Our other two teams that are sitting at that 2-0 are two new teams coming in hot. But one of them's got to fall tonight. So as we look at this, I know we've already talked a lot about the top lane, but let's start there. Seraph and Ray. I mean, this is a sweet matchup between the two of these guys.
It's going to be really exciting, especially Seraph, I think, is someone you have to worry about a lot because, like Kobe talked about earlier, champion diversity is insane. How do you ban that? With Ray, it's a little bit more cut and dry. You can be like, okay, well, most of his success came on the Fizz. Let's get that out of there. If your top laner is a lot more flexible, you can actually focus top lane bans if that's something that you're worried about and still have Seraph on something he's happy playing.
And the extra wrinkle in this, Seraph does a lot of shot calling for all of the teams he's ever been on. Even when he's substituted into the LCS, he did shot calling for the team he's subbing for.
Right.
So if there's a top lane shot caller and they know that they've been watching games where Apex focuses a lot on, getting buffs for Ray and focusing on Ray, how is Seraph going to handle that as, a shot caller and a big carry for the team?
Yeah, I mean, they have some time to actually have studied each other now. So, Apex, that was their first week in the LCS. They showed huge top line priority. If you can actually set that up, keep wards on the Rift Herald, if you can contest that, that can go tragic really fast because this is, a powerful buff, but you take a lot of damage.
And it's really easy to interrupt people if they're on Rift Herald. It has so much life now. It's
it
like
really does.
12,000 HP or something. It takes a long time to do. If you want to just wander over there, you can stop them pretty
The fact
easily.
that you have to dedicate 2 to 3 people, the amount of damage it deals to whoever's tanking it, absolutely absurd. Either way, we have to take a quick break. That concludes our coverage of Immortals versus Energy, but we've got more league action coming your way. When we return, Apex and Team Envy will face off in our second match of the night. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Been a great BO3 so far. Which of these teams are going to either pick up their third straight match win, or if Energy can finally get a win on the board? Quark's going to lock him up with Twisted Advance. Bob back there with the body slams. Enough for First Blood. Santorin again. On it all. GBM going back in for. GBM's in the tower. He actually gets Pobelter.
You devil, GBM.
Taking damage a little too low. Does Twisted Advance away, but Adrian's going to collect credit for that kill. Now GBM going down as well.
Immortal stays undefeated in matches. They got better as the series progressed.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the North American LCS. I am David Freak Turley, and it's only fitting that for this nighttime game, we bring out Aiden, Zyrene, Moon alongside.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, your last name, the Moon's out. We're good.
I get it.
Okay, just making sure everyone else at home
got it.
got it. Good. Okay. Well, speaking of who's going to get it, Apex and Envy started this series getting 2 victories in 2 matches each in week 1, but now only one of these squads can get that 3-0 start to the split.
Yeah, and we've had a lot of strong performances from both teams, especially Apex, though, who have been showing that their players' time away from being in the big leagues actually hasn't staled their abilities at all. We talk about some players coming back in, and are they up to snuff? Well, all these players on Apex are showing that they are competitors in the LCS.
Yeah.
And because everyone is shining, it's actually really hard to stand out on this team because everybody is, but Xpecial, as a support player, picked up 2 Player of the Game honors last week, and he's so far the only support to get 2. And normally, that's a role that people are like, oh, you know, I didn't notice that. No, he was making plays.
Yeah, Apex and Xpecial especially, just really, really strong for these guys. And though they are getting help from all these lanes and everyone's really helping, Envy feels a bit more like just the Seraph show.
Yeah, and of course, every team that Seraph is on, he kind of gives them the Seraph blessing, and they just get a little bit better. But we still don't know where this team stands. They did lose a game to Energy, and they 2-0'd Team Liquid, but that was Team Liquid with Moon, so the jury is still out about this team. But we do know that Proxen, he's looking better than when he was on TIP, and Seraph has become a very good macro game shot caller over the years that we have seen his progress.
Yeah, and I got to talk with their team owner, Hastro, and he's like, yeah, no, I scouted these players really hard. Lod, huge talent as well. He's guys like playing almost perfectly. He's a great backline player.
He's very vocal as well.
Yeah, and he's like, this guy's communication is insane. So I think we might see more of these players start shining on Envy. If that happens, and good for them. But we want to talk about a future matchup here. There's 2 players we want to take a very close look at. No surprises, the top lane matchup. It's Seraph on Envy, Ray on Apex. These guys are the guys.
Yeah, especially with the current state of top lane. Both of them have rather aggressive champion pools, and Seraph is actually able to get some, you know, utility champions in there too. But they are very similar in that they like to split push, but their team play is what separates them. Ray, he gets more resources from his team. He has received all 4 Rift Heralds in Apex's 4 victories to give him a split push advantage. But then Seraph, instead, he actually leads top laners in kill participation because he's all about that shot calling in the mid game. He favors team fighting, and he favors making that TP play with Lissandra or Maokai that wins them the game.
Exactly. So the breadth of what Seraph was able to do, and also I kind of want to think about like the actual metagame is, what if the best top laners are just the Aurelias and the Jaxes? Like, everyone has to go just to that style and only play the flip push style as the best way to play League of Legends. That's an option as teams adapt. We have to see what that's going to be. But real quick, though, as you've heard what we've had to say about the matchup, we want to hear what Apex's Ray says about sizing up Team Envy.
MB는 저희랑 똑같이 한국인이 3명이고 일단 커뮤니케이션이 되게 잘 될 것 같고요. 일단 2승을 한 상황이라서 네, 좀 지금 상황에서는 되게 센 상대라고 생각을 하고 있어요. 그래서 많이 준비를 해야 될 것 같아요.
Yeah, and it definitely depends, I think, really how these teams do match up against each other. Had the analysts talk about the fact that Seraph the shot caller, they know that Apex tends to play through Ray a whole lot. Both these teams, I think, are well suited to be ready to like attack the other team's style.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of funny because there's so many similarities. They're both 2-0, right? They both actually have 3 Koreans, and they have one that's bilingual and translates, and then their bottom lane are the English speakers. So they have the bottom lane that's like, you know, these guys are going to go head-to-head, fight for the English language superiority, and the rest of the map. So a lot of similarities between this team, especially in communication.
Yeah, and the two of the new teams, the LCS as well. So we'll see how that lines up. Let's check out the lineups for this one. Up first, Apex. Ray in the top lane. Big deal for them. Shrimp in the jungle. Keen, the translator, I suppose, the mid lane. Apollo, AD carry. Xpecial, 2-time player of the game of support, with Coach St. Vicious there behind them, leading the picks and bans.
And across the rift from them, Team Envy. In the top lane, Seraph. In the jungle, Proxen. In mid, Ninja. AD carry Lod, and support Hakuho with Coach Miracle. And if you want to talk about player of the game, I actually think Seraph is #1 right now with 3.
Yeah, I think so. The EU LCS leaderboards went out, and I think Trick was leading with 4 out of the 8 games that EU teams have played at this point. So we'll see if he can like break the MVP per game or player of the game per game stat. That's a really long acronym, by the way.
The average
POGPG, I believe.
Okay.
But eventually you'll have that and be like, yeah, Seraph's like a 0.7.
Per game or per victory? They would be different.
Sure, but why not both? We can break them
Why
both
not
up,
both?
right? You could be the team that's won exactly 1 game. You'd be like, congratulations, GBM, 100%. right? Like, that can be you. Or you can just simply win all of your matches and be amazing, and that's what the teams are going for here. These teams 2-0 in matches, the new upstarts to the North American LCS, and so far have been having pleasantly great performances. As picks and bans start up, Apex on the blue, Envy on the red, and as this best of 3 continues, they will switch back and forth. And you can see, I think these bans make a lot of sense. By the way, you're seeing Apex ban team fighting teleport flank top laner so that Ray can keep Seraph in his own lane.
Get that Rift Herald buff donated to him from his team. Seraph is the shot caller of Team Envy, of course, one of the more vocal members, of course. Shot calling is always one of those things where it's like actually a group effort when you have a lot of vocal.
You can't have 0 people talking except you. Yeah. That would never go well.
Give me the information. But yes, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Lysandra ban as well come through, possibly a Vladimir.
Well, yeah, you've always got to bargain away the picks. I don't think Keen would be averse to playing it, but you're right, there's Lysandra ban, so exactly, the team fight teleporting top laners to say, Seraph, you're stuck here with me. Keep him in the gravity well.
Maybe pick a Fizz eventually. So yeah, we're going to start seeing these top lane focused bans here. Kindred still up. You'd have to think that would be the last ban from Team Envy if it's not banned by Apex.
It's a good chance. Otherwise, they have to start thinking about where the Trundle goes, where the Fizz goes. And actually, I take that back because there's so many good split pushing top laners now. I don't think you can really ban out that style very easily. As long as Ray's champion pool's wide enough, I don't think you can really remove enough from it.
And we haven't seen anything like Jax, but you could still make it work if you banned enough.
Sure. Origin finally won a game thanks to playing it, so definitely a big deal. Zyra off the table. Hako not allowed to play this one. Special not going to be playing it either, of course. Ryze also banned away. Keen won't get this one. And this is, by the way, again, post-nerf Ryze. Still not seeing him on the table. And Shrimp, known well for his Rek'Sai.
But Kindred's still on the table. I would think you go Kindred. Kindred did receive nerfs where you need 9 stacks to get back up to where your rank 9 or rank 5 Q was. So I definitely think that Kindred had a competitive nerf because now you need to mark champions and kill them and snowball to actually get back up there very quickly.
Well, it's interesting looking at the jungle picks, though, because at this point, I think Rek'Sai actually has a higher pick ban rate than Kindred does itself, right? Rek'Sai was already like 95% North American LCS, and not really going anywhere anytime soon. So there we go, picked up once again. 21st game now for Rek'Sai, 3 ban his way as well, and that is going to go to Shrimp. And I want to know actually which style they go for here, because back in Challenger, Shrimp took all the farm and was the major split pusher, and the rest of his team played around him. I think Apex now have Ray for that.
I still think he's going to do that, though, because Shrimp is all about controlling the map by farming the enemy jungle and actually making the enemy move to the quadrant that still has farm and kind of hurting them in a way. Or they get nothing, and then he just gets a gigantic level advantage. So watching Shrimp on Rek'Sai is actually a very big treat. And you're talking about Challenger. Shrimp and Proxen played each other, Apex versus TIP. Proxen was the guy that beat Eve 2 games in a row, crushed him, that Apex had to sub Shrimp in, and then they went 1-1 in that, ultimately Apex losing. So right now, Proxen and Shrimp are 1-1 against each other, and they've actually had both sides of the matchup. They had one where Shrimp did really well, and they had one where Proxen did really well. And these guys are both aggressive, and they both like to make plays.
And you could argue both these players got much better teammates now to surround them here, so
we don't know what they're capable of yet.
It could be a whole lot of fun. So Karma and Swain grabbed up here. Swain did get some nerfs, but is still really worthy of picking. Envy gonna grab that one. And honestly, we can see that go to Seraph or to Ninja. The Karma could go to Ninja or to Hakuho. But a high priority on Karma. North America, the land of ranged supports, absolutely. That still might be Special playing another tank, though.
But Braum has actually jumped way high up in the pick ban recently. Really high up there. I want to say he's a like 80, 100% presence somewhere in there, because he's just so strong and potent in these punish lanes. And when people are playing these squishy range supports, you're just like, oh, I tagged the Zyra.
I flash Q, now you're dead.
Now he's dead.
Yep.
Exactly. And Special, I believe the 2 games that he did end up getting player of the game on, yes, he played Braum both games.
Yep. So it's going to be him yet again playing one of his, I guess, best champions now. Special really hadn't been in pro play, if I have my timing right, like at the time that Braum came out, and so kind of had to learn the champion down in the Challenger Series and come back up and start crushing heads with it. I don't remember Special playing a lot of Braum back when he was on Liquid & Co. And back on TSM, that champion didn't exist for sure. Either way, they're going to get Braum for himself alongside of Caitlyn. Nice long-range AD carry. We are seeing Lucian off the table for most teams now after the 6.11 nerfs. Aurelia, I think I would not be surprised to see that champion come through, but it does mean that Ray gets to counterpick, and at this point, why would you set Seraph up for that kind of situation?
So the question is, do you think that Aurelia doesn't have a good counter right now that could be answered? You know, Hecarim's still on the table. We haven't seen that come out.
Yeah.
The Fizz also still on the table.
I mean, that's really the thought, right? Because they could easily take a jungler whenever. They would rather take Aurelia blind than risk that champion going over to Ray, because there's nothing else important left to draft. So that's the thought. It has to be, or it's a misdraft.
And this is where Apex show if they have something to deal with it. Otherwise, and I mean, it's best of 3, right? So if you show that you have something to deal with it here, it actually affects the rest of the series too, because then Envy can ban it out on the next next rotation, and then actually pick Aurelia first, and so on and whatnot.
Yeah, so definitely options there. We do notice though that Apex, to kind of keep to that trend, did pick Braum with Karma already showing, so they weren't willing to early pick their top laner, even if they considered Aurelia to be a top tier champion. So I do want to see what Ray picks into this matchup. I think it's going to be very, very interesting. We don't know either solo lane right now, but we know both solo lanes of Envy, so both will get counterpicked. And is it going to be Shen Victor?
Okay.
Shen's locked in.
All right.
Shen is the counter to Aurelia. Victor for Keen, not a big surprise. That one's not too special, but Ray playing Shen, it's a bunch of globals, and it's Shrimp being the frontline damage dealer playing a Rek'Sai.
It's going to be the frontline damage. I mean, he could go Titanic Hydra's second item. We see that a lot now with Black Cleaver. His build was always the Cinderhulk Black Cleaver, even before it was cool.
Right.
It's just like, that takes so much gold. That doesn't seem great in competitive. Where's your locket? But he made it work every single time. And actually, Envy, it's kind of interesting because these solo laners, although Aurelia has been dominant in the top lane, we have seen Aurelia mid in the past. And I believe that's something we may see in the future. I don't know if that's going to come out here.
I don't think so here, but you're right. There's always a chance you flex that one around.
FLICKR did it, so it's a thing.
There you go. Master Yi's coming up.
Did it like a year ago.
Wonderful. Doesn't matter. It's still a thing. All right, there we go. Mid lane locked in for Swain, and the Elise jungle coming through finally.
Yeah.
Now for Proxen. He wants to pick that one in for himself. And look, it's some crowd control coming into the lane. They don't have a lot of reliable CC otherwise, so just trying to add a little bit more to that mix.
Yeah, and if you get that CC off, you'll combo with pretty much all of your team, regardless of what lane you gank. Everybody has some type of
delayed route, right?
Exactly.
Every lane.
So it's going to assist with that. It's going to allow the pick potential to come through from the Envy squad. And then Apex on the other side, really team fighty here. They do have the split push if Shen can get ahead. And Shen with a Rift Herald is actually quite strong. It's a lot of damage, and he's able to stay really close to you, takes the reduced damage, and then he's also able to just get more of those procs off, that he actually becomes a damage dealing source.
Yeah, he'll definitely get some procs in against the jungler, I imagine, as well.
That laugh. That laugh, though.
It's my crappy laugh. So there we go. Coach is shaking hands. And as we're going to get ourselves ready for the first game in this series, let us know online who's going to be taking this one. Hashtag APX win, hashtag NV win at LOL Esports. Let us know who it's going to be. A best of 3 between 2 of the undefeated teams here in the North American LCS. There's a few more teams with that honor. We saw Immortals make it to 3-0. TSM also 2 match wins for themselves, but only one of these teams will be able to join Immortals at 3-0 to start out their beginning of the North American LCS split. But we are here to see who that's going to be. And I think it's going to be a great best of 3. Seraph bringing in the Aurelia, and Ray actually going for Shen. Definitely a difference in style for him, but he thinks it's the right choice here.
Yep, allowing him to help the team out. And this is kind of a swap in styles from what we'd seen. Ray, incredibly dominant on Fizz, right? Dunked Darshan and got player of the game twice because of it, because he got so much help. And now he's on a split pusher that will be joining the team every time that he can. And then Seraph, on the other hand, he can still TP flank, but it's not the same type of impact. It's really a damage source, a threat.
So it's going to be just a difference in styles here, and we'll have to see how they can play this one out. 36 seconds into the game. Quick pause. We'll have to see what that one's for. I'm seeing the ref over Xpecial's shoulder right now, so don't know what that is, but we'll hear about that pretty shortly. And I just kind of want to talk about how these teams are going to approach the game here. We talked so much about what the top lane is going to do, what they're going to draft, how they're going to play. Looking at all 5 here, Envy's overall lineup, I don't really think Aurelia or Elise are the best team fighters. Like, Aurelia's not bad, she can hard carry, but as far as your sort of 5-on-5 goes, it's kind of being carried by Swain and Sivir, and then you get Karma for the shields. On Apex's side, I feel like their entire 5-on-5 is amazing, though, right? Braum and Caitlyn, just great. They're going to stay alive forever. Victor doing the same thing, and Shen's just there to always have the impact. He'll never be outside of his team, so and even Shrimp has the global. So I feel like Apex can be very good at 5-on-5ing, and even though their engage isn't great, they just tend to play around objectives like Dragon and Baron as a team anyway. They don't really need that.
That's true. And just to update everybody, Xpecial was having a screen lock bug. So, of course, he's just going to relog in, and then hopefully that fixes it. But yes, going back to the compositions here, the pick potential that Envy have with their lineup of the Aurelia and everybody else, this is a composition that actually plays to the strengths of what they've been doing statistically, because these are the two teams that actually clear the most wards in terms of percentage of invisible vision. They're around 30%. So they'll clear 1/3 of the wards placed by the enemy team.
Of all trinket and sightstone wards you put down.
Exactly. Which means that they're looking for those pick potential. And they're like number 7 and 8 in wards placed. So they're really low down there. They go for the skirmishes, they go for the fights, they play for lanes, but they don't play so much for that empty zone unless they're setting up a pick.
Yeah, and I think it really makes sense. Like, Apex is a team that I've cast more of their games, so I have like a little bit better handle on them as a team, and also cast them in Challenge. I've just seen so much of them. I mean, this is a team that focuses so heavily on playing for Dragon and playing for Baron. They're always carrying pink wards, they're always making sure they have the vision around the objectives, and no surprise, if you're camping around Baron, you tend to clear a whole lot of wards, and it speaks to their playstyle, and seeing that stat, it means that Envy are doing that kind of stuff as well a bit more commonly, and then, you know, hoping that Seraph TP's in for the flank afterwards. And we are here into the game. 1 minute in. Invade. Haku. Ooh, Xpecial dodging it. No gold earned. Trinket ward will not be killed. So that's one away from the stats. Apex will not kill that trinket.
So that's the 1/3, man.
Yep.
Minions have spawned.
I mean, I'd guess with pretty good authority that all 5 trinkets early game
Probably.
if you put down will not be killed.
Probably.
That's a really good
Probably.
chance. Which, by the way, actually speaks to how good they are clearing wards, because you know, like the first 3 minutes of trinket wards will never be killed.
Yeah.
And you still make up for it by killing a third.
You basically don't have anything to clear until around level 6 for supports, when you end up getting their ultimate and also a sightstone. And then they get the kind of crappy sweeper.
Yep.
The non-good one, which you have to be very accurate with. You don't get to just hit that thing and run around.
So I've forgotten to upgrade my sweeper enough that... Do you know what like it feels like to use like a level 17 unaugmented sweeper? The range is like 2,000, and it covers like a screen. It's actually insane, like the radius you can reveal things with.
The upgraded one?
The unaugmented red trinket. Because it keeps scaling with level.
Oh, yes. It's actually quite big, but the question is, would you run around that entire distance? Anyway, lane swap coming through, a little bit late. And that's going to be Hakuho getting the poke off onto Ray.
Ray did leash Gromp for his jungler Shrimp, so at least they got a bit started there, and Ray's doing all right for himself.
Oh.
Meanwhile, yeah, Xpecial trying to fight Seraph and Prox, and Seraph never went into lane. He was just
Xpecial got it.
Nice. One taken away.
Got one.
Yeah, just the one small wolf, but that's enough to actually really mess with things. It also meant that Seraph had to last hit some of those. And nice smite away. Looks like Shrimp was able to get the blue buff as well. So both these teams able to take away basically all of their own.
He's gonna keep going.
Oh no, Ray's dead! I think Ray might die. The ignite is on. One more hit will do it. Had to flash away, but that is his flash burn. Hakuho burning 2 sums though is actually worse for him.
Yeah, that's true. But he pushes out the top laner who's up against an Aurelia, and any advantage you can get in Aurelia, items, gold, or if you get her above the opponent, then that's definitely worth it, I think. I think that the Karma blowing the summoners, if you are able to actually get this TP out,
Yeah. That's the ultimate gain, though, right? Is Ray has now lost a teleport, and he's lost his flash because of what's happened. It's a summoner disadvantage. If those come back from cooldown, there was no advantage actually gained here. Apex knocked the turret down. No big surprise there. That should be killed without any real qualms. And, you know, very similar on the other side. Envy will knock that one down. Seraph, level 2 from leeching XP. Very similar situation for Ray, who just hit 2 himself.
And see where the gold goes. I assume it'll go to both top laners. Allow them to kill the turret, be the last person standing.
Almost always.
We saw in that last game, it actually went to OQ.
Yeah.
Solo in one of them. And Quas just got out of there, but yes. Usually it goes over to the top laner, and usually you get a good bounce going.
Well, first blood worth of gold for both these top laners to make up for the fact that they weren't laning earlier on because they couldn't. Turns out 1v4 is a pretty hard lane matchup. And interestingly, Ray's actually getting more of this wave cleared out, so this should be a very strong freeze. And then we'll see if he keeps doing that. Seraph currently freezing as well. Prox taking away some of the wolves.
Yep.
Apex sending the dual lane back to the top side. And here we go. Looks like a little bit in the mid lane. Keen still running around, and looks like they never actually went for the cocoon.
Yeah, went for just the damage there. Just kept throwing auto attacks with the red buff. Got the ghost out, so a little bit worth it there.
Yeah, absolutely not a bad thing at all. So at least some pressure coming out of Proxen so far from Envy. And we'll see. The duo lanes are in fact swapped. We will have round 2, the lane swap, be another turret trade. The question is, will they go for another major objective? Will they take a Dragon or a Rift Herald? Will they push for the tier 2 turret? Those are the questions we're going to see answered soon.
I don't think anybody has way more pushing power than the other, so I don't think we'd see a tier 2 turret rush. I think they're both rather equal.
Yeah. I mean, theoretically, Karma does more because of Spell Thieves, and Aurelia probably has a better rune page for it. This doesn't mean very much, also the Karma Shield. So, I mean, if you were playing like a speed run, Envy would technically be faster. It's probably not enough to make you really make very drastic changes in play style, but theoretically the advantage is there.
What did Dom say? Technically correct?
Yeah.
Just the best type of correct? There we go.
Is.
Best type of correct.
Yeah. But in the real world, it doesn't matter, is what it comes down to,
In the
right?
hypothetical world.
Right. So it's one of those things like, yeah, I'm right, but not really. And that's the kind of right I am usually. Which is not the best kind of way to be right. Yeah, like, technically, but not...
Actually.
Yeah, if that works out, yeah. I think.
Anyway, Ocean Drake looks like it's going to be a target here. Envy ended up pinging it.
That's
They're getting that bottom turret a little bit faster.
Ocean Drake is by far the best early game Drake, so the extra sustain they're going to get lets their jungler stay topped off at all times. Proc's going to be happy. The laning phase is always going to be nice as well. You'll have great mana regeneration on that Swain for Ninja, so Envy, I think, quite fortunate here that APX didn't choose to go for the Drake on the first half of the lane swap, because honestly, being that Ocean is so good if you're getting it before 10 minutes, I would have actually called the audible to make the play for that.
Yeah, it's actually a really good move to make, because when you do it that early, Rift Herald doesn't spawn that early. Rift Herald comes up a little bit later, 5 minutes.
Man, not even an option to answer it. It would have been a Drake for, I mean, a slower tempo for sure, but it seems that Apex, after playing the CLG set, keep in mind, Apex and CLG played last weekend, and Apex played for Drake on the first round of the lane swap, and CLG played for farm, and Ray was constantly 2 levels behind Darshan because of that. They've changed the way they're approaching their lane swap, at least in this case. Maybe it's matchup, maybe it's something else, but did not prioritize that. As a result, Envy now have that first Ocean Drake, and look at this, Ninja taking a fight against Keen, but he'll lick his wounds much better because of the extra regen.
Oh, man. That Victor ultimate is actually really fast. It's deceptively fast. It'll chase you down. And once they get Rylai's...
Okay.
Oh.
Good trade of flashes.
Speeds right in. Gets the flash. Keen has his ghost backup, though, so he does have an escape summoner available to him.
Yeah. He's able to withstand a lot of pressure.
Looks like they might want to gank bottom here. You see multiple members coming down. Hakuho and Proxen scouting the jungle.
Here they come. Okay, they did get revealed by a ward, though, so Apex knows what's going on down here. Apollo and Xpecial are here to withstand that. A nice little trap wall says you can't come through that way. And now we have the top laners finally battling here. Ray versus Seraph. Dodge zone comes in and doesn't take really any damage.
Oh, man, it makes sense now. We were talking about the Shen countering Aurelia. Aurelia is primarily auto-attack damage in the early game and mid-game, and then eventually you get your Q to be really beefy when you're able to max it. But yeah, primarily auto-attack damage, and Shen is able to make whoever's in that zone dodge it. So if he's on top of his AD carry, boom.
Right. You can just prevent the Aurelia damage from really coming out. You can drop a large portion of what she does. We'll see if that happens. Ray has also built a freeze for himself and is going for a tankier build. No big surprise, but probably a Sunfire Cape first for him. Cloth armor and a Doran's shield, making that nice and easy. Seraph, with a slightly more risk-averse build, went Phage instead of Sheen and doesn't think he can really crush Ray that fast.
Yeah, we'll see Sheen and Phage. Although the Stinger is now part of Trinity Force, we typically don't see it early. We see the Phage for the movement speed, being able to zip in and out of the combat. You would think, if you were a very greedy Aurelia, that you'd spend, what is it, 2150, get Stinger and Sheen, and have 20% cooldown reduction already.
Oh, that'd be pretty nice. Seraph, by the way, is actually maxing W first. This is actually the exact opposite of what Who needed, who was actually maxing E then Q, and left T10 style to 1-point wonder. And it meant that Huni just would one-shot minions all the time, and they would change the cooldown. But yeah, actually maxing not the stun, but just the damage on hit, which is actually quite atypical for Aurelias. I usually see stun max most frequently.
Yeah.
Seraph going for a more sustained-focused sort of build here.
I think he needs it against the Shen, and having the true damage against what's eventually going to be armor is very important. And yeah, maxing the E, the Equilibrium Strike, you know, it did have its damage nerfed a long time ago, but increasing the duration of the disable, if you know you're going to get a lot of ganks early, you definitely want to max that. But the W is if you're going back and forth against a tank.
Yeah, if you're not fighting, I guess just have the life on hit. Why not? It's like +2 per rank, so it's something. Into this game, though, 600 gold lead still the case for Apex and Ray with a very deep freeze right now, which means that Envy have to spend the rotation, and Laud and Hakuho will be saying, what, you froze? You mean you pushed the wave for us? Let's go ahead and knock this turret down a little bit here. Laud having plenty of mana thanks to Ocean Drake, and gonna try to push Ray down, who tanks up some of this, dodges away from the attempted route from Hakuho. And it's gonna be a lot of turret pressure coming across, and it means that, look at this, Apex kind of making the slow realization that they need to keep that turret alive. Ray misses plenty of CS under the turret, and now their own dual lane coming down to that side to keep the turret alive. They will once again send Ray to the other half of the map. All said and done, though, still a 600 gold lead for Apex, thanks to playing the lane that way.
Yeah, this bounce has been so good, though. Looking way back at the bounce that started at about 7 minutes towards Ray, CSing it incredibly slowly so that it builds up and comes towards him. You can see that CS advantage he has because it eventually got to the point where he was at his tier 1 turret, and Seraph cannot walk up that far because he doesn't have ward coverage, and Elise could be anywhere and come towards him. So he can't CS safely and break the freeze. You'd have to call your jungler up to do that. So Ray just got a 16 CS advantage over him, and now Seraph is trying to equalize that on the opposite side of the map.
And normally something like that is punished by taking a neutral objective, but both Rift Herald and the first Drake were taken as a function of round 2 of the lane swap, so there wasn't anything Envy really got to punish with. They could have maybe pulled a heavier rotation and pushed top with 4, but they didn't go for that play.
Yeah, and this is the weird stuff right here. You're talking about these rotations. Ray's going back down to the bot lane that was being frozen by Seraph. It's so far up. This is incredibly dangerous to do. As a top laner after a lane swap at 11 minutes, I do not recommend doing this, but he wants to break the freeze.
Yeah, he has to. He has to push it into the turret, and he's going to do just that. Just kidding, Seraph's there. By the way, Ocean Drake doesn't turn off to minion damage, so he can basically ignore the fact that they're hitting him.
And you can see Proxen already on this side of the map.
Smites takes away that, says, yeah, Ray, you don't take this away from me. And yeah, it's just a very difficult world to be a Shen in right now. He's just... look, the minion farm has been equalized now. Seraph built the freeze himself, and he's going to be just fine. 48 to 49, basically identical. Yep. Now they are identical. Now he's ahead. Boom. Congratulations.
Yeah, because Seraph ended up getting the freeze towards him, and they actually swapped it back and put Apex's bot lane back up there. Ray has been starved for a bit now, sitting at about that 49 for a good while now.
Yeah.
But yes, he does have his level 6 ultimate, so it's very hard to actually engage onto members of Apex, knowing that Shen will show up.
I think you see the mid lane is constantly trading back and forth. He knows he has to burn the ulti to get Ninja off of them, otherwise he'd just get worn down too hard. But it's a good 1.5 2 minute cooldown that he has to then play without. But Keen's, you know, done okay though. Farm basically identical, 109 to 110. That's going to be just fine for them as the ward goes down. But look at this, Envy get to keep playing the Dragon Control game, and Apex is normally the team controlling these neutral objectives. So this is actually Apex getting pushed quite a bit out of their normal sort of comfort in a way. Proxy doing a good job with this one.
Wait a minute.
Oh, attempted smite doesn't come through in time. Trip actually couldn't even see it anyway. He was still burrowed, and no one was moving, so he had no chance to smite it at that time. A good solo Drake by Proxen, and good to go. It's worth noting, actually, Cloud Drake is easier to take for release than other Drakes because it doesn't do splash damage, so the Spiderlings live a whole lot longer.
I believe Ocean doesn't do splash damage as well.
Yeah, it's Mountain and Infernal that splash.
I think Ocean would splash.
I know. I made that joke last time.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think that was with Irene. So you, sorry, with a sale. You both have a Z in your name and an A. No, you don't.
That's true. Well, my first name has an A.
Yeah, and I call you Aiden more than half the time anyway. That's so.
Oh man. Anyway, looking back up at the top lane though, Seraph went for the daggers before he actually even got any part of the sheen, just because he wants the attack speed to get more true damage off, use the hit 10 style more.
I think that was more like he recalled a 600 gold and was like, I could buy a Sapphire Crystal, which is useless, or I can have stats. Stats are wonderful.
Stats are much better. I mean, mana's kind of a stat.
I mean, it is, but like this is where you're technically correct, but it's not functionally correct. Functionally, that's what I'm going to use for that. It's a way better word. Functionally, it doesn't make a difference.
It's not relevant.
Yeah. It's irrelevantly correct. That's getting worse. We're jumping off the deep end quickly. Speaking of jumping in the deep end, Seraph getting his ankles wet in the river, killing off a ward. And a tunnel as well. Poor Shrimp.
Yeah, Shrimp, though, looking at his CS, he hasn't had those types of Rek'Sai games right now.
that he's hoping for, where he's just farming the enemy jungle. Proxon's been able to actually pick up his quadrants. Everybody's been playing for the side waves because they have to pick up the CS, or else they risk getting 20 behind and not having the answer. But I think both teams have actually effectively carried this out. But look at
a
this.
wild Proxon appears, wards and says, wait, it's been turned off. There's no one that I want to be around right now, and immediately turns around.
Cloud Drake.
The movement speed.
Cloud Drake. It was relevant there.
It was. Oh, dude. So before these games started, I was sitting in the player lounge with all of APX and Energy's coach when he came back from being off stage. And I was defending Cloud Drake because even though no one likes it, it is technically as strong as the others based on win rate data.
Yes.
And every time Energy walked away from a fight with like 12 HP, be like, Cloud Drake, they're getting away.
Cloud Drake.
There's one where Pobelter like almost cuts him off with a crystallized wall, and GBM barely doesn't get hit by it. Like, that was entirely Cloud Drake. You're welcome.
Production's telling me stop trying to make Cloud Drake happen.
It's not going to happen. Hey, Cloud Drake's a thing.
It's going to happen.
Cloud Drake is a thing. I'm glad we have like, a couple of chuckles from the audience, too. You're so close to me, I can hear you when you laugh, so keep that up. And I'm hearing it again. This is wonderful. But honestly, a very slow-played game. And again, these are two of the slowest teams in the North American LCS. They have the longest average game time, number 1 and 2 of these two teams in North America. And well, we're starting to see Envy make some things happen. A nice push in the mid lane. Ninja had been slowly wearing that down and finally pushed through onto Keen. They really ride of age the push into the Zonias, and mid lane going down. Nice stuff by them. Otherwise, we've just seen sort of lane swaps and turret trades and minion wave manipulation, which is definitely interesting in its own right, but mostly PvE action and strategic choices and not as much the mechanics involved.
Yeah, you're starting to see items actually come through here, item thresholds and power spikes, where Seraph now has his Trinity Force completed. The Rod of Ages is stacking up already for Ninja. It's the point that Swain really needs to get to, and then he's incredibly powerful. It's really hard to kill him with the new Catalyst passive.
Right. And he's got 2 stacking items, too. His Seeker's Arm Guard's getting more armor and ability power. Not that it's insane, but it does matter sometimes. First bit's a crit coming through as well. We've now got Lod with his Zeal on top of the Essence Reaver, so 40% crit on Sivir. That feels good. Trip to take down some more of this and hopefully play for the next Drake. It will be second Cloud. And for actually a game playing this slow, like, Infernal's almost the worst because you're not doing anything with it anyway. But playing the rotation game and just getting the regen, the infinite mana is like arguably the right choices.
Okay. So we're saying Cloud Drake is good and Infernal is not.
I'm saying in this context, right? If you're already on the impression that these things are balanced, which I will believe unless the data lied to me, but I choose to believe that this was interpreted properly, that you're now in a world where, like, depending on how the game is played, one is better than the other. The way this game is played lends itself to Cloud Drake.
Okay.
I think that's defensible.
I will believe you.
Thank you.
Just because I'm trained not to disagree.
Because I've been right so much? It's like a Pavlovian response?
No, because it makes the conversation last 5 minutes. Anyway, Shrimp going for Titanic Hydra's second item. So he's going for the Rek'Sai build that I'm a big fan of. A lot of damage, get the auto attack reset, so you actually auto Q Titanic Hydra, which will apply another Q, and get the last one off. So the snap cast of those, you can get 4 auto attacks very quickly
and they're basically all AoE. Yeah, you carry and the support next to them.
Technically, when you have Titanic Hydra, all auto attacks are AoE.
I know. That's why I said it. And the Q is also AoE, so it's like double the area, double the effect. Double the fun. Here comes Seraph and Ray fighting up in the top lane. Dodge comes in, then Tauntsman runs for dear life. Though Ray is up a level, he does not want to battle Seraph.
Yeah, and Seraph actually realizes, well, I don't know if that's the best place for him to be in, because the Rift Herald helps a lot. It's not just extra damage, it's that 5% damage reduction on top of it. So you do have to be wary of that, as well as the Spirit's Refuge, who's going to stop all those auto attacks from the Aurelia.
Absolutely the case. So, yeah, Seraph has to really time his W activation to when the dodge zone comes down. Otherwise, he's lost his main active ability.
I think this is
looks like you were lied to. This is second Ocean Drake, actually. But either way, it's Expansion getting caught up in the front lines, puts his shield up, stays alive, jumps back to safety. He'll be okay, but Keen, low on mana, thankfully, though, does have a blue buff, so that'll come back up to full before too terribly long. Once again, battle on the top side. This time, Seraph did save the W, jumps in, just gets taunted out. And Ray runs fast enough to time out the W and then turns back around with his Q, slowing down Seraph, getting a lot of damage to the auto attacks. You're still seeing him trade back and forth, and Seraph has better sustain.
Yeah, I actually think this gets very close. As long as Seraph goes with the hit and then run over and over again. He has the flask. He's able to get some HP back, and it's really on Ray at that point to run away, and he's doing the right thing, even though it looks like he has more stats and could win. And the overlay was lying to us. Even the overlay is biased towards Cloud Drake. But yes, Ocean Drake coming through here. But there's going to be a fight over this, and I definitely think that if you are Envy, you want to take this fight.
There's no chance of a steal. Nice pickup right there. 3 Drakes in a row for Envy, and they just get the easy walk away. Sivir ulti, empowered Karma Shield. There's just really no chance for Apex to get onto these guys. And now they push in right towards the mid lane because Envy had to run to the right side. Apex takes up to the mid lane, but problem is, there's a Cloud Drake. They get there in time and defend it. And now have full health and mana because of Ocean.
Ocean Drake helping out a decent amount, and I love that it's on champion and turret damage because you can just sit in the jungle and regen, you can sit in the lane and farm, but it does make it actually quite terrible for the other team when you have 2 of them, because that's when it really starts to kick in. And there's Infernal coming in, your least favorite dragon in this game.
Actually, yeah, to be fair, because Mountain would easily be the best. At this, 26 minutes in, Mountain would definitely have been superior, but you know what? We're in a world where that's not going to exist. So, Laud, Essence Reaver, and double Ocean Drake. What's more infinite than infinite? Do we even know? But he's got a lot of mana. Seraph, once again, in a battle with Ray, lands a stun and does go for the W active to get some damage. Has to kite out the dodge zone. Gets smacked by the Red Herald buff.
It's a lot of minions.
And yeah, a lot of minions. So, Ray's doing okay for himself and can regen up.
Minions actually hurt a lot, so fighting in a wave that big, bit of a mistake.
Yeah, he'd definitely be very painful. Seraph running with pretty low magic resist, only 57%, and well, Shen does mostly magic damage, so that can start to hurt if he gets a lot of attacks. Misses the taunt, and Seraph just dodges away with his Q. Is maxing that last 5 points W, 3 points E. Leaves Blade Search for last.
Yeah, and he also went for the boots that don't help him against Shen, the Ninja Tabi.
Yeah.
You'd think they would, but they don't.
But they're built for ninjas, not against ninjas. What if your own clothing betrayed you? How would you feel about that?
But you think it would beat a ninja.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't Tabi mean like anti?
Really?
No, it doesn't. I'm just making that up.
Yeah, I know. Has our banter gotten worse or better since we stopped doing challenge together? I can't tell. But we are still in a kill-less game. Envy have been slaying dragons, though, at the very least.
Yes, but let's talk about where this game is heading over time here. Because if you look at scaling and you look at everything that these teams have to bring to the table, Apex actually has a lot of scaling here. The Victor, incredibly potent. As soon as he's able to get a Rylai's Crystal Scepter, you cannot run from that ultimate as easily. You have to have Swifty Boots, or you have to have a good angle on it, and Victor has to be far away from it, or you have to blow a Summoner. But it's a lot of damage, keeps people locked down, and Victors go for that upgrade all the way in the Hex core very early on, so they have the upgraded ultimate, because it's just so good. It was the first item completed for him.
Play devil's advocate, though. I'm wondering if Apex have the ability to get rid of Ninja. Because Seraph will probably make Apollo go for him, not for the Swain. And so Swain's just like only taking damage from a Victor, lifesteal tanking it, and just wrecking the entire front line. Ricochet comes across. Like, I'm not sure a 5v5 can go Apex's way easily.
Well, Ninja's also going to have a lot of movement speed from the Sivir and also from the Karma. But look at this, Ray trying to turn around on Seraph because he knows he's getting flanked now by Ninja. Ninja uses the Ghost to get in faster.
And he's going to be right away. Ray flash, but there's First Blood. Kane takes him out with the Chaos Storm. And a follow-up taunt on towards this poor Swain, who's just being destroyed right now. Pops his Zonius, heals up a little bit, but still does not have a lot of places to go. The root almost takes out Ray! And it does! It's actually finally a trade kill for Envy, but 2-1 Apex is a great start to this.
Yeah, and they actually don't get much more off any other side of the map here because both Hakuho and Laud, they were back. They had to actually walk back down the mid lane, so it's not like they're pushing a side turret or anything, and this is a stall or anything like that. It was Seraph and Ray having a brawl, and then being basically put on his back foot there. And you can see Ray is 2 levels up over Seraph. How does this guy do this every time? Every time we see Ray, it's like, oh, you know, he's kind of losing these matchups. Rift Herald is so good. Every game that Apex has won, they have given Ray Rift Herald, and he uses it so well.
100% correlation with getting Rift Herald and winning a game, losing Rift Herald, losing a game, and Apex maybe continuing that trend right here, despite the fact that they were losing map control the entire time. In fact, the gold's still only equal because Envy had gotten more turrets. They can maybe still use Ray to win this game for them. Starts taking some poke, walking away. Watch this fight again.
Yeah, and you can see he's actually being chased down. Shrimp uses his ultimate to get to a tunnel so that he can arrive in time as well. Ninja pops the ghost to get there a little bit sooner. Seraph runs up, didn't know that Keen was chasing and following, and Shrimp comes over the wall.
Well, it's no magic resist Aurelia. Like, he's building to survive Apollo when everyone else is the one's dealing damage to him right now. And
that's always a little strange when you hang around just really greedy, when your team's going to get the kill, and you still want to hang around. Huni did it in the last series as Aurelia. And right there, didn't have to be there, Ray. I am pretty sure that the Victor and the Rek'Sai have that 400 HP swing.
I tend to agree with you. So a slight misplay there. The death didn't have to happen. The assist, the kill didn't have to go over, but at least it was still advantage toward Apex for this whole play. Titanic Hydra done, and Shrimp going for another health item, which could just be Black Cleaver. Could be Starets. We'll see soon enough.
It's probably Black Cleaver knowing this guy.
Rooted up, a little bit of damage. Not too much actually coming out of Hakuho. Just want to see which way he's going with this. Karma is actually maxing Q. So more often than not, we see Karma's max her shield.
Yeah.
But both Hakuho and it was one of the EU LCS supports also maxed Q. No, it was Kiwi Kid, I think. Maxed Q when they were playing Karma, which is just atypical, and I tend to prefer the shield max build myself, but is going for the more damage-oriented option.
Yeah, when you're up against a melee support, you will typically max Q, and when you're up against range supports, you want to max your shield.
What I see more often than not is like they'll do 2 points Q or maybe even 3 and then switch out, but it's like 4. Like he had to be level 7 and they're like, yep, not landing against Braum, still want to do Q damage. And to me, I just don't see what Karma's going to do with that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Sometimes it's force of habit too.
It very often is. I mean, I talked about not upgrading a red trinket. That's me forgetting to switch my red trinket at a level 9.
Anyway, Infernal. This one's going to be fought over because although it's the worst one, these teams really want this Drake. But look at that. I like this. Apollo sections off this area. Swain is behind them, so they can't actually walk up to the mid lane just yet. And top lane, Seraph is being pushed in by Ray. Ray 100% safe in this matchup. The Rift Herald doing work for him, and the fact that he's actually gotten to the point where his percent HP is just shredding the no resistance Seraph in the top lane, then it's going to be really good. And he's also going for Yomu's set.
Oh, yeah, so a very offensive build for him, and not relying a lot on defense, but just really wants to kill Ray 1v1. I'm surprised it wasn't Ruin King for that option, though. I feel like Life Steal's pretty useful, but they're going to go here for the Infernal, the 4th Dragon of the game, and Envy want this one as fast as they can, and they get it! Dragon 4 goes to them. They will respawn yet another one, and it looked like it was orange, so 2nd Inferno will be the final one, but...
Unlucky. No good.
Yeah, unlucky. If only it was Cloud.
Exactly. Anyway, it would have gotten them here faster so they could clear the wave, and this turret wouldn't have taken as much damage.
At least they got there.
Anyway,
is alive.
Looking at that top lane, still, Seraph is being pushed around, and now he's joining so that he can try and get a kill here.
Shrimp running away. The haste is on, but no one's really finding a kill to have. Spiderlings dodging away from the death ray. That was close. But they live. They skitter away, and they're going to be okay. That Envy and Apex, you know, again, I have to appreciate how Envy are playing this game. They, again, play a fairly slow style. They're very much about the control of this one, but they're beating Apex at Apex's game. They have the arguably superior 1v1 champion. Haven't seen it yet, but I assume it'll eventually get that way. And they've been taking every single dragon. They're still up in turrets. Envy are playing better overall, so Apex has to find some way to break this back open to them.
I think it's mostly through Ray. Right? I think that Ray is, you know, he hasn't used an ultimate this game because there hasn't been any fighting on the opposite side of the map because it's kind of hard to engage for this Apex squad. Special's really the one in charge of that. Shrimp can maybe engage, but it's really hard to stick to these members, especially with all the speed that you have from the bottom lane of NV.
And look like Shrimp's going to go the rest of the way towards tank right now. It's going to be Randuin's Omen as his 3rd major item, counting Jungle Enchant.
I like that. So, that makes sense.
Yeah, no cleaver for him. Just going to be a frontliner here, which means really both he and Ray are only doing small amounts of damage and are mostly built to be tanks, which puts the damage just on Apollo and Keen. And though we do have Executioners calling on the Caitlyn, you have only 2 real damage threats trying to break down a Swain, and that is hard. And none of you have backline access, so you're not going to get rid of the Sivir. And Laud, this can be a game that Laud carries team fights in.
Very much so, especially since you'll have all of this extra speed. Ninja, he'll have the opportunity to as well if he's able to get into the center of it and kind of be the bait for Laud, because Laud is 2 levels up on Apollo. If he's able to stand in the back line and just ricochet across everybody, that's going to be good. And Seraph, I'm understanding his build a little bit more. He's about, when the team fight comes out, he's going to go after a squishy. He's going to go after either Keen or Apollo and try to blow them up with the Youmuu's Ghostblade active and try to get in there and make sure. Because if he's actually building against Shen, then he's already losing the matchup, right?
Right, he's still going to TP out with his ulti and just sort of out-rotate you.
Yeah, he's not going to have the same pressure in a team fight. Whereas here, maybe he'll get deleted, or he'll delete somebody else. But we'll see what happens when it eventually happens. I promise, one will happen.
There will
someday.
be an eventual team fight. I mean, Baron's spawning soon enough, and actually it's on the map already, so yes. Aglo shielding the Braum Q. Winter's Bite cannot deal enough damage. Once again, a taunt in for Shen, but Seraph so low on health. Trying to run now for dear life, will do so. Pops the Youmuu's to get a little bit more movement speed. And he will stay alive on this one.
As everybody just kind of sits there, and I like to call this the Dragon Ball type of game. Not just because everybody's taking dragons, but because everybody's just powering up over and over again. It's like, oh, I hit my item spike. It's like, you haven't stat checked that guy in 20 minutes.
Right. I mean, it's really just like an episode of Dragon Ball Z. Nothing happens for 25 minutes, and then you have one fight. And then you wait for the next one.
Tune in for game 2.
In an hour. And here we go. We're binging on this one. Shrimp taking a little bit of damage. Shrey has joined.
Here's the slow.
Looking for a bit of damage on a proxy. Seraph TP's onto a trap. Very low on health now himself. And here comes the team fight. Taunt comes across 3. Shrimp low. Seraph running, but still dangerously close to dead. And Apex trying to make this fight happen. He's still running towards the front line. Ray healthy enough, but
Ninja
finally comes through. Ninja on this way, makes that one happen. Now Ray's gonna go down as well. They kite it out properly. A kill comes back in for Apollo, but it's still 2-4 on the advantage. Has to flash away. Keen rooted up, but he should be going down. Make that 3 for Envy.
And Ninja, the hero of that fight. Laud, everybody was focused on him and tunneling up. Ninja got to stand right on the side and deal a lot of damage as Swain. And now they're gonna try to pick up this Baron. We hit that 30-minute mark. Episode 2 is already coming through.
Here we go. Yeah, stay tuned. Cliffhanger coming up because Shrimp wants to steal the Baron away. 2,000 health left on that, but it's going to be rooted up. Jumps forward and actually kills off Proxen. And he's just doing the damage to Ninja. Can't do enough to kill him, but maybe Caitlyn can. It's so close, but not quite enough for Apollo. I think he didn't crit on that attack, just the headshot.
Man,
50-50 for Ninja to die.
They always do that to you, too. They bait you. They make you think something big is going to happen. And then they just go even at the end. We're back where we were.
Plot armor. He's never gonna die.
Right here, Ninja gets caught out, flashes, and then this is really good by Apollo, but it's a split focus here. He puts down 2 traps so they can't actually walk towards him. Flashes over the wall, Qs to over the side there.
Yeah.
And then ultimately comes through. But look at Ninja. Nobody's focusing Ninja. Ninja is right near that back line, dealing so much damage. He kills him with the bird that's sitting in the bush. And then he just gets to stand next to Ray. Laud got to kite up, and there were so many Winter's Bites in that fight that stayed on 3 stacks for so long. Seraph's was on 3 stacks for a very long time. Laud's was on 3 stacks when he got away. If those had actually been set off, there would have been more kills there for Apex if they had been set off earlier.
Yeah, if Seraph had died in the first half of that fight, that's a team fight win automatically. Seraph was a really big deal for them winning that battle at all. So some close calls here. And Envy, they did not get the Baron. The turrets were overall traded back to equal long form in this game. The gold lead basically the same. It's just the fact they've got these Drake buffs.
Speaking of Drake buffs.
Yeah. This new mixtape's hot fire, I'm sure. Infernal coming up next.
Heard it's Infernal, yeah.
That was actually on accident, but I'm so glad it happened. And now another attempt. Oh, they rooted up Shrimp. That is bad for him. His shell's coming off right now, taking a bunch of damage. Nearly takes down Proxen. It's a trade of junglers, maybe. Proxen goes away. Seraph in the back line deletes Apollo. He's crashed down, and Seraph's still alive. Now we see the bottom half of the fight as Special tries to chase down a Seraph. We'll watch the other half later. Seraph stuns, walks away. Ray has no energy. They will not catch Seraph. He is fine. The rest of Apex feels like they've been able to kite away and stay alive, but it's still a 2-for-0 favor of Envy. 5 straight Drakes for them.
And that's the problem with this Rek'Sai build. It's fantastic, it's fun to play, it does a lot of damage, but your magic resist is delayed a lot of gold. We're talking like you spend thousands, 10,000 gold, and you don't have any MR aside from your boots. So you are very susceptible to the damage that this Swain is dealing, and you're going to get deleted. And you have very minimal armor, too. You don't have a lot of things that multiply your effective HP. And look at this, Envy right onto the Baron. Right before Shrimp is coming up, too. Ray has to defend this.
Okay, well, Shrimp's going to try to join this one, but it's not going to be in time. Baron secured. Envy playing this map so well for themselves here. Knocking that one down 34 minutes in. Well ahead with Baron.
And this build finally coming through for Seraph. Doesn't build for the lane against the Shen. Builds to kill Apollo. Look at this Ghost Blade into the backline. He gets netted, and he still just jumps in and is able to delete him. 3 stacks on the Winter's Bite again.
Yep.
So close. Or concussive blows. It's not to
Yeah.
be confused with Winter's Bite.
Which does
There we
apply concussive blows. So you're not, I mean, you're technically wrong, but you're
am wrong.
functionally
I am wrong.
accurate. We're going to go with that one to continue the train here. Yeah, really unfortunate. Apollo also kind of failed to put just a web of traps under his own feet, so that when it really did come in, she was instantly rooted. So, you know, you can paint mistakes in a lot of different places, but ultimately, yeah, the Seraph assassination worked out. He got away, and, well, I take it all back. That was well done. He was able to kill the back line. Now Ray running around, low on health. Guardian Angel is on, but he might just lose the cooldown and still lose his life. Trying to get over the wall, won't do so just yet. Teamfight starts instead. They caught up Lod, but Lod, the shield stays alive. Best shot by Hakuho, and now it's special stuck in the front. Pop's guilty onto 2, but Seraph just does not take damage. Proxen repels up to stay alive, and there's 2 kills picked up already, and Ninja still in it. A double kill now for Lod. Another one coming through, thanks to Aurelia doing enough damage. Seraph makes it 4. Another great team fight for Envy. I don't even know why APX chose to fight. They were against a Baron buff.
Yeah, and Envy, they have so many ways to start these fights with the pick potential that they have, with the Sivir ultimate, with the ultimate and the speed up from the Karma, that they get to pick these fights. There are 20 seconds plus on the first member to come up here. This might be the game.
This just might be the game already. Envy, we wondered how much they'd really been tested against 0-2 teams in the LCS. Will they take on a 2-0 team? They're going to knock down Apex in game 1, and Envy are certainly here to stay.
Envy looking good in that game. We talked about Seraph developing into a great macro shot caller. Was able to equalize the early game. Built for the team fight. Didn't built for the split push at all. And that's what ended up making a lot of that mid-game team fight work out for him, because he became another threat so that you couldn't go after Lod or Ninja solely. You had to pay attention to these 3 threats and not just one that was tanky and had a training force.
Yeah, I gotta say, massive stuff here by Envy, and you know, as much as we had kind of called it the Seraph show coming in, and that's kind of what everyone assumed, Seraph, okay, he shot called well, and he got that 1 assassination, but the rest of his team was team fighting so well. Seraph, the kill participation leader of top laners, had the lowest KP on his team, actually, lowest KDA as well. Most of them went unkilled, to be honest. And a great team effort by Envy, playing the map very, very well.
Yeah, we saw when he was able to call in Ninja and got them both killed, things like that happened, and he got a bit behind, but even though he was up against a Rift Herald, it's the first Rift Herald game that Apex have ended up losing. So Envy are showing that they have different avenues to win. They aren't just focused on playing through that top lane. They can play through any part of the map.
Well, yeah, and so that was really, you know, very impressive by Envy that they had a solid team comp. I want to talk about Apex, though, because it feels like they went away from their own best style. Like, now of all patches, you should probably be playing top lane carries, and he goes, I'm going to play Shen. And though Ray was able to build some advantages, he was not able to actually exert his dominance over Seraph. We honestly didn't even see the TP plays, like the ulti plays. I never saw him get in the back line, find a pick off. So, you know, it just felt like Apex only knew how to play top lane split push and then picked the comp that didn't do it and then did nothing with it.
Exactly, and they blind picked the Aurelia. You had free reign to pick whatever you wanted, and they banned out a lot of top laners on the side of Apex, and they didn't pick one that punishes all of these guys that, you know, you think that Seraph would pick up after the Lysandra, after the Maokai, so a little confusing.
At least it's the best of 3, so they have time to adapt. We might see 1 or 2 more games from these guys, and maybe Apex turns it back around. But otherwise, of course, a great performance for Envy. So now it's time for Dash, Kobe, and Azale to talk about that game. Let's head over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Envy going to be very happy to start off the series 1-0 over Apex, especially given the fact that these are 2 of the undefeated teams, so they're making a case for the top of the tables. But this was a slow game. But, you know, for all intents and purposes,
Yes,
it was a very slow game. We saw no kills up to about 25 minute. Yeah, 23-minute mark was when first blood came through.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. How much of that is team composition versus elected strategy versus etc.
Yeah, there is that element. There is also the element of, like, both of these teams, they want to play the game on the less risky side. So they are much more willing to build up their own freeze and let the enemy build a minion freeze in answer, rather than try and commit to hard breaking it. Like, committing to breaking a freeze is pretty risky. Like, the rewards are really high, but, you know, sending a lot of people over there, you know, trying to assassinate that person or trying to force something on another area of the map. If you force something like that, it's really difficult. And both of them did have good answers if you tried to force something like that and break it. So we ended up having a couple of traded freezes and a lot of traded minions and turrets.
Right. I'd also say, I mean, if you're Envy, you're getting every dragon uncontested. you're happy to slow play it, right?
True.
It's Apex that needed to actually make something happen. They sat back and just kind of gave up objective after objective. So if you're the team that's just getting this stuff, by all means, let's keep playing this game.
Very much, very much. I mean, it kind of recalls to Jat's point on the analyst desk during week 1 where we were talking about the Drakes, and he was like, the 2 good early ones, Ocean, Cloud. What did they get? They got Ocean, Cloud, Ocean.
Yeah.
Follow that by double Infernal Drake. I mean, that's a pretty sweet setup right there.
Great Drake curve for them,
yeah, exactly.
in this game. Yeah, but I also, the Drakes are definitely a big part of it. Also, when you're playing Shen thrives when you're the team that's reacting, right? He loves to make reactive plays and turn plays around on people. But if Envy are happy to pick up these objectives, they don't have to force any plays, and everybody's just trading objectives. Then you lose out on a lot of that surprise factor for Shen and Shen's ability to move across the map, right?
I will nitpick a bit though, for Ray. When I saw this draft, I was like, great. Shen is one of my favorite champions. With a champion like Rek'Sai, you have a lot of global pressure. You can move around the map. You can also put pressure on, right? This guy's eating over the wall for a turret dive. You're already ulting in. You can very easily set up 4-on-2s, even 5-on-2s if you have your mid laner roam down. So I felt that although he did play lane well, they gave him the Rift Herald. He's matching up against Seraph well. That's great. But this is not why you pick Shen. You pick Shen to make plays around the map, whether that's on him, whether that's on his team. They need to make more out of this pick because this is not like the Fizz where it's just like, okay, guys, I'm scaling up and I'm going to carry the late game. Carrying a late game teamfight on Shen is landing a taunt. It's not just deleting their ADC, right? So you have to make more in the earlier levels. He has the ability to move around twice, well, more than twice as often as the Aurelia because he has TP plus ults. He didn't make it happen, and I think that they didn't get enough out of this pick.
So still some questions on how Ray will perform on things outside of that Fizz. Want to jump into a couple replays. Let's go to that first blood at 23 minutes. The first real action we saw in the game in the bot lane. As you mentioned, I mean, this was Ray was winning the 1v1 against Seraph. Of course, Ninja intervenes.
I also just like the way that Ray kept on playing that 1 versus 1, where he would respect the aggression of Seraph if he didn't have vision. And then when the time is right, he goes aggressive. He can turn around when he knows that he has people coming. This one, though, sticking around. You want that extra
greedy.
kill.
Trying to get that kill.
Give me that Rift Herald buff, and the kill's coming too. As I said, though, we've seen it a couple times here. Top laners. They want those kills so they can.
They got to kill. Well, we presented the stat earlier today that the top laners are getting more kills, so now they're just trying to help us out by increasing that stat. Of course, that kill going over to Ninja was they get a kill too. But the kill going over to Ninja was hugely helpful, and we did see how much of a pain that swing could become in the later team fights. Speaking of which, let's jump to 30 minutes. A 4-for-3 in favor of Envy here near the Baron. So even though the kill trade is relatively close, it kind of illustrated for the first time how much more powerful Envy seemed to be given their team comp.
Yeah, and this looked good as the start was Seraph teleporting in, getting on the trap, so they're like, you know what? All engines forward, let's chase him down, finish this guy off. But he's able to get out, and the entire time, Ninja's just sitting there. Now he's flanking the team, healing up and damaging. Ray, they had a good thing going, but the damage backed off before the tank backed off. And then you're sitting there as a Shen, you used all your energy, he has no way of getting out, and he's just wandering around, sticks too close to swing, gets bopped here, and that was kind of the first team fight that got them the momentum. Even though this is a crazy interrupt here from Shrimp, as he comes around for the hero play, gets in there for the kill, they stop the Baron.
Yeah, he'll basically trade 1-for-1 and stop the Baron here, but that doesn't mean that Envy didn't pick it up not too long after that. And with that,
fight that Baron? No, I kill you.
But eventually with the Baron that Envy did pick up, they were able to close out the game, relatively quickly at that point, right? Because this is 30 minutes into the game, not too long after the game ends. So Envy is showing that, with their advantages, this is a team that can operate as a well-oiled machine. They know how to close the games, and that's very impressive coming out of them in this first game. If we now look ahead to game 2, let's start in the top lane, because as you mentioned, Apex pulling out that Shen states that they should be playing the game a certain way. They didn't necessarily play it that way. So what kind of did we just go back to Fizz and say we'll keep hammering the Fizz until someone bans it?
He played great on Fizz. I think he played Shen well, but they just didn't utilize the champion well, especially when you're going to be giving up dragons left and right. You have the ability to respond to this, right? You can force plays. So you ult bot lane. Seraph has to TP bot lane to respond to this. You still have your TP. Now you can TP bot lane for a free dragon. You have to make use of it.
Plus the biggest thing about Shen is being able to control the minion waves, right? You have all these options for moving, you're the one who's supposed to be dictating, right? And not only that, but he had Rift Herald buff, so he was in a good position, control the waves. If the team made the call, try and set something up like that and try and earn those advantages, then I think they have a better chance. But, that being said, I like the way that Ray played more defensive top lane champion as well as the way he played offensive one. So he's versatile. Is the rest of the team going to be able to adapt?
Absolutely. Finally, we got to flip over to the other side and look at that MV for the player of the game. Ninja 4-1-5 on that Swain. If we had any questions around how the Swain nerfs were going to hit, didn't really seem to matter too much in this game specifically. Of course, I guess if any champion is allowed 23 minutes of free farming before any action happens.
Almost every champion in that game got 23 minutes of free farming.
But as a Swain, you're like, cool, my row is fully stacked. All that. I got my Zonias now. We're good.
I mean, Ninja was great. They also were kind of giving him a little bit of a hand, on the Rex side. No, I'm not going to build a Sphere of Visage. I'm going to go for this Titanic. We didn't see a lot of MR, a lot of respect being given to him. And although you're not a main target, he does so much kind of ambient damage. He's always hitting you. You're getting hit by the Q, the ult pulses. It's a lot of damage. It adds up. We need some MR.
Swain loves low damage tank front lines from the enemy team.
Yep.
And that is, if you got the Shen and then the Rek'Sai, he was trying to be more than just a low damage front line, but didn't really convert.
All in all, Envy starting up 1-0. He did that.
Hustle.
Envy starting up 1-0 in this series. The LCS is going on a 3.5-minute break, so get up, stretch your legs, but make it back quick because we'll return in just a moment with Game 2 between APX and Envy.
Only one of these teams will be able to join Immortals at 3-0 to start out their beginning of the North American LCS split.
Ninja uses the Ghost to get in faster.
And he's going to be right by Ray Flash, but there's First Blood! Kane takes him out with the Chaos Storm. Up guilty onto 2, but Seraph just does not take damage. Proxen repels up to stay alive, and there's 2 kills picked up already, and Ninja still in it. A double kill now for Lot, another one coming through. They're going to knock down Apex in Game 1, and Envy are certainly here to stay. Welcome back, everyone, to Game 2 between Apex and Team Envy. Envy picked up a win in Game 1, and the game was interesting. It started out very, very slow. First blood was in the 20s of minutes, and then it just kind of snowballed. Within 10 minutes, the game was over. Crazy team fights. Envy crushed them.
Yeah, and because that game got stalled out, I'm looking at that top lane pick from Apex, the Shen for Ray. Typically not the style he was playing when they were winning. He was playing the top lane carry, the Fizz, etc. And he didn't make any Shen plays.
Yeah.
The rest of his team actually didn't have a lot of engaged potential. It was really on Special the Braum, but you're up against the Sivir and you're up against the Karma. So he didn't have any real opportunity within the composition to actually execute on any of the Shen plays that he wanted to. But you could put yourself in siege situations to do so. So they didn't play around that.
When it came down to it, Envy were winning team fights. Keen was, doing what he could in team fights, though. He was the highest damage dealer of the game. He was trying to carry for Apex there. That was, nice attempts by him. His Victor was very good. He got a lot done, but honestly, not enough. And you can contrast that to what the enemy team was doing, or from his point of view, I suppose. If you talk about what Envy was doing, you had Ninja doing a third of his team's damage, Lod doing a quarter of the team's damage. Those are the two big carry forces that were just putting out so much AoE. Swain and Sivir known for that kind of style, known for that kind of performance, and they have been consistently strong performers of this lineup. I think Lod actually is maybe my sort of unsung hero of this team right now.
Always the AD carry, man.
I'm a big Apollo fan. Like, Law's doing really well. I tend to really kind of gravitate to these guys, but in talking with Envy's owner, he was like, scattered all these guys, and Lod is really sort of the guy, and so far so good. He's a really hard worker, and he's been, he's talked about, Seraph and Ninja, the ones running around creating a lot of havoc, and then once the havoc's created, you need to have optimal damage uptime. Yeah. And Lod has actually been doing that. He's going unkilled largely, and he's getting high damage numbers. It means he's doing his job quite well.
Yeah, and I think that it's a good mixture. A lot of the times people don't go with, 5 aggressive players. You want some people who are going to be a little bit more reserved so they can clean up. And Lod, he does have incredible communication. I know he used to be a mid laner back in Challenger, so he's actually
he converted for a year, yeah.
Exactly, and I believe he started off.
He was originally AD carry, converted to mid for a year, then went back to AD carry.
Yeah, but when he was playing mid, he was pretty good, and he still had that high level communication. He's able to kind of dictate the pace of the game and give information basically all the time. So him and Seraph right next to each other, I think that's a really good communication line to have. Because I remember when Seraph was on Renegades, and it was like, all right, him and Crumbs, now you have somebody who's helping bear the burden, so it's not just one person, and it made the job so much easier.
Well, we are into this game, though, and he's going to have to play the World Translator as well. Envy and Apex coming into this game, too. Envy now on the blue side, matching their beautiful team colors. We'll see what they end up going for in this one. Plenty of time to go for their first pick. It's got 2 seconds to go, and who's it going to be? Rise, still off the table.
Okay. Rise, I don't believe he showed up in picks and bans last game.
He was banned last time, I'm pretty certain.
Okay. Vladimir, taken off as well.
No surprise really there. Apex actually, I guess, are technically still 1-for-1 in bans they've done so far in this series, and I think the same for Envy here. The question is, though, will they switch their style? Last time they banned the Maokai and the Lissandra, the 2 big TP flankers for Seraph. This time around, they might do something entirely different and try to find a good matchup and get Ray in something more carry-focused. Because before it was ban the teleporters, get our own teleporter, we know Shen will beat you at this game, and that one didn't pan out. They weren't aggressive enough, so we'll see if this changes around.
Huh. Blue side Nidalee ban here.
Yeah.
For the team that has Proxin on.
Because they want a different first pick.
Yeah. That definitely shows you that they're looking for something else.
Well, they can still do a Kindred pinch. That's still perceived to be very strong in competitive play.
Yeah. Swain banned away as well at Ninja because he had such a great performance on that last game. Earning player of the game as well.
Yeah. I want to see what Apex want to bargain for, though, because certainly like the idea of what's S tier is going to be different in 6-11, and honestly, a lot of things won't be contested. People will take different stabs at what they believe is the best composition. Sometimes you'll just have very different drafts. But it's the Ashe ban coming through. I'm trying to think of the matchup that makes you want to play Ashe. And I can't think of it right now.
Ashe gives you a lot of engage, and that's something that Apex were lacking in the last game. So it may have actually been an adaptation they would want to make, is to give Apollo, Sivir or Ashe. You take a Sivir here, then you pretty much took away the engage AD carries.
Sure. Well, Maokai off the table, meaning the Lissandra will go unbanned from last time. That was traded in for a Swain ban here by Apex. Again, Kindred still on the table, but a lot of options available for Team Envy.
I wouldn't pick Lissandra here. I feel like there's a lot that you can pick into it on Apex's side. Even if you're going to flex it, Ray can bring out something like a Fizz and try to decimate it. And also, if Ray continues to play split push and you pick a team fighter, that early on, Apex can pick some disengage, like a Karma support.
Right.
And then you'll never be able to get in.
Play Karma Sivir, run away, just never get in on them. I agree. So, Envy, what's your choice going to be here? Zyra, that's right. That was left up from before as well. That was actually, yeah, that was banned away. That was another ban actually that Apex left off because the Vladimir was banned on the other side, I believe. So now it's actually Zyra being left through first pick. I think it's a great first pick. I think she's one of the very best champions of the game of this patch.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think in support, it gives you another scaling threat. And if you're going to play these slow games, Zyra is fantastic. A lot of team fight potential, pick potential, a lot of damage and pressure during the laning phase. All around a fantastic support. Only downside is slightly squishy.
The weird thing is I feel like Apex got worse in pick and bans now. The same Rec to the same Caitlyn that they grabbed in the last game, and they weren't successful with those champions anyway.
Yeah, you didn't really want to give over Caitlyn Zyra though.
It's yeah, so you're right. Like obviously, like these are almost required picks, and they are very good champions. Of course, these are two of the top tier champions in their respective roles. But you know, Envy still got to play Zyra for themselves, and now they're still going to get some really good value on the second round of picks. Vlad gets a Sivir again. Like that's going to be fine, generally speaking, and. Once again, they take the Aurelia away, right? And this just feels like a better bargain for Envy. I just feel like they got better champions.
Yeah, they got a lot of S-tier picks here. Caitlyn and Rek'Sai are both considered near the top of the food chain for their role.
Yeah.
But definitely Sivir, most contested AD carry at the moment.
Yeah,
and Aurelia
she's
really
honestly huge. Yeah, Aurelia kind of the new thing in the top lane here. Seraph's going to play that one again. I want to see if his build changes at all, because last time around, he was still able to kill off that Caitlyn, and Apollo was not able to do a lot of damage in team fights. It's one of the things, like, when AD carries, a lot of the reason that some of these backline really high damage ADCs are doing well is because of Hurricane, because it's giving them, you know, 50% more damage than they were before, because they're hitting multiple targets. But when you're assassinating and going right on top of that guy, he's not getting the split bolts off nearly as frequently. And Aurelia just shuts down a lot of the damage that Caitlyn would be doing, and like, has pretend damage reduction as a result. But here comes the new stuff.
Yes.
Jarvan the Fourth has made his entrance the North American LCS.
You need hard engage here, really hard engage, because Envy went for, look at that, they went for disengage with Zyra, they have engage with the Sivir and the Aurelia, so there's ways to get in, there's ways to stop the enemy team from getting in, so you need to be able to hit them quickly, swiftly, and blow somebody up, and that might very well be Keen's Jarvan.
Definitely could be. This could be very, very fun. There's plenty of damage follow-up to come through as well. Quick shout out to Lod, who flashed the Tristana hover. He got Mastery 7 on Tristana today. He tweeted it out. I told him I'd talk about it on air. He didn't pick the champion, but he hovered it, so it reminded me. You're welcome, Lod. That was his first Mastery 7. I don't know if that's worth more or less than winning 3 straight LCS matches, but I think they're comparable.
Also, PSA, you can go to the store under accessories. You can purchase champion tokens for IP.
There you go.
Which you can then turn into the blue dust, blue essence.
Yep.
And then you can get your mastery upgrade. So you can spend IP for that.
Thank you very much.
You're all welcome. You don't need the blue essence. You can get it that way.
Okay.
By chest.
Well, to get ourselves back in picks and bans, though, Graves and Echo, the final picks here for Envy. It's going to be Echo mid lane for Ninja. Want to see if it's AP or AD. Meanwhile, a Graves jungle coming out for Proxen, not the Elise that he was playing last time around. So definitely different things. And honestly, there's not a lot of tanks here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Tank Echo come out as the pick here for Envy.
Could be tank, could be AP, could be that mid lane, and then you put Aurelia in the top.
That's true, could be Aurelia mid, you never know.
Could be vice versa, exactly. Oh, I like that. I think that's great.
In for Keen. So top Jarvan was the matchup pick to go against this Aurelia.
Yeah, you're able to get in very quickly, and Seraph, you saw his build, very squishy. Resistance is pretty much nowhere to be seen for the first 6,000, 7,000 gold that he spent. So you're able to punish that, you're able to get in onto that backline, blow them up, and it's going to be a squishy Echo as well.
Maybe. I mean, like, I was thinking that because I thought it was going to be Echo mid. I actually think you would want Tank Echo in this lineup. We'll have to see what it ends up being. They have enough magic damage because of the Zyra. Like, they're probably okay.
Yeah.
But the big thing I like about this Jarvan is look at the gank assist, though. You have 2 move block knock-up gank tools with Shrimp's Rek'Sai and Ray's Jarvan. And good luck outplaying that Seraph. It'll be really hard for him. So I can totally see Apex just tunneling in that top lane and really removing the options here The lineups have been locked, and you can see those on your screen as the coaches shake hands. We're ready to go into game 2.
And I like the Zillion pick as well because it's going to allow Ray, speed him up, get him into the fight, see if he can actually blow somebody up and revive him.
That's right, back to full health. So, scary things afoot here. We'll see if it's going to go that way for them. Update your votes on Twitter. Let us know who it's going to be. Hashtag APX win, hashtag NV win. Show your support for your favorite team here. Apex need to win this one to keep their record in the NALCS undefeated. They need this one to keep that score at 1-1 in this BO3. But Envy could go home early if they take this one down.
I've been informed that it is Envy, not NV.
Yeah, well, when you're sending out tweets, it's hashtag letter
NV.
N, letter V, win. I'm aware, Zyrene.
No, I know you're aware. Just so everybody else doesn't make the same mistake I've apparently been making.
Well, I'm wearing NRG pink here on my tie, so.
Energy.
I know, I'm trolling.
No, I know.
Well, here we go. 2.5 thousand gold apiece. We'll see who earns the first scrap here as we have battle lines for both these teams. And they are nearly in LCS order. For whatever reason, supports always go towards the mid lane. Almost always, and AD carries go to the very bottom half. I don't know why that is. In this case, Special wanted a chime, I get that, but for whatever reason, they don't, bot lanes don't fan out properly in LCS order.
Because the support is more expendable. He doesn't have to get CS. If he dies, it's whatever.
Wow, that's just rude.
No, it's smart.
I mean, no, I get it. I know. Supports are there for the benefit of AD carries around the world, but
I'll go with you. It is quite rude.
Yeah. Actually, when we first were planning out what LCS order would look like, my actual suggestion was to swap where AD carry and support is right now, put support towards the middle. Well, right. That's why I brought up the story. But I was outvoted, and now everyone does it this way. So they're not following the rules.
See, when you say like, oh,
man, Thunderlord's Jarvan.
Yeah, he just wants to jump in. He's not going to go grasp. Sure. He's just going to try to burst people.
Yeah.
If you're able to get the flag, the Q, and then an auto attack, which will have the martial cadence behind it, boom, you can blow them up. And it scales with AD, so I assume he's going to be buying some AD as well.
Yeah. I mean, I can see like Deathfire. Nah, Deathfire would be really crap.
Yomu's.
Yeah.
Death's Dance.
Oh, man.
No. There'll probably be a Black Cleaver in there, maybe, or he'll just go straight for things like Infinity Edge.
He will
He'll be a man.
I think he's not going to go Infinity Edge. Jarvan, I think, regardless, is already a man. We haven't asked him, but... Well, we are into this game. Laning phase is going to be a 2-on-2 Special and Apollo versus Laud and Hakuho. And right now, it's... Whew, nice dodge. Laud gets away from Special stun, but that nearly tagged him. Ray will be battling Seraph, and auto attack E is the combo right now. He's still level 1 right here. But it looks like Seraph has to give him so much respect. He would just get out-traded every single time. And there's one minion. There's... Okay, he gets one back. And look at that. Yeah.
Boom.
Pops the Q early to dodge Ray's potential combo in. And well, it looks like Seraph is definitely giving him a lot of respect in the matchup. We'll see if it tilts any farther later on.
We found the counter. Just play Jarvan into Aurelia, bully him out, get that one-on-one lane. And Shrimp gets an early ward. That's the clearing right there. 1/3.
Woo! That is rare form, but look at that. The early Raptor Smite popping up the stats.
Yeah, as Rek'Sai, clear that entire first side, or you go from your Gromp up to that side because you don't need blue buff at all. You usually donate it to your mid laner rather early on. Shrimp, though, walking up, and everybody is actually walking towards him. This is
his smite is down. He can't get this one. And now a battle in the mid lane. Thunderlord's triggered. Ninja pushing Keen around quite a bit here. CS, though, still pretty close to equal. It's usually still fairly hard to play melee into range, but Ninja's getting more damage done.
Yeah, Echo's one of the exceptions because you throw out the Time Winder and you get the slow, and then you'll pretty much guarantee the follow-up double auto attacks, get your passive off, and run away.
Yeah, it's a very convenient trading pattern.
It's the in and out design. Of course, his tank usually just go in, but he's not going tank this game from the looks of it so far. I mean, it's super early.
Yeah, but the fact he went Thunderlords and Doran's Ring over Corrupting Potion all point to it being an AP Echo. Right now, bot lanes, well, the dual lanes, I should say, the 2-on-2 up here is actually still going pretty close to equal. Despite the strong laning phase of a Zyra, a Caitlyn's still going to do a bit more than a Sivir, and you're seeing them trade pretty close. 28-29, a slow onto Ninja, the double bomb's going to land, and Kian getting that early blue buff, the 4-minute donation.
Yep. It's
really
big.
Quite nice, yeah.
For Zillion, it's really big as well because your combo is essentially was it like 120 mana or something like that? You're actually rewinding in the middle of it?
Yeah, it costs a lot. We're both doing the math right now, by the way. Time Bomb costs 70, Rewind costs 35, so 175 mana. And he's adding the slow as well. That's another like 60 on top, 50 on top. So 225 mana for a full combo if I did the math right.
Yeah, and he's only got 540 max.
Right.
So
you do that twice, then you have to regen.
Yeah. So it's actually a very good donation over to Keen early on. Keep him with the pressure there. Back. See what he goes for. Possibly a tier. Catalyst. Catalyst actually very, very popular right now.
Yeah, it's definitely good for him, especially with how much mana he's burning through. Just it's a sustain tool, basically, and that'll feel good. Another attempt at a stun by Special. Still can't quite land it. Lod kiting away as well. And the end result is... looks like equal CS for both players. 40 to 40. Plus minus maybe some plant kills. But a very equivalent landing phase for the duos. Envy slightly up in gold via the scoreboard, and that's looks like mostly Graves Farm.
Yeah. It's Graves Farm. Also a little bit on the support. It's 100.
Yeah, it's much easier to get Spell Thief triggers on a Zyra than it is a Bard, so
yeah.
We
Also,
expect Hako to be a bit richer.
Also, if you kill a Zyra plant...
oh, it turns off Spell Thieves.
Turns off Spell Thieves.
Yeah.
Which is not fun. So you're trying to help, but you're actually hurting yourself.
You get 5 gold.
And then you stop yourself from getting more.
If you're going to land spells.
Or autos.
If. It's no guarantee. The 5 gold's guaranteed, man.
Is it, though? It might just die on its own.
I mean, it's not getting turned off if you don't last hit it, so really it's a guarantee of 5 gold versus the chance of getting Spell Thieves gold.
All right.
I was right, Zyrene.
All right.
Thank you.
Technically.
Okay, well, game's still close to equal, and look at the number of swords. I didn't know Ray could hold all of these, but 2 Doran's Blades, 2 Longswords, a great spell shield by Lod. The time he finally couldn't dodge it, spell shields it on reflex. See, I'm just going to focus on how good Lod is this game. Because he was the player, actually, you were soft voting for player of the game last time around.
Yeah.
Because he was just a very consistent performer, so.
Well, also, mostly because Ninja had made some very obvious mistakes where he had gone to help, he had an ward behind him, he got followed, etc. No call on that. But I do think that it went to Ninja. Well-deserved. Lod wasn't flashy, but he was consistent.
Consistent, right. And we talked about that before. We mentioned it with Xpecial, actually, in the pregame. Like, not every player is really flashy, but sometimes they're actually the reason you win, and Xpecial being the only support to be a 2-time player of the game. And
mostly because he was flashy in those games, though.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like he's like pulling out these like really big Braum ultis, and it's like, wow, he had no deaths. Like, that's not flashy, really, right?
It's true. He's not giving gold over to the enemy, so at that point, I mean, I would give player of the game to my solo queue friends if that's what they accomplish, not giving over any deaths.
That's true. Yeah, that never happens.
It never does. Anyway.
Like getting an S+ of support. Oh, timely topic. So I want to point out, I was informed of this in my headphones, so thank you. Ray had initially actually bought Tiamat on the first recall, and then undid and bought these instead, so he's probably going to be buying Tiamat. Or he just wanted the components instead to battle Seraph. Level 7 to level 6, actually small lead for Seraph. Trades during the stun, then backs out. He's still doing the WMAX build, by the way, so he just uses the 1 second duration of Q, auto, E, auto, pop back out.
Yeah, you can also hold minions like this, too, because you're talking about how it's 2 more healing per rank, but if you hit it, it's 4, because it doubles the bonuses with hit 10 style. Yeah. So over like 3 ranks, something like that, he's getting 12 more than he would have before every hit. So it adds up, and he's able to actually keep minion waves in places that he wants them to stay.
Yeah. You know what's interesting about Aurelia's W? Yeah, so he is going towards Yomu's, okay. It's, I believe, pronounced He10 style, but I like thinking of it as hitten style, because you just hit people and things happen.
People?
Yeah.
Man, I just think it
Oh, the stun's on a Hakuho, though. A lot of damage there. I don't know if it's quite going to be the kill, but the teleport comes in. Bard ulti. Oh, he doesn't quite dodge it. This is bad for Hakuho. The lineup is there, and there's the first blood, and now the dunk for Ray flashes out, and Lot is stuck in a little donut of despair. And there's the kill, a double for Apollo. A beautiful dive by Apex.
Apex, very proactive here. That was Xpecial getting a stun. Opportunity comes down, throws down a ward, and then the TP followed by another stun after the Bard ultimate to keep Lod in place. So they get 2 kills. And Lod, you can see he still had his flash, but they were able to collapse with the time that was purchased from just the perfect play there from Xpecial.
And that's how you look flashy as a support, by the way. Beautiful stuff by Special. The teleport did actually come through thanks to that Tempered Fate just barely landing. It will be a trade of turrets, though. Proxim came into the bot lane. Seraph didn't leave the lane. They will knock that down. But yeah, still the numbers lead on the top side. Shrimp taxes away as much of that side of the jungle as he can while he's there. And still 2 kills. This is just so beautiful by Special. That little minion.
Oh, the one with such low HP. Hakuho gets chunked out. There goes.
That's a bad flash by Hakuho, honestly.
And then follow up after the trap.
There's a trap under his feet anyway.
Right there. That hit a minion, and then it hit Lot as well and still stunned him. I believe he tried to spell shield it from what I saw. Then he gets picked up there, and 2 kills go over to Apollo really early on in this Caitlyn. Could be an even more dominant lane for him.
No, root onto Shrimp. Say, you can't steal my Ocean Drake away.
Can he, though?
I don't know. He's going to try, and no! Proxim takes it out. There you go. Shrimp, he's going to get revived by Zillion. They're going to oblige him here. But here comes the second half of the fight. Shrimp, 700 health on him, running back to the top side. Ninja is there, going towards Rod of Ages, so it is an ability power focused build. The burst is there, though. Lod gets 1 kill on himself. A nice double bomb comes out from Keen, but not enough to kill anybody off. Proxim will survive the encounter. Envy pick up Ocean Drake, they pick up a kill, and they walk away pretty clean.
Yeah, they get themselves back in this game in terms of gold, because Envy, you can look at Seraph, he's already out CSing Ray in that top lane. Ray does have the assists, but it's the EXP that I'm worried about here, because Seraph is the one who's getting all of this solo experience in the side lanes. So he may end up getting about a level advantage over Ray. You see Ray is almost 8, but he's splitting for right now.
But Seraph's almost 9, so it's really just a flat 1 level advantage right now. Special battling Lod. Takes both halves of the boomerang.
Yeah, trying to stop him from getting to this bottom lane turret that Apollo is zoning the minion wave for, and making sure that he can get as much damage as possible. Yeah.
Special doesn't want to fight for the pink ward. He'd get trapped up, but now he's got Ray here. And they do kill the pink ward off, but Hakuho has plants. That's enough to buy some time. However, this turret will still be going down. Envy know that they're stuck in a bit of a 2v3. Coming to be a 2v4, and once again, they catch Hakuho. The flash for the trap. They get the kill. A nice pickup. Ray gets the killing blow. 1-0-2 on him, and especially yet again sets the team up for the kills.
The first pick, Zyra, countered by the Bard. When they get the flash out, he waited for it on the first one. But look at this. Hold on, wait. Shrimp and Ray.
Oh, goodbye. You cannot spell shield Cataclysm and get rid of the terrain. And he is going to go down in this one. Keen
has ulti.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. Ninja can do the same thing. He's going to ult on top of him. Is he gonna? Is he gonna? Oh, pansy. You had flash.
He had flashed, but doesn't.
If that was a
mean
ranked
he
game,
didn't do it.
If that was a ranked game, he'd have done it.
It's the LCS.
But you get on the stage, you just start clamming up.
If it was a scrim, he would have done it too. But
yeah. Oh, for sure.
It doesn't change the stakes.
He would have just walked and he wouldn't even ult it. He just died.
Anyway, kills going over to Ray. Now
Yeah.
2-0-2, and he's got 40 CS behind. But if you take a look at the gold, he's 500 gold down. It's just those 2 kills. Oh man, that's a lot in the pockets there.
Like he's 2-0-2 and actually still down in gold.
Yeah, that's actually, I was not expecting that.
Oh, Shrimp says, Rift Herald. People are running around in the pit. That must be a Rift Herald attempt. And Keen comes in to zone them all out, and that will not be going over. It waddles back really fast, by the way, after it gets out of patience.
He's just done with it at that point. It's had enough. But yeah, I want to talk about Xpecial's Bard, because the way that he's catching Hakuho, waited for the flash, keeping the timer, and throwing it, and it's hitting just the edge of him every time. Like, a little bit of luck there, but it's still hitting him just perfectly.
It's completely calculated.
And then Apollo is in range to throw down the trap underneath him. Make sure that it's pretty much a guaranteed kill on Hakuho at that point.
It's something that Crepo talks a lot about when there's Bard games. Since he's not casting, I should bring this up for him. There are ranges where Bard ulti is undodgeable without turning back around to you, because the travel time is based on the actual distance, right? Unlike something like a Nami bubble. So there are ranges where it's like, if you run forward, it will hit you, so either run back into me or get ulted. And Xpecial's playing at exactly that range, and Hakuho doesn't really have any options to not die.
It takes a lot of games to kind of feel that range, too. It's about, I want to say, 3/4 of a screen away to be, this is where the sweet spot, this is where I can get him. It's pretty much from tier 1 turret to like halfway.
Seraph does have flash. Actually just outplays the Cataclysm, but he's low on health. Gromp's part of the fight, and Seraph, woo! The spicy moves gets out. That was beautiful. Back in onto Ray. This is a 1v2 though, still
Oh, he's
kiting
just showing
around.
off now.
Specials around, and Seraph, what is he doing? He's getting away, that's what he's doing. He's surviving, flashing out. He still lost a summoner. I don't know if it was exactly worth it, but it looked freaking cool.
He heard you say he would have done it if it was a ranked game, so he tried it. He did it for the montage at that point.
I mean, that was a montage-worthy play. That was nice, but
he blew flash. Anyway, Ray had low mana, wasn't able to actually try and catch him afterwards. And this is just the siege down mid here. I definitely think this is a great idea here from Apex. You have Zillion, you have Bard for catches, you also have Caitlyn. So once he gets the traps max, which when I take a look here, he's going with
4Q, 3W.
Yeah, so it looks like he's already putting points into that trap, making sure that he can get into the siege mode, because when you start grouping up, that's when you need to put points into it. I've seen people do trap max straight off. I've seen them go 3 points, 4 points in queue, and then max the other. It's really just when you start grouping up and getting with your team is when you really need that maxed, because otherwise Caitlyn's queue, not really that big of like a wave clear tool or anything like that. If the fallout damage is actually pretty high.
It is. It got down by a pretty substantial amount. Now
You'll have
Ninja,
runettes by that point as well.
Right, you just want to auto attack anyway, so. Ninja having to run for his life. He was about to get ganked. Now he's not. Still regens off the Ocean Drake, though they're going to be fine. Lod clearing the mid lane wave, 146. Highest in the game, tied with Apollo's Caitlyn. And Shrimp will take down the little Scuttle. Special running away for some plants.
So, in this game, Infernal, which is coming up in 10 seconds, is one of the best ones for Apex. Because Ray wants AD. That's all he wants. He has to hit breakpoints where he can annihilate his target. If he's not hitting those breakpoints, even if it's by 4%, 5%, then it's not fast enough.
I totally agree. They're actually just trying to do the PvP combat here, and Envy can lick the wins with the Ocean Break. That's definitely not bad for them, but yeah, some actual stats definitely going to feel nice. And here they go in. Infernal Drake shouldn't be too big of a problem for them. And yeah, not even a problem. Ocean Drake goes down, a solid smite by Shrimp. And they're going to be okay with this one, equalizing the Drake score, and they'll be okay. Even after the late game comes across, it should be fine.
It's another Infernal as well.
All right, big step then. Yeah. And again, players like love Infernal Drakes.
Yeah. Well, it's the most visceral Drake. That one and Mountain.
So technically it's not visceral at all because there's no like buffs. It's intellectually powerful. You feel like it's really good because you know you're getting stats.
But you know you're getting... You see, that's the thing, is you're getting satisfying stats.
Exactly.
At that point. Whereas health regen, mana regen, it's kind of like, no, I don't feel those
I'm
as
not saying
much.
it's not satisfying, but if you're talking viscerality, that's actually like your senses, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Prox is standing still! And Shrimp didn't know he was there. Gets shot in the back, goes, wait a second, that was a Graves. I know what shotgun pellets feel like.
I believe early on in Rek'Sai's development, you could actually kind of see a silhouette of who it was. And then they made it water ripples, and now you don't know who it is.
Yeah.
Which I think is a lot of fun. It was super scary when you first play the champion because it's way different than everything else.
Is this the level 5 Bard or the level 13 Swain? We're gonna risk it.
Q! And you miss it, and then you if you unburrow, you might die.
Rek'Sai Q used to slow.
Yes.
In fact, it used to right up until its release. If you go back and watch the Rek'Sai Champion Spotlight, there's clips where the Q slows, and it never did in the live world.
So, 2 fun facts. 1, I'm the Rek'Sai in that Spotlight. 2, a lot of it being removed is attributed to me coming in and being like, she does not need this. I was Rek'Sai's lead playtester because it was during the off season.
Right.
And it was like, she does not need this. You just walk up, I Q, and it blew up too. So it hit the caster minions, and they would just slow everything. So I didn't even have to aim. I just aimed for minions.
Sounds like your kind of champion.
I am really glad I worked on it, and...
Just kidding. I actually think Sejuani's really good, so...
Thank you.
Yeah. Your Sejuani has won me some games, so I actually will attribute that Zyrene's aim is quite good.
Yeah. Anyway, going back to the game here, because it's going back to that farm, and remember back in Challenger, Apex always struggled with finding the way to end the game or get a lead in the game. I remember that game where it came down to, what was it, 60 minutes? And it was basically Nautilus versus Seraph's Quinn back on TDK. It was like, okay, one team fight. was the game. The game was legitimately everybody's powering up for one team fight. And that seems to be the direction that this is going right now.
It is. It really is going that way right now. And the thing is, Envy's done a much better job of scrounging up farm. Despite being down 3 kills, the gold lead's only 400. And it's, again, a lot of it's Seraph, a lot of it's Proxen. And, I mean, Graves is going to outscale a Rek'Sai. And I just don't know Jarvan's growth curve well enough to know if he's going to do better than Seraph later on in the game. How many Jarvan tops do you really see? Proxen walking in a double bomb. Probably not worth it. Thankfully, he has Ocean Drake, and he'll get his health back.
And what does Ocean Drake do, Freak?
It gives you regen based on missing health and missing mana.
Oh,
unless you've been hit by a champion or a turret in a little bit. I think it's like 7 seconds to lock out.
Believe it ticks every 5 and you need to be out of combat for 8.
Okay, I was close. 7 and 8 are almost the same number. Technically accurate. Seraph, though, sees Ray. Equal level, and Proxen's here. Oh, jeez. Ray went flying. He's out.
Yeah. Very squishy Jarvan build, of course. So, no defensive stats at all. Not a single piece of armor MR.
Oh my gosh, I just realized something. Okay, this is we're going geometry jokes now.
Oh god.
Hold on. I want to make sure there's not going to be a team fight, otherwise I'm doing a
Oh
disservice
no,
to the game.
I can see where this is
Okay,
going.
hold on. They're sieging. I'll do it later. Okay, they're fine. So,
I really just want to be like, oh, the punchline is this, and just ruin it.
So Jarvan kind of only ever goes in, which is very fitting for Ray, because if you know what a Ray only goes one direction. It's a point and all points in one direction from there. So it's very fitting.
I knew it.
That he's going all in as Ray.
I knew it. I was going to be like, the punchline's Ray. We don't need to hear this.
Well, obviously the punchline was Ray. I was like, hey, you know what's funny about Ray? Ray.
No, you're like, I just realized something.
Okay.
I believe that's how you started.
I forgot how I opened it.
But we were looking at Ray.
Yes.
And you said geometry jokes, and I knew it. I knew it. I wonder why the P in shrimp is capital.
Oh. That's a discussion for another time. We have a game to cast. And it's a very close one still, as it's just a battle for resources now, as we're going back and forth. Here we go, Seraph battling Ray once again, plenty of damage, and look at that. Setting up his own Q.
It's a
I
ruse,
love
though.
that. He gets behind. Yeah, because suddenly Special's here. Can he dodge away from it all? Exhaust is on. He just doesn't have the damage. And suddenly, yeah, he's just completely done. So Seraph is gone, and no one was anywhere near him on the map.
Yeah, it was.
Nor did he have vision.
It was a ruse all along. He was baiting. He popped the Yomus, took a lot of damage, and was like, oh, okay, I'm just going to walk back and forth. And Ray, we were talking about how he was getting behind in experience. He is up now over Seraph and EXP again.
Thanks to the kill. And look at this, the rest of the team now jumping down to this side of the map. You've got a Special, Shrimp, and Keen all here just whittling down on this turret, and you don't have a lot of defense in range just yet. And they had Cloud Drakes that get there faster. Now into the mid lane, suddenly Laud is alone. And he gets slowed down, does some damage, loses the turret, pops the ultimate, and gets nothing for it.
I'm actually quite surprised that Xpecial didn't even fish for an ultimate there. If you can get a flash out of Haku or Laud, then it's definitely worth just fishing for it at that point. But they are going for the dragon here, or the Drake, so that is most likely why he's holding it, because he could need it in just a second here. And Ray, well, he's looking for a TP play from what it looks like.
You're gonna hope he can find it. He's got the full teammate, he's got the Yomus, and he's also got a BF sword in the inventory, so plenty of damage available for him. And yeah, he's staying on the fountain, waiting to get that home guard buffed teleport. Second Infernal Drake would be the pickup. Apollo hitting level 13 here, so he can max out his Q and his W.
Here come TPs on the backside. They're trying to flank from two sides from Envy here.
A double flank, they're running towards the back. Blue Trinket spot, they're coming in. The Venn diagram of Vision and Keen down to half HP, but he is still going to be okay. Ray jumps through for Laud. There's the kite away. Looking for Hakuho, nearly delays. Oh my gosh! He's killing everybody, and he still won't go down. A double kill for Ray with no help from anyone else. Maybe the bombs were there, but it was beautiful. A kill comes through. Proxen finds him after the ulti times out. Now Apollo getting another, does get assassinated by Sarah, but that's still 3-4-2 in advantage of Apex.
And two members were very close to going down there on the side of Apex. Xpecial and Keen barely get away, and Xpecial was able to actually just flash and kind of get away from Seraph there after he followed him through the magical journey. But that was a flank there. Envy used 2 TPs to get to the bottom side of that dragon, and then they came up, and then the TP for Ray was on the top side.
Proxen cannot miss a smite. Infernal Drake does go to Envy. That's got to feel really good.
Yep. Oh, man. See this one more time. Double TP there. One person's trapped. And then on the opposite side, Ray comes in, spell shielded. Really good stun there from Ninja. But then Ray on the bottom side killing the bottom lane. And then shows himself. Proxen's like, nope.
Yeah.
Nope, not gonna happen. Meanwhile, Apollo left to his own devices on the side.
Yep.
Ninja had chased him all the way up, whereas Seraph took the magical journey to chase after Special and didn't get him.
You know, people say wards save lives, but a ward is the reason Seraph got the kill. He pink warded over the wall to get vision to land the Blade Surge on Apollo. So immediately rewarded for buying a pink ward, Seraph. Wonderful.
I guess the ward was the undoing of Apollo in that case.
Yep.
So wards don't save lives, they actually kill other people.
That's what I led with, Cyrene. Thank you for paying attention.
Didn't say it in that way, though.
You're right. You delivered it better than I did. Congratulations. And now, ooh, oh, geez, Lod nearly got stunned by that, but the Q wasn't quite in range. Had spell shield up anyway, so I guess there wasn't any huge risk on him. And ended up blocking the Caitlyn ulti regardless. Shrimp now level 13. Keen constantly donating these levels away. And now looking for the play on the bottom side of this one. Won't quite catch a champion, but now the mid lane under a lot of fire. Stranglethorns to buy some time as they do knock down the mid lane turret. Hakuho survived the sliver of health. The turret goes down 4-4.
Yeah, they had seen Ray on the top side of the map, so just group up 5 members, 5v4 in the mid lane. Force that turret down, so Envy end up getting themselves one more on the board. Evening up the turrets here. But Ray, kind of picking up the side lane farm, goes for the Duskblade. He had the BF sword and the Serrated Dirk. Doesn't even complete his Tiamat because the Tiamat is just for wave clear right here, right? Doesn't go for anything in the Hydra category just yet. So he's just looking for the wave clear. And then the Dusk is just to annihilate that backline. The flat penetration that he has is absolutely absurd, especially since he went down to the Thunderlord's path as well. I'm going to check it. 57 flat armor penetration for Jarvan.
Oh, that
57.
feels terrible.
Feels bad, man.
63 armor on Lod. 54 armor on Hakuho, so true damage to him. Life is painful for most of Envy here. And we'll see how much more Ray can do. Probably a lot is my guess. He is just crushing it.
So this is actually something to note as well, because you think of Jarvan as a single target kind of assassin point click. Cataclysm does AoE damage now.
Oh, that's right.
It hits everybody in the AoE. So damage Jarvan got a huge buff when that happened. Because we haven't seen him in a very long time.
Yeah, really not. But he's going to do some things right now, and definitely his favorite Drake would be Infernal. I mean, like, the thing is, because you get bonus AD, even based on your base attack damage, which is like 100 or something now, so he has that extra 6 or 8 or 12, whatever, bonus attack damage to feed into his obscenely high, already existing bonus AD ratio. So it actually means a whole lot for him. Now the attempt at a Baron sneak.
This is really interesting because they're going to have all 5 members of Apex. Seraph doesn't have TP yet. Seraph's TP is a couple seconds away. Like, we're talking
just up now.
Below 10.
Ray trying to zone him out. They will not get the steal. Nicely done. Shrimp takes it, and now goodbye! Proxen deleted. Solo kill. Didn't even need the Duskblade damage.
It did go off, though.
Oh, it did go off. And now a kill picked up. Apollo taking it down at Ninja, but that was 4 assists for them. Apex taking up 2 kills.
You're right, though. He didn't need it. He would have killed him anyway, but it went off. I believe it was that last final tick there.
Yeah.
And he is doing work. Ray is absolutely annihilating this game. 6-1 in 3. Only missed out on 1 kill.
Yeah.
Plates the Ravenous Hydra, has the CDR, has so much flat arm penetration that we need to see that
Yeah,
again.
hit him at the
Applies
very
it,
start, that's why.
and
it
popped right there.
Pop before the ulti.
Yep. Didn't need it.
I think he interrupted his own EQ with Cataclysm, by the way. It's Ninja.
He's too fast. He's just too good.
Ninja realized he was on the wrong side of that fight and had nowhere to go.
Very clever Baron there from Apex because they had seen Seraph on the bot side. TP was not up for a couple more seconds because they most likely timed it off of Raze.
And really good play by them. So Apex feeling real good about this game so far. Shrimp now on split push duty. The Raze and Keen's teleports are up. Really, any of them could be the one split pushing, but this team, if this map had 4 lanes, Apex could split 4 of them right now with globals. And then just like you just join up on Apollo winning special in the mid lane. Scary things, man. Apex have so many tools in their belt right now. Even James Bond would be happy with this kind of stuff.
Oh,
now a nice knock-up by Shrimp. The bombs are there. Lod to get sniped, but no. Proxen is there to say, don't you dare kill off Lod. He will live, thank you very much. 1-3-1 in the Sivir. Just limping away. Seraph stunned up with the double bomb. The turret's gone, and so is Seraph. Jeez. And the ulti comes across, does not find much more than Hakuho, who will survive the encounter.
But Apex are fighting this 4v5. Ray has been pushing in the top side, got that turret.
and now he's on this turret with a gigantic minion wave and Baron buff.
They are so far ahead. This turret will be going
carry
down.
beware!
Apex snappy, another solo kill for Ray. That time he did not need the Duskblade. The Rabbit as Hydra was enough for him. 12-3 in kills. This is a slaughter.
The slaughter is almost an understatement here because of how brutal this is. That is the jump scare right there. The Jarvan just blows you up. You can't be even 2 screens away from this guy.
Oh my gosh, it's like
he can flag and drag, flash, ult to you.
Like what happened is on Friday night, Lod opened a YouTube video and it was Ray saying, "You will die in 7 days." Comes on stage, Jarvan comes out of nowhere, and Lod suddenly 1-4. He was unkilled last game.
And then he cataclysms him, and there's the ring. We did it. We came full circle.
Which is also a ring.
I know. Anyway, we have to see that again because it was off screen. Oh.
He spell shielded late, to be fair, so he did miss that. He still would have died.
Yeah,
but
it's like, I don't know if it doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
Another Infernal over to Apex,
Ooh,
trying to force this game 3 here and get revenge for that last game. Saying, you know what, you want to scale? What Seraph did to Apollo last game, top laner, man, Apollo, he's just like
way worse.
He's like, wait for my big brother Ray.
Yeah.
My big brother beat up.
Let me show you how it's done. Oh, Shrimp walking into the enemy team and trying to get out. He can't. But yeah, okay. So, pop quiz, how much damage do you think Cataclysm does right now?
750.
930.
Kind of
with Baron, it was 950, and then it fell off and he bought a new item. But he does almost 1,000 AoE true damage with 60 armor pen.
Yeah, the base damage is 450.
Yeah.
And then just the 80 scaling on it.
For bonus attack damage.
Oh my god.
Infernal helps, to be fair, right? Like
that's true.
Oh gosh.
Oh, he went for more. He's got 67 armor penetration. Now he's hitting Lod for true damage and Hakuo.
Yeah, and he's getting Maul of Mortis before too long, which will give him another, what, 10 or 15 or something?
Dude, that was one of the things when it was first released on the Duskblade. I was like, this just sounds like I'm going to be able to purchase 3 armor penetration
armor pen.
Because flat pen is a very interesting stat to have against squishies.
Right.
Because it is
It
so
multiplies itself.
effective. Exactly.
You actually want to almost overkill on it. You don't want just one.
Yes. And that's why we're seeing builds that go for, you know, Ghost Blade and then Dusk.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a Misfortune build
Blade
popular
build.
right now.
Right, yeah.
Black Cleaver as well. This is just going to get dirty.
Yeah. This is not a game I'd want to be Lod in. And judging by how much he's just decided to take a seat in the fountain, he doesn't want to be in it either.
Like, he's basically Rengar ranges away from this Jarvan. And that's exactly what
Oh my god! Ray doesn't have to care. He's gonna get revived. Actually, he won't. He's not taking damage anymore. But now he goes down. Ninja picks him off. Okay, a little bit done right here. Ray is gone, but it's already the entire bot lane is dead from Envy. And Apex have control of the map. They're gonna knock out Ninja. Looks like he's gonna pop his Zonias. He's gonna try to run away. Seraph actually can get around. There's actually a chance with Seraph coming into this one, but now beset by Shrimp has to flash away. Ninja real low, and Shrimp will try to clean it all up. And yeah, there's one picked up. Ninja has really nowhere to go. Proxy getting a little bit done on the other side of the map. And Shrimp actually zoned out, but he's got Super Minion. He's looking to close the game out because there's only one turret left inside the actual base. As Apex looks to close it out, a knockout for Shrimp. Another revive comes up. That's his second ultimate this fight from Keen.
And it ticks down so quickly. Cooldown on that, 33 seconds. So he just has to run around in circles.
Like, Ray's still dead and Keen's ult's back up.
Yeah, and when Zillion reaches that late game, it's incredibly annoying. And yeah, losing 2 inhibitors. They have 1 still intact here for Envy. No turrets left on the entire map for them. And this through the traps of his own teammate. That's how distracted I am by how much burst damage that was. That's insane. Because when he first makes contact, it's legitimately 80% of his life.
Oh, man. And then you can see the rest of it kite out. Ninja gets a little bit done. He buys time. Watch Seraph, but he gets quite a bit in here. Just
Yes, he does. He actually gets to that back line.
Yeah.
He's able to actually pick up the kill there.
I mean, I thought Zed was annoying. There's a Relic and a Jarvan killing everyone.
Top laners, man. New meta.
You know what? I wish Dynamic Q didn't give me my main role as much. I'll just play support. You know what? Can I just queue up support Phil and just
Nobody
Never
goes
played-
after you.
Yeah, I mean, like, at least if I die, like, no one's mad at me. If I'm playing Sivir and I get one shot by a Jarvan, like, we just lose.
I know a lot of team fights now in the meta are actually whose AD carry is up in the halfway point. If somebody isn't, or somebody's lacking that, your consistent DPS force is gone. So right here, coming into this fight, Baron.
Hey. Oh, nope, he didn't get it. Okay, that was taken up by Shrimp. Nice try by Ninja. Nice try by Prox with the ulti. Oh no, Ninja's ulti doesn't get him across the wall. That was a huge, huge mistake. He's super dead right here. So after they have the fight, Proxy just on top of him.
Ray?
Double bomb into the ulti. He's gone. There's two. Ray.
Oh!
Q flash ulti picks one up, gets the revive from Zilean. There is no one left alive except Hakuho. And I don't care whether you're named after a famous sumo wrestler or not, you are not getting away with this game. There's nothing left in your base. You're done so. Rexa is going to take you down. Void Monsters confirmed greater than plants. And a score of 20-6. Ray going off on the full AD. Jarvan and APX tie up the series.
Oh, man. When he locked in the Jarvan top, I was like, Keen was the guy who played at mid. Keen is now the second best Jarvan player on his team.
Yeah.
Ray with an incredible performance on that Jarvan. Going straight for the backline, surviving, not giving up kills. That's the big thing, is Jarvan is very risky, very one-dimensional in the lane because you're trying to go in, you're trying to land your EQ. If you mess that up, you are so vulnerable to getting killed and trained down the lane or ganked.
Yeah.
So he played it very well throughout the early parts of the game and got to the point where he hit those breakpoints to actually one-shot people. Yeah. And then he just kept doing it over and over again. And the Zilean, the combo came in. I talked about it at the start. Get in there, dunk, and then get back up.
I gotta say, I love this draft from Apex. So, okay, they found a matchup that was going to work. You actually saw Seraph right away at level 1, had to respect Ray.
Yep.
Zilean speeds you up, gives you a bomb. You will not be kited, one-shot somebody, then get revived and be like, yeah, 5v4 sounds good.
Yep. Sounds
insane.
Great.
I am fearful. I'm just now fearful.
Solo queue.
To play League of Legends and be a marksman. None of this sounds appealing to me as the target of this kind of offensive. Ray was amazing and it was fun to cast, but now I'm not going to play any games when I get home.
Good. You need to sleep anyway. Big day tomorrow.
That's true, actually. I have to
yeah.
get up early in the morning.
But yes, so looking at this, because, I mean, it's going to be even longer. We're going to game 3 here between these teams. Able to run it back on the side of Apex. So now the 1-1 coming through, only one team gets to walk away 3-0. And you're seeing everybody's pulling out all the stops here.
Oh, yeah.
They're pulling out whatever they can. They're pulling out the Jarvan top. You're having the Aurelia for Seraph. Both games trying to get themselves advantages. And these are kind of stalled out games at the start.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's going to happen again.
I think there's a good chance. Right? Neither of these teams really try to play super fast games. This game did end in 35. It wasn't exactly a long one. Once it opens, these teams are fast, but they don't seem to be that willing to push really early on. So we'll see what the game looks like. Either way, a great game 2 win by Apex. And for a deeper dive, let's check in with the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ray and the rest of Apex, making sure that we go to a game 3 here. And that's where I want to start. I want to talk about the champion select adaptation that we saw out of Apex this time. The J4 in the top lane, coupled with that Zilean, allowing him to go full damage, just dive the back line, giving no cares.
Yeah, where's he going with this one? I like that you brought up the Zilean though, because that is a really underrated part of this, and you notice that was a crucial pairing. You know, something to not only enable him to get in there, but also to enable him to have that survivability. We saw where, oh, the Zilean's ult on him. We don't want to kill him, but while the Zilean's ult on him and you don't want to kill him, he puts out about 10,000 damage real quick to your backline.
Yeah, I mean, he was absolutely dominant. And I was kind of watching, thinking, oh, he's not getting ahead in lane. I don't know what he's going to be able to do. He went off once again.
Yeah, I mean, so we looked at it. We had some questions around whether or not is this really going to be an effective Aurelia counter. We hadn't seen it yet. And then, as you mentioned, we did kind of notice he's running out of mana very quickly in that laning phase against the consumables that Seraph had with just that endurance, but ended up being rather effective.
Yeah, not so much a specific Aurelia counter as I can blow your backline up faster than you can blow mine up counter. And you're right, he lost NCS down to that Aurelia, and he was struggling for a little bit to find spaces to do that. But the first teleport was effective, and he got a lot of follow-up kills as well. So the kills keeping him in there to get those item breakpoints he's looking for.
Outside of just obviously the J4 and the Zilean picks, we did see a little bit of difference or switch up in strategy and playstyle from Apex. More contesting of those global objectives. We saw them splitting the dragons as opposed to just handing 5 of them over to Envy. So this time around, although still less active than our first series between Immortals and, now I'm already forgetting who they played.
Energy.
There you go, Energy. It was more active than game 1, and I like to see that out of Apex, increasing the tempo a little bit, getting themselves involved in more skirmishes, allowing that Jarvan to pick up those kills and put the damage out.
Something that fit Ray's playstyle, I think, a lot better as well than the Shen. He was able to kind of farm up and then really take over the fights in a way that he was not able to do on Shen.
I think that's going to be crucial for game 3. They put Ray some sort of damage in his hands.
Yeah.
So he's not just playing a tank from the top side. It just opens up a lot more possibilities for them. They have a lot more threat.
Yeah, well, coming into today, we were talking about Sarah's champion pool, right? Unique champions in all of his first 5 games, and Ray a little bit less so. But here he is showing the likes of the Fizz and the Jarvan now in his back pocket that not too many other players in NA are playing, and that's going to cause a lot of problems for people who are trying to draft against them in Champion Select. Speaking of which, we're just going to hammer Ray some more here with Player of the Game, 9, 2, and 8 on that Jarvan. We got a nice little montage to go along with it as well, ladies and gentlemen. Jarvan's back in competitive play. So we got to celebrate that with a dunk montage.
All right, this one also highlights Xpecial. How convenient. Nice setup there with the Bard. This is the teleport top, couple dunks I was talking about, where he gets off to some kills to answer that CS discrepancy that was accumulating.
Yeah, this one was a little bit worrying because he was losing so much top lane, stuck around so long bot lane, but does actually convert on 2 kills, and this fight was huge.
Yeah, I mean, people love to look at it and be like, oh my God, late game, full damage Jarvan is so broken. But he also had the Zillion. He also got these kills early that were really, really crucial in getting him to that point. But this is the fun point where we're just like, okay.
I mean,
here they go.
Three-shotting an ADC here.
This is literally
2-shotting an ADC. What is that? I mean, we were joking because he went and he built Blood Razor or what is it called? Dustblade. What does he need that for? Everyone is dying before it even pops.
You just need all the flat armor penetration items that exist in the game, man.
Give me that true damage.
Pick them all up.
7 armor pen, true damage to both Sivir and the Zyra. There was that one clip that I just kind of want to jump back to because, again, reiterate that point that the Zillion did afford him so much opportunity. We saw in that one replay both Sivir, Zyra having to stop their DPS, and in the meantime, he does not have to. So he had the time of his life there in that game, and that just raises a lot of questions about Game 3. That's where I want to look to next, because Envy now has to consider that this is an option for Apex. How do they deal with it? Does it go to the ban list? Does Seraph have something in his back pocket that can deal with the Jarvan? Or better yet, Kobe, as you mentioned, do they have other tools within their ADC pool that can deal with a Jarvan diving into the backline?
Yeah, see, I feel like they're okay with letting the Jarvan through. Like, the Jarvan really benefits from that surprise factor, where they also were able to use it as a flex pick, and they're like, surprise, we're going to get this Jarvan. And it really hinges on those early kills. We've mentioned a couple of times, you know, he was down CS when he's going for these side lane plays and teleports and stuff. If they played a little bit cleaner on the other side, then I feel like Envy are okay taking this, and they're like, okay, we're going to set up our whole game plan around not letting Jarvan snowball, and then he just becomes this guy that jumps in the back, half assassinates an AD carry, and then dies, which does, you know, it's all or nothing.
Much less impressive.
Yeah, I mean, just snowballing off your point, they lost so much to Seraph in the early game because of all this free time, and he was actually still down in gold, even with all those kills, because of how much free time Seraph had. So one misstep here or there, and the Jarvan starts to look real bad.
A little bit more feast or famine as a champion. All right, so now let's ignore the J4, though, entirely, and let's look at Game 3 as well from the side of Envy, because here you are, you did lose a game. J4 is not the only reason you did it. What do we want to see out of Envy this time around? Are we looking for more active early games from either team?
I don't know if we have to like focus in on spurring these teams on to active early games, because both of these teams had success in week 1 with the slower paced games. You know, this is the game that they want to play. They want to lay it out, you know, for the mid game sieges and just execute their strategy. I don't think forcing them into an early game strategy is really good for a team if that's not the way that these players play. You know, if they don't excel at that type of you know, quick pace, then I wouldn't push it on them.
I think we just need to see Seraph perform. You know, it's really been a lot about the top lane. In almost all of Envy's wins, Seraph has come up big. This game, he got a lot of, you know, free time in the lane. He was not able to convert. Aureli was pretty much a non-factor. Ray took over the game. If you want to win, your big players have to come up big. They need Seraph to get something done here in Game 3.
Well, we're 1-1 once again, ladies and gentlemen, for our second series of the evening with that Apex win. It's time for a quick break, but right now we're coming back with the conclusion of Apex versus Envy. The NALCS returns in just 3.5.
Apex need to win this one to keep their record in the NALCS undefeated. Oh, the stun's on a Hakuho, though. A lot of damage there. I don't know if it's quite going to be the kill, but the teleport comes in. Bartle T, he doesn't quite dodge it. This is bad for Hakuho. Blue Trinket spot, they're coming in the Venn diagram of Vision and Keen down to half HP, but he is still going to be okay. Ray jumps through for Wad. There's the kite away. Looking for Hakuho, nearly deletes. Oh my gosh! He's killing everybody, and he still won't go down. A double kill for Ray. They are so far ahead. This turret will be going
carry
down.
beware!
Apex Snappy, another solo kill for Ray.
And that's our second
Oh my god! Gone, there's two. Ray. Q flash ulti picks one up, gets the revive from Zillion. There, Void Monsters confirmed greater than plants. And a score of 20-6. Ray going off on the full AD. Jarvan and Apex tie up the series. Welcome back to the climactic Game 3 between Apex and Envy. Game 2 was super exciting. Ray went off on Jarvan.
Oh, yeah. A little bit faster, too. 35 minutes, so didn't have to wait that long for the action to come through. The J4 dunks. Back on a carry for Ray as well. Really, really great to see that, because I think that's definitely how they were winning their games before, giving him Rift Herald, which he got again, and being able to close out that way. And now, another battle's happening, because Ray and Seraph are now #1 and tied for player of the game points at 3 apiece. They're alone there too. It's just those two. So one of them is going to come out on top in the series, not necessarily in player of the game points though.
There can only be one POG champ, and we'll see who's going to get the honors here in this one. Apex and Envy in the mix. Lissandra banned away again. No Aurelia this time for Seraph. And we'll see if Envy cares about the Jarvan after all.
Yeah, and we've been seeing these slower games too, so things like Aurelia have actually been pretty good because these slow games allow you to hit break points for your items where you're able to go after the AD carry. We saw before, I believe Seraph even used his Youmuu's Ghostblade in game 1 to ever kill anybody or even against anybody. It was to kill the AD carry because you already had 2 free items.
No Vladimir on the table either. Apex not allowed to play this one. Looks like we're seeing a lot of red side Vladimir bans now at this point of the stage. Nidalee banned away by Proxen once again. Does not want to give that one over. And another Rise ban here for Apex this time around.
So the Maokai is the one that slips through the cracks right now from Apex.
Well, but Ray's been happy to play against it with things like Trundle and things like Fizz, exactly.
Fizz was the counter to Maokai for the longest time.
And even though they had banned it before, Maokai did get nerfed in 6-11. Less regen and pre-level 9, a longer cooldown on his Q, the Arcane Smash.
Which you do feel
Oh yeah, definitely matters in the lane matchups there. Rek'Sai actually the final ban here, not letting Shrimp get that one. 2 jungle bans.
Interesting.
That means first pick Swain's up for Keen, and I would lock that.
I think it's a really good pick here. They could pinch the jungle though, go for something like Elise, but I think that this is the smart pick, so yep, they're gonna go for the Swain.
Elise, Caitlyn in terms of trying to take things away that Apex normally plays. I'm sure there's other great options as well, but that's the first thing that came to me in terms of denial picks, if that's even what you want to play.
What's funny is
decided.
Azir got a slight nerf, now not showing up at all.
He wasn't all that popular before anyway. Like, I don't remember what his popularity was in 6.10, but I don't think it was super high.
I can check it right now.
Yes, you can. I'm actually watching over your shoulder.
He was 79%.
Okay, so reasonably high.
He was the 6th most pick ban champion on 6.10.
He wasn't as popular in NA, but I guess that's my regional bias.
NA is yours, man.
Yeah. NA's ear. Oh, look at that, the Fizz hover. I mean, he knows what's up here.
I think it's fine to pick this. I think that Ninja can play it, Seraph can play it. I think it's great.
So the Fizz flex, I would not expect them to pick another solo lane until the very last pick here for Envy. And make them respect the matchup in both ends of the spectrum. There's 2 different Fizz builds you can go for here. Tank and Assassin, and it's got to be respected. Hovers back and forth. The Elise does come through, so that was going to be contestable. I mean, Proxen had played it earlier on.
So Proxen would have to go to Graves. He could go for Kha'Zix, which we saw a little bit of in the EU LCS, and go back to Kindred.
So there you go. Apex picked exactly what I thought Envy might steal away from them, because I knew that's exactly what Apex was going to want to play. Envy did not want to steal it away. And even though those champion picks were a little bit predictable, they'd rather get the Fizz out of Ray's hands. And they really want to play Karma.
This gets a little sticky too, because this gives Apex, Caitlyn, and the possibility of Caitlyn Zyra.
It also gives Envy the chance to play Zyra. They can just play Karma mid lane and still get Zyra for themselves and play a really abusive bottom lane again. An option. I don't know if it's going to be what happens here.
You'd have to pick it here and then give away what your top laner, your mid laner, and support are.
You give out the matchups. Swain, though, I would expect to go into the mid lane anyway, but it's still, I guess, up for grabs. I don't think it's quite what Ray should be playing based on the kinds of games we're seeing from him, but we'll see. I also don't know what his matchup against Fizz is supposed to be. Kindred, Ezreal, actually. Kindred, oh, I forgot. Yeah, they, I guess, as we calling the champion. We're still up, and that's actually a nice pickup there. I guess you kind of wish you had it against the Jarvan.
Yep. Yeah,
but that's
actually.
That's not a thing anymore.
I mean, I guess it stops the Jarvan pick from coming through because they had actually not banned it away.
Right.
Or, I mean, maybe it doesn't. Who knows?
Sure.
But I think that it's something that you would shy away from once you saw the Kindred, especially since you've already locked in the Swain. You won't guarantee yourself a Zillion either.
Well, it was up for options, then I guess it still can be in some levels here. Ezreal, though, coming through for a lot, a very, very safe backliner. Does not want to go back for the server that he played the rest of the series, so something new for him, but it's 3 straight Caitlyn games for Apollo, as he hovers Jinx for no apparent reason, and we figure out what the lineup's going to be. Jax and Braum are going to be the picks here, so Jax into an expected Fizz, though that could be flexed around, and another Braum game for Expansion. This makes, by the way, the 6th unique champion pick for Ray in 8 games. He's doubled up on Echo, and he's doubled up on Fizz. And now Jax coming through to be the carry.
Like Special seems to be able to just want, or I guess not be able to, but he always seems to want the Braum over everything else.
Yeah.
The Braum is the champion that he's going to gravitate towards every time, and looks like the final pick there is Anivia for the mid lane to stop Swain from getting in and have a little bit of range on him. So we'll see how that one works out, because I've seen it go both ways. If you're able to actually land the never move onto Anivia, you can really punish him.
Yeah, and Nivea is actually pretty awkward into Jax as well. He pretty much always has agency in dodging your Q, and then landing his counter-strike stun, he stops your ultimate, as well as the the Anivia loses the Glacial Storm. So some parts of this matchup are definitely going to be rough, but still, Anivia definitely a very respectable champion. It's a solid sort of zone control champion with double marksman behind and Karma for some extra shielding. If Envy can play a slightly longer team fight and kite out the Swain properly, this could look very good for the red team here. But Ray, it's in his hands to be the hard carry. He's got a Jax. He's probably going to get a Rift Herald.
Yeah, if he gets the Rift Herald, then that's really big. They've given it over to him every single time. Every game that they've won, they've had a Rift Herald.
Yeah, they did, however, lose one game with Rift Herald.
true.
They lost the Shen game with it, so it's no longer 100% correlation. But either way, certainly a strong team. Both these squads are. Make sure to send your Twitter votes to us at Lily Sports, hashtag APX win or hashtag NV win for which team it's going to be. And honestly, this is going to be such a very good match. Jax versus Fizz, the top lane matchup. The two top of the scoreboard player of the game top laners here, Ray and Seraph, are so good at the game. The almost sort of the ones leading the charge to make their teams win. And now in game 3, the last game of the night to win the match. Here it is, Apex versus Envy. Who's going to remain undefeated?
It's the clash of the top lane titans. And it's funny because Seraph really leads his team into battle, whereas Ray is kind of like, give me everything, and I'm going to go do this myself. You can draft around me, you can give me Rift Herald, everything like that, and he's just going to go run off, do his split push thing, assassinate one person, do his job. So it's kind of one-man army versus the general at that point.
That's true.
Seraph, this matchup is something that I am not familiar with at all, especially since I haven't been seeing much Jax. A lot of people are playing the Ignite top laners again, where they have even like Hecarim and stuff like that.
Right.
But yes, the Fizz having that summoner spell over the Jax is something that you can't underestimate, because Ignite will do a lot of damage to him and could be the breaking point, because you don't always expect Fizz's W to do that much damage with an Ignite.
Very true. Right now, though, gold lead for Ray. He learned W and killed the Trinket Ward from Seraph, so padding the stats some more. But also, Hako earning plenty from Spell Thieves and Bandit. And here's the recall. Looks like Apex wants to get themselves into a lane swap situation, but the same here coming in for Envy. Look at this. All the players started and faked their recalls. Laud and Hakuho will be heading down to the bot lane, and it will be a lane swap here, which I gotta say, I think is to the advantage of Apex, because I don't know if I let Caitlyn Braum and Ezreal Karma. I feel like Expesh will get poked out.
Yes.
But I could be wrong in my assessment.
Yeah, it's definitely the poke lane there. When you have these two skill shots coming through from the Karma and the Ezreal, if they're able to make contact, you don't have any sustain, you don't really have any way to return fire, and it's kind of relying on the long cooldown of the Winter's Bite from Xpecial. So Seraph gonna walk up here, speaking of Winter's Bite.
And gets spotted out. He did not learn Playful Trickster, by the way. He's actually got the Seastone Trident, so Ignite, the damage is there, and Seraph does not have Flash, by the way. So the Flash follow is in, the heal, and the first blood comes through.
Here's
Nicely
Moxin.
done. Yeah, Xpecial's dead, but you know what? That's where you say hashtag worth right there. 400 gold in the pockets of Apollo.
Yeah, because he doesn't have the Flash, he has the Ignite. Seraph used his Ignite there as well.
Help get the kill.
Proxen is actually coming up here, though. You can do this as Kindred, but he doesn't have red buff.
No
It's actually
sums
gonna
on
be a long
Apollo,
chase.
though.
Apollo's
He's got
already low.
Yeah, this could be an easy kill. Apollo's trying to kite away. Oh, just kidding. There's too much damage. Proxen has to run back away, and the teleport actually does get completed. Keen now in a really bad spot. He will flash away and stay alive, but that's 2 summoners down for the Swain.
Yeah, Hako with the Roam and the Exhaust to get the Flash and the Ghost out of Keen. Coming up from the bottom lane, especially since it's a lane swap, you have some time, and you know that the top side, because Xpecial was killed, you have so much time as a support to do whatever you want, because that lane is not going to get pushed up. And that was actually kind of bad timing by Proxen, because Apollo hit level 2 and learned...
If he had flashed, he would have taken that.
Nice. Just barely. But yeah, Apollo hit level 2 and learned his 90 caliber net, which gave him the distance, gave him the slow, gave him the headshot, and then chunked out Proxen. Otherwise, Proxen would have been able to kind of head him off at the pass, and the TPs would have tried to make the difference there. Gotta kind of Move away.
Scumbag Apollo didn't give the CS over to Special. So Special actually is 3.5 minutes in and still has not been able to use a Relic Shield stack. He just got back to lane now and is sadly not earning any extra gold, whereas Hakuho is just kind of rolling in dough.
It's actually kind of interesting right now because Keen is far up in this lane, and you can even see right now, Hakuho is not deciding to do it. But Hakuho could totally come up through the jungle and go after the no summoner spell Swain. There's no wards in this bot side, and they didn't see where he was backing. So
Flash Karma is a guaranteed Flash Frost, from Ninja. So yeah, I mean, that is a guaranteed kill if Keen keeps playing this aggressively.
Yeah, because Keen was playing aggressive because Shrimp was coming up. But Ninja
nice
interrupts it, and they give over the gold to Jax.
And Ray will get to freeze this.
Completely expected.
Oh no, he sees that they're coming down. He saw that Seraph is in the bot lane and know that his TP list was going to stay down there and shoves the wave.
So you see this ward that's right by where the Krugs are? And
above Krugs in the top of the map,
exactly.
yeah.
We're seeing that mirrored on both sides, and that's the ward that tells the top laner who's coming, and do you push the wave or do you freeze it? Because if you push the wave when it's the AD carry and support, and hold on, we'll talk about that in a second, because Keen has no summoner.
Keen is donezo. Stun's going to land. There's the E as well. Goodbye, Frostbite, and Proxen gets himself the kill. 2-0 start for this kid, or the beneficiary.
No stacks, though. Gotta call his target. He marked Shrimp, and he's killed 2 people so far.
And normally you do start with a jungler, but yeah, summonerless mid laner, like that's just almost obvious at all times.
And it's changed, so it's 15 seconds less between marking people. It used to be 90, now it's 75. So even if you mark somebody that you're like, he's probably not going to die, he's got 0 deaths, and we're like 20 minutes in, he's got summoners, you just mark somebody else. It's totally fine, and you can swap it over.
Yeah, well, not the case right now. He didn't get the mark, and that means that Proxen's slightly weaker than he would otherwise be.
But still, 2 kills. Roaming through the jungle. Doesn't have any marks to pick up either. There's nothing
available on the map. It's Scuttles, which are dead, and the Raptor camp at the bottom of the map, but that's not really available to him right now. So round 2, the lane swap is once again mirrored as 3v0. So Special and Apollo will knock that turret down. Right now, 400 gold lead for Envy. And that is thanks to Hakuho and then Proxen's ganks into the mid lane.
They're just going after this mid lane here, trying to make all of the action happen here. Ninja's playing far back, though. Ninja just is sensing this, and he's playing towards the side of the map that has his wards and where his jungler is. So you always want to play to that side so that you never have a disadvantage if somebody shows up.
The reinforcements are there, and a decent percentage of the time that will save your life. So good advice doled out by Zyrene and
play to your
illustrated
wards.
by Ninja.
Play to your jungle.
Play to your teammates, absolutely. And that's not just playing DJ Sona. I mean, that's really
Ooh. Rift Herald.
Envy's gonna get this one. Should be not too big of an issue.
You give it to Seraph. 100% give it to Seraph.
It will be a trade though. Rift Herald will go over, but so will the Ocean Drake. And if Seraph can come down, and he is, there's the Fizz walking to that side of the map. Doesn't even deal damage. Just walks in, grabs the buff, and recalls. Ocean Drake, will not be a problem for Apex. They will get this one. And again, this early on, this is the best drake you can get. So quite fortunate for Apex this is available to them. And like before, we had the team that started the lane swap with their dual lane on the bot side, did not take that Drake in the first round of the swap. And I actually wonder if teams will start to make that choice once they realize like how good early Ocean is, or if it's just really not tenable based on how the lane swaps play out.
Yeah, I think based on the Drake, you make the call. It's like Infernal or something. Maybe you do. Because teams really value that one.
Right.
Or Mountain, but we haven't seen those be any of the starting ones in the series. Yeah. But I think the team should try it in scrims, and then see if it actually messes up the timing of the lane swap.
Right.
Because it could throw off the entire thing.
Yeah, I mean, you do pay attacks, right? You're stuck on that side of the map, not recalling, not manipulating lanes for a good 40 seconds or 30 or whatever the number ends up being. But either way, due to how the game plays out, it's going to be Envy getting Rift Herald on a Seraph, and it's going to be Apex getting an Ocean Drake on everybody.
And this is where the freezes get pushed all the way to the turret, and top laners then get a large burst of CS. But if they get killed before then...
They're not stuffed.
If they get killed before then, you're pretty much out of the game.
Yeah. Ideally, both teams make a 4-man push to that tier 2 turret. If the other team doesn't respond to you, you want to make sure that top laner does not get farmed. And Jack's actually one of the most resilient champions of tower dives, because you just turn on the dodge and you stun somebody, whoever took aggro is probably dead. And Seraph can do similar things because he has Playful Trickster, but there's no flash, so it's still hard to make the outplay.
He has to be able to pick this up. Traps will most likely come down near the turret if he's got them.
Proxen and Hako here to defend. It's Ezreal soloing against Jack, which is not an easy matchup for Lod, but Apollo putting some damage on the turret, but not enough. Look at that, Seraph getting a fair bit of this farm. And it looks like, yeah, Envy were able to grab the wave. Shrimp was not there in time, and Keen wasn't able to rotate up either to post any threat. Just unfortunately slow for them.
Is this going to be a dive onto... No, it's not going to be a dive onto Ninja. Hakuo does spot the Spiderlings and Shrimp as he walks away.
Yeah, he had the sense to know that there's probably someone around the wall. Ninja gonna walk right into Keen.
No mana, though, on Keen. Just trying to interrupt the back. Flash Frost.
Nice, gets the stun. Well played by Ninja.
Here's the TP, though.
The flash cocoon by Shrimp is there! And Ninja will turn into an egg. Log gets the ulti across. Here comes the team Proxen.
Little early.
The egg alive with the ultimate. And it's a kill coming through for Seraph. 3-1 on the scoreboard. Seraph gonna live as well. Ninja gets another one. Knocking down Ray. Envy somehow make that a 2 for 0.
And I love that we're seeing this in this game. We're seeing proactive plays early on. Last game, it was mostly APX that was making those early moves, and then they were the ones who were rewarded ultimately with the victory. In the first game, everybody's just sitting around waiting for item spikes. We don't even have close to a Trinity Force right now on either top laner, and we're still seeing people group up, TP in, make these plays, and that was really well timed. I think Envy definitely should have taken that fight because there's no mana on Keen. He's basically useless. You see it here. Spends his last little bit. Ninja throws everything out, gets the Flash Frost, so he has nothing. Then the TP in the back, they exhaust Jax. He's too far away, and then they just burst him with damage. Proxen, if he actually gets that Lamb's Respite off, it'll keep Ninja from going into egg, and he's able to continue dealing damage. And then he becomes an egg afterwards. So it's just actually incredibly annoying to deal with an Anivia when there's a Kindred nearby.
And all that was difficult. Now Ray and Seraph in a bit of a duel.
Seraph's close to 6.
Yeah, and Shrimp is taxing some of the XP away from Ray right now as he finally walks down. Seraph is this wave away, maybe 2 CS.
If he hits 6, he might actually... No? Not going to go for it. He does have Rift Herald buff.
Yeah, but he saw Shrimp 12 seconds ago and probably doesn't want to fight a 1v2. And he won't go for it. Ninja gets the blue buff pretty easily.
They're wrapping around here. You can see Lod and Hakuo are actually coming around.
Oh, he shorted it. He
didn't throw
got it a little bit too short, and it actually stopped.
So there are some spells that will not fly the full range when you throw it, unless you put it there. He put it right on top of him, and goes a little short.
Yep, nice dodge by Seraph. Gets away from the stun. Pretty easy to time. You have to wait a full second before you can reactivate that ability as Jax.
You want to harass him under this turret. Hakuo, you really want to be able to just maybe even dive him. This is a gigantic wave for Ray.
Ninja forcing Keen away from him. Both these players have a low cooldown ultimate, so they can kind of trade constantly. But it looks like Keen was getting slightly better trades out of this one, thanks to the sustain. But Ninja up a solid 23 minions is not going to fall away from this lane easily.
It's a good pick. I like the Anivia that we're seeing here into Swain and those low mobility mid laners like the Vladimir. Try to keep them away. We saw it from Immortals versus Vladimir as well.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a good choice. Stylistically, it makes a lot of sense. Ninja clears the wave, no big problem. 100 CS for him, 12 minutes in. And just a sizable lead. The completed Rod of Ages already stacking, already 2 stacks on it. Keen still does not have that item for himself, and that lead will grow.
So there are some choices that are being made here across the map. Proxen comes up top, sits in this bush, waiting for Seraph and Ray to actually make contact with each other, but they gave up farm on Seraph for farm on Lod because he's the one who caught the bot wave. So they're just really looking for some type of advantage in this top lane, and they're playing to Seraph on Envy's side.
And Ray sniffs out the fact that might happen to him and just makes a simple recall. It does give the option to a freeze to Seraph, though, which means that top lane matchup is going to get a little bit worse for him.
Well, the thing is, if they take Ray and they put him on the bot side now, he picks up this gigantic wave.
Still hitting top.
But they're going to put him top again.
Lane.
Which
So
I don't think is right. You do nothing in this top lane for the next minute and a half from Ray.
I think it's them playing for the Drake, though. Both teleports coming up very soon, and allocating your teleport to the top lane means that you are allowed to teleport to the bot with the rest of your lane already on that side of the map, so the posturing is for the neutral objective.
They don't have TP.
It's up soonish.
Yeah.
Stepping Proxen's 12 right away. They have the timer regardless, and looks like it's not going to be an issue at all. No chance to steal, and first strike of the game for Envy. Cloud, out of combat movement speed. Thank you very much.
The next
15.
one's Ocean.
So could be a second option for Apex, but yes, Ray actually walks up here, and he's going to try to break the freeze, but it could just end up being him enforcing the freeze even more, or reinforcing the freeze. But they do get this topside jungle. They're able to steal the red away, and they might get a lot of this.
Uh-oh, Ray walking in a bit more aggressive than he needed to, but he did have the backup of special. Hakuho zoned him out with an empowered Q, and just be the minion wave here. And Seraph, again, there's nothing to play for. The Drake is gone for the next 6 minutes. Rift Herald does not respawn anymore. Baron's in 6 minutes as well. And that can just be a freeze and
hold this,
you know, in perpetuity for really no threat. And Apex, I think, need to break that. Or they're going to start really falling behind in that top lane matchup.
So Envy just noticed that their red buff was taken. So now full push down the mid lane. Try to get control of that bot side jungle if he wanted red at all, but it's definitely turret damage is the highest priority here.
Ray wants to buy a bit of time, does put a little bit of fear on it, and Envy, especially walls the wrong way, so he can't block any more of the damage on the turret, but it does keep that turret alive at the very least. And you still have Seraph just freezing up in the top lane. Rift Herald on for another 12 minutes or so, and happy just to play a nice, patient game.
And we're seeing it go back to that, but look at this special.
And Ninja got in range in time, pops the wall, and it means that he had to flash over it.
I think this is actually quite smart here from Envy. You should be grouping up in this mid lane. Anivia is just such great siege potential, and you really have to answer it with the Caitlyn. Swain's going to be in a side lane with no TP, so you can just keep grouping up mid, and Apollo's really the one with the wave clear on the team.
Right. The only good wave clear at all. I mean, he has some.
You throw out a Q.
Yeah, neither is great at it, honestly.
You throw out a Q, and that's a single target thing because it swaps targets, and you can walk up with your R.
Yeah. But you always risk getting walled off and getting evaporated by all the damage you can put through. So yeah, some risks here for Apex for certain. Keen will play the side lane right now.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about the siege from Apex as it moves forward because they're pretty much, you have to catch somebody, you have to go in, whether it's a cocoon or you're landing and never move.
Well, if we know anything though, Ray's gonna eventually just win the top lane matchup, and that's not gonna be about siege, it's gonna be about answering Ray. So
it's already happening.
Yeah, there's a really good chance. The freeze is broken. Seraph pushing the top lane in. Plenty of time to react, and the blue buff will go to Proxin. He had to smite that one away. They did not go to their optimal teammate of Ninja, who I want to commend, by the way, for going Morella Namicon second. He's against Swain, and on killer assist, you get 20% of your mana back, and having a giant mana pool with a Rod of Ages is going to be nice for him.
Oh, man. Ray has a blue buff.
I think he just soloed it while his team was fighting on the right-hand side.
Yeah. Because
yeah, Proxim walks in and goes, hey, wait, that's gone.
Yeah, Keen's on the bot side of the map, so he's not going to get the blue buff. So I guess Ray's like, it's either me taking it or Proxin.
Right, and I choose my team. And now Ray's in a bad spot, dodging away from some of the damage, jumps over the wall. Proxin does the same thing, and Seraph will join him soon. Mark is on, doing a fair bit of damage, but Ray will survive. He ulted late. I think he forgot that it gives you resists, but survives the encounter. Shrimp is going to help keep him alive, but Seraph could probably dive him.
Yeah,
with the ulti.
That's the worry here. So Xpecial is walking up. Bot lane is having, it's basically Keen versus the bot lane of Envy. So Ray's gonna have to pick this up. And these top laners are just trading waves like 3 minutes apart.
Yeah.
It's like, you get this one, now slow freeze it and push it towards you.
Yep, but as the lane resets, there's 6 minions left for him to kill, and it's gonna be 97 to 100. Seraph is actually, he was behind, by the way, and Seraph is frozen long enough that he's now ahead in that farm game.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that Seraph didn't try to make something happen.
Shark
He has Trinity.
onto Apollo, the jump over the wall, not quite enough damage dealt though. Apollo burned flash to stay alive. As Hakuho kites away from the Braum.
I think this is definitely the window for the Fizz because he has Trinity Force over the pieces that Jax has. And yeah, Apollo having to blow flash there, it could be a problem, but we're just seeing the lack of a forced siege from either team. And that has been, I mean, the theme of the entire series. And I was commending Envy for the early plays, but
they could pressure mid a lot harder. Ray gets away from this. He does have money for Trinity Force. He hasn't bought it yet, but he needs it pretty soon, and he will. The lane is pushed enough. Nice push into the mid lane. Ninja caught a trap, but he's going to be all right. That turret's nearly dead. Tries to stun Xpecial, gets a bit of damage there. Ulti comes across, forcing the flash hit on Ninja. Oof. Nice Glacial Fissure by Xpecial.
Yeah, you should just do this over and over again if you're Envy, because Keen is constantly pushing bottom to pick up CS because he can't lane against the Anivia. That's what he's basically saying.
Right.
I don't have the basically the ability to do so. I'm going to lose my turret eventually, but that's what's going to happen anyway. If they keep playing it appropriately on Envy's side.
Yeah, despite being an AP champion, has neither the ability nor the power to stand up to Anivia. Get it? His AP stands for okay.
I hate you sometimes.
Not all the time.
Not all the time. Not all the time.
Nice. Shrimp takes away the Rift Scuttler and rejoins the potential mini wave at the bot side of the map. Quick red buff for Proxen as he goes towards probably Hurricane himself. Shrimp looking to make... Ooh, he got away from the blue trinket. He didn't get spotted. Doesn't matter.
He got pinged. Yeah. Ocean Drake coming up would be the second one for APX. Seraph continuing to push out the top wave. So he's going for Sunfire Cape second.
Yeah.
Afterwards.
So instead of Iceborne in a tank, it's Triforce in a tank. It's less tanky, same CDR,
way
more on
attack
hit
speed.
damage,
Way
yeah,
more
and
attack
way
speed.
more attack speed, which is an important scalar when you're doing Fervor of Battle Fizz with your W active. And can be scary things. Lod and Co pushing the mid lane. This should be the kill. Yes, it is. Now Special a bit too far up.
Here comes
Just
Keen.
gets over the wall. And there's the Flash of Coon landing again for Shrimp on into the roots there as well. But Landris fight buys some time.
Doesn't egg him yet.
Round 2, gets the shield, gets out. And it is okay.
Oh, Ray!
In the back lane goes Ray. He wants this fight. He's going towards Proxy, who's not out Landris fight, but he's getting rooted up. Taking a lot of damage, goes down to Lod. And now the front line goes Shrimp, jumps away from the bunny. Apollo gets a kill. Special holding up the front line with a shield in this one, but it still will be the pickup. And Shrimp has gone down. Elise is dead. Apollo's going to be next up. He can't do enough damage. Another one picked up for Lod here. A great cleanup by him. Proxen in again. Then he will also get a special. What a great team fight for Envy.
Seraph with the TP to go one screen away to get himself on the other side of the fight. That was just fantastic. Clean ace there, except for Ninja going down. So the 5 for 1. And the 4 members left are just going to push down the mid here and just make it an even better siege situation. I don't think you TP to this. You're either going to die or it's going to die.
So Ray TP's in, and nothing happens. So he misses a 4.5 minute cooldown here, and just kills off some minions.
Oh, man. Yep. Flash, Cocoon, sets up the fight. Great chain CC there. But that's the
funnel
whole
into
point.
the Glacial Storm. Look at this. How do you run through that?
That's the whole point of that combination. And then Ray just tries to jump through, gets the egg, but then a lot of damage from Kindred and Lod ends up getting the counter kill. And then they're like, okay, we have to retreat. Oh, it's the... Okay, I guess Apollo has no flash. It's the zoning TP. It gets the other side, so they can't reinforce Apollo. And then Seraph and Proxen both come from pincers. And I talked about his TP flanks. Usually they're a map across the entire map. Not a screen.
Not quite so much, but you know, he made it.
But it was good. It was good.
It was good. And now Envy with a huge lead here, 6,000 gold up in an attempt at Baron, which they will kill fast.
Yeah, and before it's contested, the TP, I love it because Fizz's mobility moves are also his damage, so he wouldn't have shown up with as much damage if he'd kind of playful trickster towards the fight. So it's a really good choice. And yes, the Baron going over to Envy. They've blown this game wide open, 7,000 gold advantage, and Ocean Drake's just kind of been sitting there, I guess? No.
No, it hasn't spawned yet. It's... hold on, we're checking to see what's going on here. Yeah, they're still just on that first Ocean Drake as Apex.
Envy have one.
Envy got it. Oh, okay, so we missed it out. Yeah, Envy managed to pick up their first Ocean Drake during the replay, so move that one forward. Next one up is Mountain, which with the amount of map control Envy has should be pretty solid for them. And Envy looking to make this a series win and extend their record to 3-0 in matches. One of the less likely great teams in North American LCS, but taking down 3 opponents is solid.
Said it day one, my dark horse.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that Envy, when what we were seeing from Renegades near the end with 3 members of the squad, Seraph, Ninja, and Hakuo, like Hakuo looked like he had the makings of being a really good support. Ninja, you know, we always knew that he was kind of good and he had the potential to be good in his champion pool. He was never really one style. And then Seraph has just developed into a great talent in the top lane.
Yeah.
I'm constantly impressed by him.
And you might be again, he's starting to push down Ray, who had normally been the king of one-on-one top lanes. This time around, having a much harder time of it. Had bested Quas and Darshan before, and now Seraph. Outside of a couple of really good glimmers from Ray and some nice plays, Seraph seems to be at least his equal, and now leading his team to victory. And a strong game here in the third of the set. That will be the 6th turret kill of the game for Envy. 3,400 gold lead thanks to Baron and the work they've done with it. And we even have one person wearing the Runic Blessing, I think. The one where you get longer buff durations, because plus 31 seconds in the top right corner. That's what that golden plus 31 means, is someone's got extra buff duration.
Yep. Baron currently lasts 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and with that, it's 4 minutes and 1 second. It's that middle tree, second tier, all the way to the left.
Yeah.
Right. First keystone, I guess, because they're all kind of keystone.
I don't think we called them keystones. Maybe we do.
Well, they're not the final keystones, I guess.
Right, I know, but I don't know the official nomenclature we have for them. I don't know what the designers called them when they were designing them. They used to say gold medal masteries because the idea of a 1-pointer like middle way through the tree. What they used to say like way back in the day.
They're the 1-point wonders, man.
Yeah, that's also just a nice one to say. Either way, though, feeling pretty solid now for Envy. And it's up to Apex to find a way to scrape themselves back in. The problem is, though, the damage upload's high enough that they can break through Keen's regeneration and Ray's occasional dodging. And the front line just doesn't live long enough to keep the damage output out for Apex.
Oh, yeah. And
still pushing through.
A lot of these guys are actually going to stay a little bit away. So the Lamb's Respite is most likely always going to be on the Anivia as long as Proxen's in range to do so before the egg gets popped.
Right.
And Proxen rocking the 100% kill participation right now from the early game where he got that kill. Almost died, but he's been playing really well, and Keen might be dead.
He's probably going to be no good summoner heal and does stay alive, limping away with almost no health left. Rough road ahead for Apex. Baron Nash left up on the Anivia. It's Ninja who got it.
Flash in from
low.
Sorry, jump over the wall.
Yeah, a bit aggressive there, but a wall comes up, and that's going to actually make things really bad for this poor Elise. And yeah, that's going to be Shrimp going down. Nice could picked up the turret as well. And Envy can choose to keep going. But will they? Baron buff times out now on Ninja. Inhibitor open, 5v4. Keen has the health bar again. Proxen low, gets away from the root. And they are staying on the top inhibitor. Lot putting in the damage. And they take it down as well, so.
I love how Ray's just on the other side of the map split pushing right now.
Can't fight.
I got to get an advantage over this guy. I got to be able to split push against him.
But it's the right call. This team could not have won a 5v5 with this kind of gold deficit against Baron. They had to sacrifice the inhibitor. They did. Shrimp sadly still died, which is a misplay by him. But at least Ray could try to catch up, but it likely will not be enough.
As a top laner that's built for split push, if you cannot split push against your opponent, you are useless. You run into the team fights and you aren't as effective. Like, people used to say Fizz isn't that effective in team fights. But with the attack speed build, even if he doesn't have abilities up, he's still doing a lot of damage with the constant Seastone Trident.
See how much more he can get done, because Guardian Angel's next up for Seraph here. Quick red buff goes over to Apollo, which will be nice with the Hurricane, but he's just playing with such a giant deficit. It's a 10,000 gold lead for Envy. And that Mountain Drake couldn't be any better for them to close the game out.
True. It's the one that you want at the end to get those structures as quickly as possible. And you're in a siege situation, he'll get them incredibly quickly. I'm curious as to what Ray is going to go for with those 2 Ruby Crystals. Because he had a Ruby Crystal more than he needed for Sterix.
Eventually build Titanic Hydra, I guess. Or it goes in like a Visage or something to try to survive the matchup. But
Ooh, stops 2 backs.
Yeah, nice by Lot. Gives him quite a bit of time to play for this one, but as soon as I say it, missteps onto a trap, takes a ton of damage out from Apollo. Still chugging his turret down. It will fall before the reinforcements can really arrive, and it's bad for Special. Rooted up, goes down. Kill comes through to Anivia. 5v4 makes that 4v4. They got one back. Proxen never popped the ulti in time. A nice bit of damage out from Keen, and that will give some breathing room. Ray still gets to farm. Apex keeps the bottom inhibitor alive, and they get a few more seconds to run around the map. It does, however, let Envy get this Mountain Drake.
Proxen looked like he ended up getting stunned there near the end, so he couldn't pop it.
Courtesy of Shrimp and Special, I suppose.
Yep. That's Mountain Drake going over to Envy, like you said, going to help them close out the game. Pretty much the Drake that they want. See that again. Special rooted up, the pick potential, really high, turns over. Proxen, right there, locked up and stunned. The Never Move got him at the end, but it didn't matter.
Yeah.
But still just enough damage there, and you even heard Shrimp smite him to try and get that kill.
Just to make sure. A little bit extra damage. Well, we know that Baron's next up on the map, and even though there's only 3 turrets left to kill for Envy, that Mountain Drake's going to mean a lot of extra damage on Baron itself.
Oh, and it's an 11,000 gold lead, or a 10,000 now at this point since the CS has been picked up. In favor of Envy. And Envy, you're looking poised to close this game out. Proxen's still 100% kill participation. Executioner calling coming in now. So Keen definitely dropped off in power.
Yep. And thanks to Baron Nash having 120 armor and 70 magic resist, it actually is more like Lod does 20% extra damage thanks to Mountain Drake, and quite a lot out of Ninja as well. Look how fast it evaporates. It's gone already. No chance at a steal. Now the team fight. Goodbye. Shrimp is dead. Ninja flashing in for a bit more damage. Gets him. Apollo's dead. Didn't burn heal or flash to survive it. Either one would have probably saved him. And now 5v3 with Baron. No chance. This should be Envy winning the series.
Yeah, Ray tried to TP in way too late on that. He's been split pushing bot, and that's going to be Envy continuing to push up. They are going for the lane that has all the minions. No inhibitor here, so they're looking to end the game right here.
No excuses. Envy scraped the lineup together with weeks to spare. 3 matches in, 3 victories. They took down 2 playoff teams. They took down the 2-0 Apex. Seraph and Co. have continued to dominate, and Envy will be again in first place.
Rather unexpected as well. When the first week came out, Envy, a lot of people didn't have their eyes on this squad. Well, now you have to start watching them. You have to start watching what they're doing against the teams that are near the top of the standings, and they just took down Apex, who was tied for first before this, and now Apex sit right below them, and they're going to envy that spot.
Yes, they are, and it's going to take them a long time until they get to play for it again, but smiles and happiness and a great team right here in front of you here. Team Envy really putting on a great performance here in the last match of the night. Seraph in the front. Yeah, the hugs coming through saying, hey, man, this was a good series. This was well played. His fizz was good. They took it very early on. I believe first round red side. Did not want to give it over to Ray. And it looks like Seraph was just as comfortable as he ever could have been on that champion. 3-1-4, solid by him. It's really a whole lineup win, though. Like, the scorelines all look good. Very few deaths. Only 3 the entire game. Hakuho 0-0 and 11, a sort of immaculate support score.
Oh, he also did the most damage in the game, last game on Zyra. So Hakuho is somebody who kind of flies under the radar as well in these games. He's getting really good roots off. His roam mid where he blew exhaust and got both summoners from Swain, from Keen, put Swain behind very early on and allowed Ninja to have priority in that lane.
Yeah, and Ninja did a lot with that lane, of course. So certainly Hakuho's gank and then Proxen's gank got him ahead. And, you know, Proxen got 2 of the early kills as well, so he had the early gold lead. His ultis were on point. I don't think he ever really missed one, except the one he died, he got stunned in, but saved Ninja several times with that. And I mean, this was a whole team performance, honestly. Every single one did their job. Lot had a whole bunch of poke for those endgame sieges. Like, he was one of the major reasons why those inhibitors even went down with the Baron buff. So everyone, I think, playing to a very high level on Envy.
Yeah, I actually completely agree with that. I think that both Apex and Envy kind of struggle from the same problems, though. They're playing at a high level as individuals, and they're having some roams, and we're seeing those kind of breakout plays. But I feel like they aren't high tempo enough, right? If you go up against the likes of Immortals or TSM, we're seeing teams kind of gain tempo in the early game, and then they don't let go. We saw Envy, they got a little bit of an advantage, and they didn't choke at that point, or they didn't choke their enemy out, right? They basically were like, okay, we have 1,000 gold lead. This is cool. Let's go back to farming items. I'm going to hit my Trinity Force breakpoint like a minute before you, but I'm not going to do anything with it.
Yeah.
So
We'll
that's
just kill
what
Drake
I was seeing.
And then wait. And I agree. And if you watch the earlier series today, you were seeing Santorin at level 2 getting Quasa First Blood. Like,
the cheese, man.
It's not cheese. That's just good play. But that's the level of competition you're at here in the LCS. I tend to agree. I don't super love slow teams. But look, it is working for them. Whether you like it or not, that team is 3-0. Envy, beautiful stuff. So before the NLSS takes over, let's send it down to the side stage where Dom is waiting with Envy support.
Thanks, guys. I am joined with Hakuho. Congratulations on the 2-1 win, and now that puts you at 3-0 in the standings, tied up there with Immortals. First of all, how do you feel coming off of that win?
I feel pretty good. I think we were all expecting a win, though there was an issue with the second game.
You were expecting a win. What was it going into this game that led you to expect a win?
I mean, we just all know that we have better strategy, macro play for the most part, compared to Apex. First game, we rotated everywhere, and they were always trying to follow us. I think we knew coming into this, if we just got the rotations game, we'd win.
And what kind of preparation leads you to find this sort of macro strategy ahead of time to have this confidence?
I think Seraph is just like really smart. He like knows like the macro game perfectly, and he shot calls like everything, like rotations. And Ninja just like makes pressure and for Proxen, so we can do whatever we want.
Yeah, that's something that we talked about a little bit. The Korean trio, meanwhile, you and Lod just kind of clean up whoever gets left behind by the three. So what's that like for you?
I think it works pretty well. Like me and Lod are really strong, confident in our laning, and if we go even or win, we can just make pressure for the rest of them and let them do whatever they want, and then we can rotate.
All right. Well, Hakuho, thank you so much. Congratulations on the win. Look forward to seeing you later this weekend. We're going to send it over to the guys at the analyst to break that down.
Thank you very much, Dom. Envy coming out 3-0 now to start their split here in the summer, 2-1 over APX. So the 3-game series went the distance, but they looked good here in this third game.
Well deserved.
Yeah, very much well deserved. You know, Kobe, when we were talking before this third game, what should these teams do? We said, well, maybe not early action. Let's not force something they're not comfortable with. And then what happened? We had like 3 level 1 fights across the map. We had Proxen picking up 2 early kills, and then you know, carrying that throughout the game, almost hitting that 100% kill participation, except for 1 kill that got away in the end. But overall, a relatively active early game here, so kind of switching things up. And then, of course, we saw the game really blow open at that 20-minute mark. With the ace that Envy secured.
Yeah, I mean, they decided to all-in commit to that level 1, and then boom, that's a explosion you were talking about. But here we go. Here's the mid-game where they try and funnel in, and this is actually a really crucial point because you can see Jax heading down right now. Jax is going to head off. He's going to get off this big stun, but nobody really follows. Like, they're a split second too far away. And if you have a DPS top laner, you don't have a split second. Like, you need to be in there right when he initiates, and then he goes downwards instead of going over to the other team. Once he's dead, you know, Jax is out of the fight, it's over, and they just get cleaned up.
Yeah. I mean, they committed so much to the start of that. You know, Flash Coon, they're going all in, trying to delete this guy. The Kindred ult comes down, denies that completely, and
he's egged,
exactly, it's
gotta kill the egg.
It's a big commitment, and it just didn't pay off. Kindred ults were absolutely huge in this game, especially, you know, for the kind of playstyle that they had been having. You know, it's very explosive. Jump in, delete someone, get out. That's how Ray had liked to play, and that's how the team had been playing. You know, off of these really fast picks. Kindred shut it down.
I mean, it definitely felt a little forced. After the Kindred ult came out. I mean, you're attacking a team that has Anivia, Karma, and a Kindred, right? We're very happy to continue to kite back. Once they had gotten the Kindred ult out, probably would have liked to have seen them back off. Say, great, we'll continue scaling just like you guys do. We've got Jackson Swain. We're happy to do that. You know, that being said, let's go ahead and look at that top lane matchup again. This time we see the Fizz come through on the side of Seraph. Seraph taking a different approach, though, going for that Triforce, kind of matching Jax along the way as opposed to taking a page out of Ray's book and going for the more tanky build.
Yeah, I really like the new Triforce for Fizz. The old Triforce was great, fine on him as well. But really, the main thing for this game to me was we saw some mistakes from Ray for kind of the first time. He looked a little bit like, you know, like after the first mistake, they kind of snowballs into a couple. Just a couple little decision-making things from him. You know, everybody has a bad game, though, so that's the first one kind of I've seen from him.
Forgivable. Forgivable. Oh, well,
I'm being so lenient here.
Yeah, he can't have another one, is what you're saying. He only gets one, right? All right, well, I got to drive us over to the player of the game. This is going to go to Proxen for this one. As we mentioned, picking up 2 early kills, turning that into 3, 1, and 9 as a final score line. Fantastic ganks, great kill participation, and then a few really crucial team fight ultimates coming through.
Yeah, he played great. I think he really deserves it. The fact that he was involved in almost everything, he was everywhere on the map. He farmed exceptionally well. He had really high team fight damage as well because he had picked up all his kills, all this farm. And Elise is someone who's already going to get outscaled pretty heavily by the Kindred. And then this is a Kindred with involvement in everything and a ton of farm. And he was just so strong. Really came out big for his team.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like this was pre-nerf Kindred. You know, plenty of damage, got all the early ganks off, plus utility for later.
What do you guys feel about these teams in terms of like assessing their power level? We've now seen, you know, 3 series out of them. This was a rather close series. We, you know, for new teams, didn't maybe have a ton of expectations of them coming in, but they're continuing to impress. And even in the loss today, Apex extended the series, right? So what are our thoughts about these 2 newcomers?
I mean, I said it before, but I really noticed the difference in teams that have a very strong leader. And, you know, not just shot caller, like every team's got people feeding information, and somebody makes a decision. Oh, that's the shot caller. But actual leadership qualities, and Seraph does have that, and it's really cool to see his growth over the years that he's been in North America. And now he is this top lane shot caller and leader, and so he's able to really manipulate the side lanes really well. And you rarely see them get behind on the side wave manipulation.
I just think it's such a huge win for Envy because after the first week, it's like, great, they're 2-0. They beat two teams that were 0-2.
Right.
Now they took out another team at the top of the tables who, by the way, beat the defending champions. So they're really kind of like putting themselves out there. And this is a team that I don't think had high expectations for themselves. Now taking down another top contender shows that these guys are here to compete, and they're going to be a serious challenge for anyone who goes up against them.
Yeah, very big, very meaningful victory for Envy today. Now, of course, let's take a look at the updated standings following tonight's matches. With their wins tonight, Envy and Immortals are kings of the hill with 3 wins each, and with a chance to grab a share of first place tomorrow, sits TSM at 2-0. Alone in 4th is now APX, and the 1-1 Cloud9 and Echo Fox make up the middle of the pack with the winless Counterlogic Gaming, Liquid, Phoenix 1, and Energy falling to the bottom of the standings. Tomorrow, though, make sure to be aware of all the action happening on both of our streams. On NALCS1, look out for CLG and Liquid, followed by Phoenix 1 and Cloud9. NALCS2 brings the heat with Energy Esports taking on Echo Fox, followed by TSM and Apex in the second series. And on Sunday, don't miss out on some key matches, including Immortals versus TSM and the defending champion CLG taking on Cloud9. That's a couple really old school matches I can't wait to see here. But I do want to talk about tomorrow's series a little bit, particular ones that you're looking out for, teams or matches.
I want to see how TSM performs. They haven't even dropped a single game so far.
I was going to say that.
Well, now you got to come up with something. Well, while he continues to talk, you have some time to come. You got to come up with something
Early
else.
bird catches the worm, Kobe. So TSM, I am really looking forward to seeing that. They can move themselves to the top of the table with Immortals to really set up for Clash of the Titans on Sunday. Already exciting for that game. And if they're able to take another 2-0, it's going to be a huge game for Immortals on Sunday.
Yeah. The next team I'm looking for further development is Fox.
Okay.
Because yeah, exactly, the backup Fox. But yeah, that's another top laner where we can see the feast or famine style. KFO, he wants to play carries. They're probably going to let him play carries. And Froggen, he likes a little bit slower paced game. So that's a team where I really want to see how they decide to mix, because it seems like they might have players with different styles. See how they work together.
Yeah, well, I want to talk about a few other things real quick. I want to ping back on champion diversity. I know that you and I were having a conversation earlier today about we're very happy about where a lot of the recent patches have put a lot of champions, because it feels like, as opposed to in the past where there's been 1 or 2 S-tier champions that are 100% pick ban across all roles, we've now got 10+ champions viable in each role, and it really makes for some interesting and more adaptive champion select than anything in these best of 3s.
Yeah, I think one of the things that has been an interesting trend, in this new split, is that bans feel much more reactive rather than just kind of set in stone. It's not like, ooh, got to get those S tiers out of there. We got to ban, Echo or Poppy. We got to ban Maokai. We got to ban both the junglers. Now it feels a lot more reactive. People are like, okay, this is what they beat us with. Let's get that out of there. And let's try something new.
As far as it goes as well, I think that we have a long ways to go for progression here. There are definitely other champions that are strong, or I think are strong right now, that have yet to see playtime just because people haven't practiced them as much. I already mentioned the Alawi, talked about that a whole bunch. You don't want to hear any more?
I do not.
I got another one for you,
about the Alawi, Kobe?
There's another tentacle monster, and it's Vel'Koz, and he got some massive buffs in the last patch.
I like how you tied that together.
Tentacle monster theme, but we're talking about high damage supports. Everybody's like, oh my god, Zyra came out of nowhere. Everybody's using her now. She's really strong zone control. The new Vel'Koz got super strong buffs, and he can put out a lot of damage and control a lot of areas as well.
It's the classic Azir counter, but Azir got nerfed, right? So
could be mid or support, so he's flex pick.
Okay, yeah, it's the new Zyra, right? The new Zyra support. Crazy damage coming from your support. Anyway, that's going to do it for us here at the LCS studios tonight. We're back in less than 24 hours, though, and looking forward to seeing you again. So now for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for spending your Friday night with us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
This is exciting. I've been wanting to see the patch here in North America, especially with the top lane talent we can bring here.
Okay, I got him.
Nice.
Okay, nice,
Good
nice,
job.
nice.
This is so good. This is so cheeky. Huni gonna be forced to flash. Quas flash Q. He's gonna get a bit of knockback. Damage is down, and first blood goes to Quas.
As a team, we are better, okay? It's gonna be alright.
I think this will be able to chase him down. Leap in there, and that's the ace.
Rainover's really been turning it on Nidalee here.
Pobelta doing a lot of heavy lifting in that mid and late game. Might be able to clean this one out. The damage is there, but Huni goes straight over the wall for another one. Pobelta collects kills everywhere.
Immortal stays undefeated in matches. They got better as the series progressed.
I don't feel like Apex is that strong. Even with like super high gold leads, they struggle to actually close them out. So I feel like it shouldn't be too hard.
I'm fine.
I'm back.
I'm pretty taken now.
Yeah, I go carefully.
I get picked up. Nice. We can end. Yeah, we can end.
They're going to knock down Apex in game 1, and Envy are certainly here to stay. There's the kite away. Looking for Hakuro, nearly delays. Oh my god! He's killing everybody, and he still won't go down. A double kill for Ray. And that's a double kill! Oh my god! Ray going off on the full AD Jarvan, and Apex tie up the series. A great cleanup by him, Proxen in again. Then he will also get a special. What a great team fight for Envy. And Envy will be again in first place.